Still lagging like that. Hmm. Let me try something here. Okay, that seems to have worked. Let me just completely log out of Discord for a second. All right. So that was the cause. All right. Hope you guys can still hear me. Yeah. I'll be starting in a second. Just give me 1 minute.
And of course, the very edgy horror. Horror has always been a part of certain corners of the internet for as long as it's existed. It's changed, evolved in many different ways, but as time has passed, some types have been lost over the years. And no one really does some of those types of horror anymore. And one of those types of horror specifically is the internet screamer. Well, calling screamers horror is kind of pushing it. They weren't really meant to make you feel uneasy or a sense of dread or any type of feeling horror usually gives you. They were essentially pranks. They were there to give you a huge shock, make you piss yourself, and then they were done. They were the cheapest type of horror imaginable, as they were built around catching you with your guard down when you were least expecting it. That's why they were so effective. It's not like jump scares and horror stuff you see today. Jump scares in current horror media are kind of expected. Most screamers were built around something looking completely innocent and then scaring the daylights out of you. Now, if you used the internet at all in the 2000s, you fell victim to at least one screamer. It was just part of the culture online at the time. It was fine to make you wet yourself. But all the reaction videos and the now broken Flash games stay here as statues reflecting a lost era of internet shock content. So in honor of the month of October, I've gone out of my way to get my hands on as many screamers as I could, and take a look at every single one I got a hold of.
Silver Crows, up how the Lily Snake Plant Girl. I'm good.
The screamers intact, but I will lower the audio so I don't give us all tinnitus. But also, I am aware
It looks like, at least I hope I'm not lagging. Am I lagging?
completely get that. This video will have a timer tick down before the jump scare happens. Well, for the screamers, worthy of a warning anyway. I'll start off with some random screamers, and then I'll start covering the ones that are more personal to me. Ones that affected young Magic Mush and made him the man he is today. And boy,
Give me a second. I just want to promote my stream for a second.
time to get spooky.
Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering why I would play a game while watching a video in the background, that's just something I do on the daily.
I may have went out of my way to find as many screamers as I
I
could.
have to, like, have something playing in the background while I play a game, because if I don't, I'm just gonna lose all focus. I have the attention span of a caffeinated hyperactive squirrel.
Curious. Now, I got a lot of my info for this video from the Screamers Wiki. Yes, the rule is if it exists, there's a wiki for it. And thankfully, it's one of those wikis that doesn't flood you with ads. This wiki was a great resource.
If you hear a baby babbling in the background, that's my niece.
There are hundreds of screamers out there and all different formats, so I can't cover all of them. But the wiki itself is also very strange because it has info on all these screamers, what happens to them, and what the screamers themselves are, but they don't have any pictures of the actual.
Just let me mute so you guys can actually no, I'm just gonna I think I do have stuff to say. That's another reason why I do it. Give me something to say while I watch the videos. Otherwise, I'd just be silently watching YouTube or silently playing a French RPG.
If you don't want to see spooky images, I'm pretty sure you could like hide behind a toggle or something instead of having it dead in center. Oh, whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, enough dilly-dallying. We got a lot to get through, so let's get to the first screamer. Let's go ahead and give some of you some PTSD. Look at this photo. Nice little house, isn't it? Now, can you tell me what's wrong with it? Well, the answer is nothing. There is nothing wrong with this image. It's all a lie. It's been a lie your entire life. It lulls you into a false sense of security, searching for something in the image that isn't there, and then when you least expect it... She was just very upset she couldn't find anything wrong with the picture either. This is the de facto screamer. It has you get real close to the screen.
Where is... There it is.
And then it gets you. Honestly, when you know it's coming, I can't stop laughing at this screamer these days. The scream the creator chose is just too damn funny. It could fit in a slapstick comedy. It's so fast. In fact, it might be a little...
Have you guys ever encountered a screamer? I've only remember encountering one. It was a maze game. It was the maze game. And my grandpa sent it to my grandma. I really wanted to play it, and I ended up playing it, and then I got jump scared. I fell off my chair. I fell backward in the computer chair, and I hit my head. I ran to my room and cried. Ah, man.
Now I showed you the original version, but this exact same type of screamer has been done dozens of times. There's a bunch of variations of varying quality. I'm going to check out a few other screamers while I'm at it. There's a variation where you're supposed to spot the difference, but then you got a screamer of a woman with sharp teeth. It's from the movie Fright Night, by the way. And then there's this one where it wants you to look...
I don't know if my chat box is working. It doesn't seem like it is, from my POV of the video anyway.
One thing, and then boom. Really cheap, really simple, but it works. So yeah, in conclusion, it turns out there's nothing wrong with this image at all.
I set the stream to ultra low latency. I don't know if that helps in any way. I just hope it does.
I got another screamer classic for you here.
Oh yeah, the Coast Guard video. My mom watched that and she did not flinch at all. I don't think jump scares work on her like at all. No, stay away from my computer. That's my niece again.
We're including these incredibly well-known ones because almost everyone has seen them. So what can I say that hasn't been known or said 1,000 times before? But I can't.
Okay,
They're well known. And this one, known as Ghost Car, is very effective. The car is nothing but a red herring to catch you off.
Hope this whole stream isn't just me looking for a place to plug my stream. Okay.
It's common knowledge by now, but this Ghost Car video wasn't made for the internet. A commercial for a coffee-flavored drink brand known as Keffi, who had been doing these types of commercials for a while when it blew up online. This one in particular is from 2004, and someone recorded the commercial, edited all the brand stuff out, and made it into the internet icon we know today. The original YouTube video is still up, uploaded in July of 2000, only a few months after the launch of the site itself. It's the creator's only video, and even his icon is the Ghost Car video. He dropped one video and was never seen again. Godspeed, soldier. Keffi takes great pride in this video being a legend online, as they continue the trend of screamer commercials for years after the fact. You can see behind the scenes of the commercial, with the guy behind it being shown off in full detail. Actually, the costume is kind of goofy looking. The 2005 compression actually made the video scarier, as you couldn't even make out what the hell the jump scare was. But we'll never truly find out what actually...
Yeah, I saw the resolution. This is my video. This video is the first time I did the resolution. Saw the clear resolution. Was that really the German version of the commercial? I have to wonder. Janelle, stop pulling on the cables. Huh?
Last year, I made a video called The Weirdest Wikis on the Web.
Give me a second.
There was a wiki called the Scary Logos Wiki. It was dedicated towards logos that kids grew up with that they found off-putting and scary, which you can't judge them too.
I didn't do anything. I just told her to stop playing with the wires. Because if I don't, she'll unplug the TV. Yes, I have the TV on too. Maybe I have ADHD. I'm not sure.
One of these logos that is actually kind of off-putting was a logo for a company called Viginal. And it appears to be a statue of the Chinese philosopher Gu Jing, sitting in a dark void. This actually is kind of creepy. Well, creepy in the context that you saw this late at night, in your bedroom alone, and the only source of light is your TV. But if that's still not enough for you, someone went out of their way to make this logo even scarier than it already is. Disguising the Screamer as other logo videos, you would watch them, expecting the typical logo animations, and then... And that's how you make an actual scary logo. Gaining the nickname the B&D of Doom, this is a well-known Screamer in the logo community. Yes, there's a local community. Don't ask questions you aren't prepared to handle.
I think there's a community for virtually anything.
Company logos in any way, you've probably been caught by
Positive
you gotta admit, it's kind of cruel, turning someone's childhood nightmare into something even more terrifying. But it's not like people who create these Screamers have
Here we go.
about these kind of things. They just like to see people lose their shit over them. It's fun.
I think I covered all my bases, so let's just stop doing nothing and start doing something. How's my day been? It's been okay. Pretty uneventful, but okay. Polo. I don't know what polo means. Well, it's like Marco Polo. Huh?
Also, it's great for thumbnails.
Okay. Let's start.
One genre you don't see too often on YouTube these days are illusion videos. Videos made to hypnotize you, make you feel a certain way. Great
Can you hear everything fine? Can you hear me, the video, and the game? I'm starting to feel like the game may be a little too loud, because this game is loud. Huh? And it's on the lowest possible settings. The lowest possible audio setting.
And the fact that people find a way to work screamers into them. They would hide screamers over titles like Make Yourself Sleep in 4
Yeah, it's on 5%. That's as low as I can go.
will have the opposite effect.
Yeah, you can hear everything? Good.
It was very easy to hide a screamer in one of these things. It was the perfect atmosphere. As most of them had you staring at a video,
I already talked to this guy.
and then booga booga. I am
See you later.
see previews
Alright.
and current your YouTube. It makes my job way easier.
In case it wasn't obvious enough, I already played this game off screen.
The only way you could know is if you read the comments beforehand or looked at video ratings.
And once I was absolutely certain I enjoyed this, I actually like this game, I decided to start streaming it.
Because they're probably one of the reasons you don't ever want to look at these types of videos ever again. They saturated the market. It got to the point where some videos had to advertise they weren't screamers so that you wouldn't be deterred from clicking on them.
Where? Okay, what should I...
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Listen, we laugh at that clip today, but I imagine like back then, the lying on the internet was unheard of, I guess. I don't know.
Where to really put this video, as I have no personal connection to it and just saw it for the making of it. But it's significant enough to include here, so I might as well. This video has a little girl come out and do some ballerina twirls.
Guard up, disengagement, let's do disengagement. 3, 2, 1.
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done
I
this?
at least had to include it because there is one
Yes.
noteworthy thing about this video.
So you didn't
and
just stay
that's
in your
the
mansion.
mystery behind it. This is the only screamer in the video that doesn't have
This will be
some
useful.
sort of story.
Oh, the game's lagging again.
Because nobody really knows
But I want my game to be pretty. I don't want to lower the graphics.
Guess we found 68's boat.
behind the video.
There's a path through the boat.
That anchor doesn't look mermaid.
The one doing the screaming is the mom of the little girl dancing, and they just want to make a scary video. You know any context in that. They just want to scare the people.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since I actually saw Euro Sea Sugar. It looks amazing and beautiful. Thank you. The artist is Ellie Melli on Blue Sky. If you have the money, I recommend commissioning her. I'll most likely once I'm done streaming, I'll most likely link to her Blue Sky on the in the description. I didn't link it right now because for some reason my stream just wasn't going through. Like it was saying that it was forbidden for some reason. So I kind of just put in the title and just hoped hoped it worked. Let me try something with the sound actually.
I don't see how that's a screamer. That's just how they have
Aha.
And this
I think I've reached a breakthrough.
float in the air.
The trick is to make sure that everything is like a decent sound. I don't want anything to drown each other out. Probably easier said than done, but that's what I'm trying to not do.
But you didn't get to 3? My little brat. Although I do have to get back to all 3 of these for the effects. They're well done for the time. But why are all these people lying to me? Don't they know lying is rude? Ugh. I don't know, but maybe I'm getting myself worked up. I know what'll cheer me up. Come on, scary looking children. Let's go get some Beyond Fried Chicken.
I don't get that joke.
Now don't be fooled by this.
Is it the Beyond Fried Chicken thing? I don't get that joke. Is it because it's like is that image of the two like drawings of the two screaming guys? I don't know.
Most of them were incredibly low effort because in reality, anyone could make them. If you had some service level knowledge of Windows movie making and editing, you
Oh yeah,
no problem. Even being this low effort, they could still be effective at scaring you.
if it wasn't clear enough, I'm a mythically accurate Yamata no Orochi. If you read the description of the Yamata no Orochi, you probably know how it's mythically accurate. Long story short, it's said to have like a reddish orange eyes and have different kinds of trees and moss growing on its back, and it also has an inflamed belly. There's probably more details that I just don't remember off the top of my head, but that's the gist of it. So I got the trees, my belly is pink, and my eyes are reddish orange. God damn it, I want the game to be pretty, but you can't have it logging either. And that's why I can't have it lagging, because my timing gets all fucked. Ow.
Just showing random footage or something then cutting to a spooky PNG is the laziest form of a screamer. But then there's those that try to actually have some sense of depth. A lot of people enjoy the ghost car screamer enough that some try to recreating it in some scenarios or put their own spin on it. Like this one.
Okay, how can I break?
But instead, you get
Ooh, cool. Game monsters look nice. They do. This whole game has like a painting aesthetic. There is a reason for it, but I'm not gonna spoil it. Yes, I already know what goes on in this game because I already played it, to be honest with you. This is just a brand new save file, and I do genuinely enjoy playing it, so I'm gonna keep playing it until I get bored with it, which I'm pretty sure is gonna be a long while. Oh.
case of oversaturation. Anyone could make one, and it still sticks with some people anyway. Well, whatever. Alright.
Gonna be fiddling around with the audio again.
Good shit. And some personal magic mush lore.
Let's try 10. Okay, gonna try out my new weapon.
Worldwide news in 2009. It was front paper news everywhere.
So Sugar, are you good at the video games? Yes, Ren, I would like to believe I am good at the video games.
Many people made tribute,
I should hope so.
and others took full
Now, I've also been playing Rhythm Heaven Fever. I like to think I'm pretty decent at rhythm games, and that is what's the word I'm looking for? That is relevant to this game because of how much timing is important. But like with Rhythm Heaven, it's also how's the expansion 33? I heard good things about the story. Well, it's Expedition 33 first off. Secondly, yeah, I would say I enjoy it. I really do recommend it. I bought it for one of my friends, Glacius Frost, and he hasn't tried it yet, but I have a feeling he will enjoy it. He likes TTRPGs. He's one of those people who is not happy with the fact that Final Fantasy, the newer games, leaned more into action RPG like Kingdom Hearts instead of TTRPG like the original Final Fantasy. I never got into Final Fantasy, so I don't personally have an opinion on it. However, I will say that maybe it should have stuck with the turn-based RPG since that's what the original audience came here for. Or at the very least do, I don't know, something weird where you can choose if it's turn-based or action. I have no clue. I was about to say do something similar to what what Dragon Quest did, but Dragon Quest didn't do that. It just gave you a choice between the original sprite art style, maybe not original, but it is sprite art style, or the newer 3D art style. Yeah, they got the 3D model art style. I think Pokemon should do that too. Just appeal to everyone possible. Then again, if you do that, there's a possibility that you appeal to no one. That's pretty much the main warning with trying to appeal to everybody. You end up appealing to nobody. But I don't know. That's just probably how I would do it. Usually giving people an option, like giving people an option to choose how they want to experience something, is a good idea. Like with QuickTime events. In newer games, I've noticed with QuickTime events, you can choose whether or not you actually have them in the game. Personally, I always keep them because I never really had a problem with them being there. I've heard some people say it's just lazier cutscenes, but how is it lazier? At least you're pressing a button. Like, isn't it like almost imperceptibly easier to not include a button prompt? I'm just saying. I mean, although now that I think about it, I imagine it is kind of pointless. Because like if you're just gonna put in a single button prompt, just have the cutscene. You know, one thing I've noticed, I don't know which game it was. It was one of those Marvel games that was poorly received. I don't know which Marvel game it was, but it was where the meme, well, I don't know if it's a meme, but it was agreeable grunt is in it. Like, somebody talks to the Hulk, and then the Hulk makes an agreeable grunt, and the subtitles just say agreeable grunt. And not only that, there's a voice that says agreeable grunt. It's that game. And, like, I think at some point Thor is fighting a group of enemies. Marvel x Capcom Infinite, maybe? Anyway, the screen is the scene is that Thor is fighting a group of enemies, and there's a cutscene that plays, and if you don't press the button, you don't fail like you usually do. The cutscene just freezes until you press that button. So and at that point, I'm like, okay, yeah, now I see why people have a problem with QuickTime events. Just play the cutscene then. At least include a fail animation like Lara Croft, like the Lara Croft games. Give us something other than a frozen screen. Okay, that may be a little too quiet on the game side. That moment in Marvel's Avengers, that was really dumb. Oh, is that what it was? Marvel's Avengers? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look that up. Because I don't know, maybe I do have ADHD. I'm easily distracted. I'm like the dogs from Up. Squirrel! I see something I just have to make sure. Marvel's Avengers. Video game. Okay, let me just see if the agreeable grunt thing is here. It is, okay. Agreeable grunt, I launch an audio file for Hulk grunting with an artificial voice saying agreeable grunt as a placeholder line. Oh boy. Okay, now where's the... That is where the agreeable grunt is. Now, let me see that. Let me see if they mentioned the QuickTime event. I'm not seeing it. Let me look. I'm looking on TV tropes, by the way.
The kids are still here, and they won't leave. So you don't really have a choice but to give them a piece. And when you do...
If it's in here, I'm not seeing it. So dumb that the game was delisted. Oh yeah, I think that it was Marvel Avengers game. I wish Spider-Man PS4 had a funny failed QuickTime event. I mean, like, if you need a reason to hate live service games, the fact that it swiftly gets shut down is one of them. Yeah. Don't get me started on Kill the Justice League. Like, to this day, I'm still not entirely sure why people hate it, other than A, it's a live service game, and B, they disrespect Batman in some way. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure. Isn't it just a regular, well, maybe that's another reason. It's a generic ass shooter game. I know some people have the attitude of a boring movie is better than a bad movie is better than a boring movie, because at least with a bad movie, the fact that it's so bad becomes the entertainment factor. If something is boring, there's literally nothing to talk about. That's the logic as far as I can tell. It's similar with D&D, like no D&D is better than bad D&D, and I think Drenda the Drake said that bad D&D is better than boring D&D. I mean, sure, bad D&D is not a good experience, but with boring D&D, you do nothing. At least with bad D&D, you can post it online for internet points. RPG horror stories and all that. How's the audio, by the way? Possible hated the loot boxes of the Joker DLC. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Like, that's the first I've heard of the loot boxes, and with the Joker DLC, I saw the memes, like, oh, that's not the Joker, that's the Jonkler, that's the Chuckler, I don't know, that's the Kidder, you know, that sort of things. I've seen that, that alternate reality Joker, and, I don't like his design, honestly. Maybe that's where all the memes are coming from. I don't like the design either. It just looks kind of weird. Maybe not as bad as Jared Leto Joker, but it's strange. Maybe I'm just too used to the Arkham Joker, which is and it takes place in the Arkham universe too. So, I mean, it is a different Joker, so I guess it doesn't need to be the exact same. But I don't know. Is it bad to say that the Kill the Justice League Joker kinda reminds me of the Telltale Joker from the Telltale Batman series? I don't know why. Personally, my favorite design of the Joker is the one from Mortal Kombat 11. No, was it 11? No, it wasn't. I think it was Mortal Kombat 11. That's honestly my favorite Joker design so far. It's just so perfect. I prefer the Jokers that have other expressions, that have expressions other than smiling all the time. Does that Joker have a painted lip smile? Because Heath Ledger Joker, I don't hate it, but like that's something I didn't really like about the design, how it had the smile painted on. I kind of prefer when Joker just has the red lips without the red makeup. Just checked, I was wrong. There is no loot boxes. My bad. Okay, that's good to hear, I guess. Let me look up the Joker design actually. Joker. I know I talked about this on Twitter. I know I did. Here it is. Hot take, question mark, Mortal Kombat 11 Joker is probably one of my favorite Joker designs of all time. He gives up a kind of Robbie Rotten energy and I'm living for it. Yeah, that's my opinion personally. Let me look at him. Okay, he does have the painted on smile, but it's not as... I don't want to say... Yeah, prominent. I don't think it's as prominent. Maybe I could be bullshitting. I have no clue. I don't know. I just feel like this Joker, compared to other Jokers, is very expressive in a way that I really enjoy. First mistake is going to Twitter. Okay, whatever. I mean, you're on... Well, you're not really on Twitter anymore. You're on Blue Sky, but... Well, at least I'm citing myself. It's something I said. Oh, God. Do I have to... I really don't want to lower the graphics, but I might have to. Ah, crap. See, that's why. If it lags, my timing is off. Pretty sure that's something all people go... If it lags, your timing's gonna be off. Same thing with first-person shooters. Weirdly, I like the Batman Joker. The Batman. There is a movie called The Batman. I never watched it, and to be honest, I kind of forgot that it existed. Not because I hated it. Again, I didn't watch it, but like, I don't really see a lot of people talk about the Batman anymore. There we go. Oh, I hate it when you miss the parries. I can parry, I promise. It's just that, well, it's not just the lagging. I can't blame everything on the lagging, but still, sometimes I choke. It's same thing with Rhythm Heaven. I try to get it perfect, and then at the like, you know, ringside, right? That memeable one with wubba dubba dub. Is that true? That one, that mini game. I can do the that true one, and I can do the I can do that cue and the pose for the fans cue. But whenever it's whoa you go big guy, that cue I always seem to mess it up on that one. Well, not always, but I feel like I've gotten better. But the point is, I was doing a perfect run. I nailed the Zat True. I nailed the whoa you go big guy, and then at the very end I choke on one of the pose for the fans. I hated myself for that. That was the one thing I always got. Like at least with the like at least with the Zat True one, there were times where I do fail, and the way you go big guy, there is times where I miss, but I never miss pose for the fans, never. And just when I get it perfect, I lose it. Unbelievable. Okay, what did I come here for again? Oh yeah, quick preset. Let's do low. To be honest with you, I have no idea what this scaling type thing is. I only put it on TSR because one, that's how it came, and two, it's on the same, it uses the same low, medium, high, epic naming convention. Low. Okay, to the game's credit, it still looks really good even on the lowest possible settings, but still. At least it's running a lot smoother now. I'm pretty sure I asked this before, but have you guys ever encountered like a screamer? That's the video I'm watching right now. I'm watching Magic Mush's video on screamers. You know, the ones that bait you into a false sense of security, and then it jump scares you at the end. Right now he's talking about the maze game, which is what I had to deal with. My grandpa sent it to my grandma. I really wanted to play the game instead. I started playing it. Grandpa started warning my mom or grandma over the phone. No, you're gonna no, get her off the game. And then then I got the jump scare and I fell over backwards on that computer chair and I hit my head. I ran to my room and cried. Oh, poor me. I don't think you don't think you've seen one? Oh, okay. Well, it's mostly in the earlier days of the internet. I don't think people really do screamers anymore. The closest thing we have to screamers are jump scares in horror games. Let's see. Let me look at my skills here. I wish I could raise the volume from this little mini thing here. Let me, okay, let me raise it just, this video is loud too.
Mario 64 is one of the most influential games of all time, but it's also a game that's well known.
Give me a second.
The weird stuff in the game, and all the fan content people have made. But
okay, I think that's it, because this, a lot of the things on my screen are really loud.
But probably the strangest of all was the lack of Luigi. Luigi was nowhere to be found in the game whatsoever. Not even a passing mention or anything anywhere in the game. Where was he? Now, of course, today, that question could be answered by the leaks at Nintendo that Luigi was planned, but he was cut from the game entirely due to memory limitations. But people for years and years have...
I'm sure there's a mod out there where you can have Luigi in it, right? I mean, how else do you get the mod of Blue Mario? I don't know. Assuming that is a mod and not just something people like the game already had.
With these theories surrounding Luigi in the game, I watched old videos and theories of it all the time, and a ton of videos showing how to unlock Luigi. Of course, all of them were fake, but there was one that will live in my head rent-free forever, and it was known as Big Star Secret.
Oh, it's so smooth now that everything is lower. I hate that. I want my game to be pretty. Why can't I have my cake and eat it too? That's unfair. I mean, the game is still pretty, but I want it to be even prettier. I want it to be at its prettiest.
To the wall behind the fountain, and then the ghost car screamer pops up, and the video ends. Overall, a very low-quality screamer, but it wasn't to me. For some reason, God only knows, this screamer traumatized me. And honestly, I cannot tell you why. I had already seen plenty of screamers by then, I had seen the Maze, the Jingle Bells Reverse Screamer, and all those Flash games. I even already saw the Ghost Cars by this point, so I was already familiar with it. But for some reason, this video...
There we go.
I think it would have been...
The counters are so satisfying.
If I recall correctly, I was home alone sick from school, on the computer by myself in the living room, and then this happens when...
Ah, I can't even dodge that one.
To comfort me, I clicked off and ran to my room in terror. It was something I was heavily invested in, and Mario betrayed me. I couldn't believe it. How could this have happened to me? After this,
I don't know, but that reminds me of the. I can't believe you've done this.
any video could
Can't believe you've done this, Mario.
never use it again. Obviously, that didn't happen, but I stayed off it for at least.
It's not Mario's fault though.
I was so terrified of this video, I somehow convinced myself the screamer was in the actual game.
Okay, let's see if I can get it now.
I'd glitch the game out and trigger the screamer. I was convinced.
There we go.
Of course, I have
Yeah.
obviously. It was just a prank, bro. But in the end, I got the last laugh. You know why? Because this video, as of 2024, is now lost media.
Journal.
There has been an ongoing manhunt to find this video for the past couple of years now. Out of every screamer shown in this video,
We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending
Nice parry, thank you.
punishing rain and raging clouds. The paintress sent a storm to overcome us, but it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm, and it's how we grabbed victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those Nevs dry. But this new one looks tougher than the others.
Ew.
they have all been fully archived in some way, but not this one.
Maybe this game could be a little bit louder. I'm gonna be fiddling with the audio all day, I feel like.
Not a single one of those 700,000 people bothered to archive it. All the footage you've seen in this video has been nothing but mock-ups and recreations of what the original video probably was.
So many.
Even the creator himself admitted when he deleted the video, he never bothered to keep any backups of it. It's gone.
This one is gigantic.
The only reason we even know it existed in the first place was because there are 2 reaction videos of it, and these.
The Birkin is one of those bosses I honestly can't tell if I enjoy it or if I hate it.
Other than that, everything else.
You'll see why in a minute if you don't know what I'm talking about.
On one hand, it fucking deserved it. On the
I
other,
fucking deserved it!
sucks that someone
Mime.
protected me from my childhood is gone now. I'd love to go back to this thing, experience it as a grown man now, and not run away in fear. But it seems like that isn't happening. Ah, well, some things are just there meant to be found, I guess. We'll see if it ever comes back. Who knows what the future will hold. Not Luigi, that's for sure. Well, this video got out of hand, but that's every single screamer of note I could get my hands on. And of course, that's not every screamer.
There we go.
I probably missed a lot of my expedition, but I really want to give you all some examples of ones that affected me, and go back and laugh about it now. Screamers are now a thing of the past. They were cheap pranks and got old after a while, but they were also a learning
Let's
experience.
see. Let's try disengagement.
There were lying sacks of shit on the internet who just wanted to get a laugh out of messaging, and not to trust everything you see.
There we go.
you meet. And I feel like that's something that this new wave of kids desperately need to know when browsing online. Some tough love.
Apparently parrying is supposed to be really hard in this game. I don't know how true that is.
So hey,
I mean, parrying, I mean, I wouldn't call it easy, but I wouldn't call it hard either. It's just something I have to do.
my friends, if you find those
Like, there's apparently the frame you have to pause is in the milliseconds, supposedly. I don't know. It's a very small, I don't know, maybe it's a frame perfect type thing that I'm taking for granted. I saw an article that claimed that you don't actually need to dodge or parry throughout this game. Like, you can just tank your way through. I don't know how true that is. Honestly, it sounds like the person may have been playing in a on a new game plus and then dumping all of the stats into defense and health, or maybe I don't know. I didn't read the article. I'm gonna need save viewer click to tell me what it says.
In a better place, wherever she may be. And DJ.
Okay, this is the unintentional scary videos. Let's see. I kind of like this guy. He doesn't have like one true topic that he covers. He just talks about whatever he wants to talk about, usually internet stuff. Well, he's autistic like me, so maybe that's why. That's why I'm playing a video game and watching YouTube.
Very game prices. We all hate them, but they're just a part.
Okay, shortest game ever. I mean, no. I watched this for the TED stream. I'll do it here.
Game prices. We all hate them, but they're just a part of gaming. As much as we don't like it, games require people to make them, and people need food and shelter to live, and to acquire food and shelter, you need money. That's the point of games costing money.
Supposedly he's not happy with the editing in this video, but I am.
Some are completely free, but
There's something satisfying about the video, about the pictures just switching between each other. And acquire food and shelter, you need money.
some games require hundreds of people to work on it. Some only require a dozen, and some only have like 5.
There we go.
Some only have one guy working on it. And since you only need to feed that one guy versus hundreds of people, that game is probably going to be much, much cheaper. Now, this isn't what you clicked on this video for, I'm sure, but I'm bringing this.
There we go.
You see, as we've all noticed by now, game prices have been going up as of the start of the current generation. Games have now been wanting $70 a pop compared to the previous $60 a pop, which was the standard for quite a while. Well, the big AAA ones anyway. My point is, as games get more expensive, people are going to want more bang for their buck. People are not going
That hammer used to bother the shit out of me, but I'm good with it now.
did back in the 7th generation. You know, the whole Angry Joe meme. Yeah, you probably can't get away with that anymore for a full price $70. People aren't going to want to buy.
I think I nailed the audio, honestly. I think everything sounds good now. At least to me. I don't know about you guys.
A lot more than that. And I know there exist tons of arguments for these recent price increases and how games are getting more expensive to develop, and that's a good argument. But then I see people mention that games back in the 80s and 90s were like $80 for the game, and no one complained then. Well, back then you also got a box, a manual, and a bunch of goodies.
I miss the game manuals, man. They used to be so much fun.
The fact the cartridges were more expensive to manufacture too. Today,
I got so upset when I lost like one of the game manuals in a McDonald's.
buy the game digitally so
When I was a kid, I loved that manual.
money with that stuff anymore. Also, you want to know what existed back
Blood with the timing of the hammer or something else, and yeah, audio sounds great. Okay, yeah, the timing of the hammer. It's always timing in this game.
Well, we had movie guys.
Like, I think I would, like, the hammer would always catch me off guard with the timing, and I would have to, like, learn how to dodge and, yeah, just dodge. I mean, I could parry it, but I don't know. There's always at least one hit with the hammer that I would miss. So right now I'm just dodging it, and once I get, like, perfect dodges, consistently, then I can, I'll do the parrying.
I forgot GameFly still existed until a few minutes ago. So,
I remember when I used GameFly. I don't anymore.
games as prices go up. You can't get away with a short game for
But yeah, you can still rent video games, but I don't think anybody really uses GameFly anymore.
You can't get away with a short game anymore for high prices, right? Well, this leads me to a thought that really pecked at me for a while. What is the least amount of content you can get for a game compared to the price? Or what I'm really asking is, what is the shortest game ever made?
I always get lost around this area. I never know where to go.
A lot of candidates for this, for what could be considered the shortest game, because it depends on what someone is looking for. There are numerous games that are known for being short, but not really bad. Sometimes the complete opposite of bad. Metal Gear Rising is probably a very famous example. It's a game that is loved by many, many, many people, but it's also...
Remember my dad used to rent games at Love Film? I've never heard of Love Film. I've heard of Blockbuster.
But, you're skipping Metal Gear Rising's cutscenes. I have to ask.
We used to live right next door to a Blockbuster, like in the first house I ever remember, like in my life.
Yeah, sorry for the clickbait, but Metal Gear Rising is a short game, but not even close.
We also used to live right next to a Stop and Shop. I don't know if anybody still uses Stop and Shop, but yeah, there used to be a Blockbuster near where I lived.
No, I'm not counting these games by the hour. That's too much time. I'm going for minutes. I'm going for those games that can be completed in under an hour. But you see, this also leads to the fact that if you're skilled enough, you can complete a game in under an hour no matter what. That's what speedrunners are for. But speedrunners...
Anything for all the enemies here? I'm not seeing any.
It's like muscle memory to them. They know these games front to back. They have definitely been playing them long, just the shortest time they have on their personal record. So,
there we go.
The shortest game ever is a complicated question. And in order to find it, I have to make rules for it. Sorry, but this is how I'm going to find this out.
Pairing this specific enemy is so satisfying to me.
After laying down the
Maybe because of how fast they are.
down to 4 specific
Fuck.
rules. Rule number 1. The game has to be officially licensed and recognized on consoles to be counted. Now, probably pissed off a lot of people with this rule, but I made this rule for purely one reason. No jab at PC gamers at all, but if I counted PC games, we'd be here all damn day. Anyone, I mean anyone with any sort of programming or gaming knowledge can make a game on PC right now and spread it around to break the record.
Perfectionism.
RPG Maker right now and slap a game together in 5 minutes where all you have to do is hit new game and it just loads up to the end screen. There, I broke the record. Worship me. There was a Flash game called You Have to Burn the Rope that was released back in 2008.
Oh, Flash games. I remember those too.
You can beat it in under a minute. Because
Let's see. What kind of Flash games do I remember? There's the Impossible Quiz. I didn't play the original Binding of Isaac. I play it now. Same? Yeah, you remember Flash games? Yeah. I play the Binding of Isaac now, thanks to Ren in the chat there. But I never played the original Flash game. What other Flash games did I play? I think I played The Visitor. Let's see, Flash games. I know I've played more than that. I think most of it, actually, now that I think about it, was on cartoon websites. You know, like, remember when Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon had those web games? Yeah, those kind of Flash games. Was there a y2k.com or something? I don't know. There was a website full of Flash games. There was a game called Torture Chamber. I didn't get into it, surprisingly enough. But I just, let's see. What else? Pretty sure there was like a Sonic RPG on it. There was a lot of, oh, no, I'm not gonna skip. I'm not. Let's see. I was gonna say, Robot Unicorn, but no, I think I only played the mobile version of that. I'm pretty sure, I'm not even sure if it was ever a Flash game. Did you play the Smash Flash game? I don't think I did. It doesn't ring a bell.
And that's it. Nothing else. You could not complete this level.
Let me
The creator tried to play it off as, you can find the next level if you find out how to complete it. It's just a very hard puzzle. But then people data mined the game and found out the next level files were just the first level copy-pasted with nothing changed. So that was just...
Let's see, what else? What other games did I play? What other Flash games? Flash games, Flash games. Oh. Okay, I swear I played more than just in the Impossible Quiz, Miss Ben 10 Flash game. Oh, okay. Okay, let me think. Oh yeah, if we're talking, I think most of the Flash games I played was on, like, Nickelodeon's website. Ah, fuck. Distracted. And Cartoon Network's website. That's actually how I got my username. Like, I just set up, Sugar Pie is something my parents used to call me when I was younger. And, I just put the 1 at the end because why not? And then, there was this, game on Nickelodeon's website for The Last Airbender. It was, I think it was like a it was a fighting game. And then when I beat the fighting game at the very end, it said that my name will be remembered forever. And I figured, okay. And I've been using the username ever since. Never changed it. And then with Nickelodeon, actually, now that I think about it, maybe I'll put in some videos about Flash games, next, after this Magic Mush video.
This is why I'm not counting Steam games. If somebody can put a game on there that you literally cannot finish, then anything's fair game. If you really want to count Steam games, I did look through some of the stuff, and I found probably the best candidate for this video. There was a game released back in 2018 called Shadow Treachery Cannot Be Tolerated, and this game also caused a storm when it released, because when you bought the game when it first released, all you got was an empty folder with no game inside. Of course, people complained to Valve, and the creator eventually had to fix this. But I think that was the original plan, to scam people out of their money with no game inside. Because the game that people got after he updated it was you in a gunfight with 6 guys on a street. You shoot all of them, get a cutscene, and then the game starts moving. Yeah, that's it.
I wonder how much you have to pay to get stuff like that on Steam. I know there's like a fee you have to pay before you can actually post your game to the store. Ah, damn.
The creator was clearly not trying here in the slightest. But believe it or not, there is actually DLC for this game. Yeah, there's DLC. And it's not much better. It's just one room where you can walk around and shoot 6 more guys, you get another cutscene, and then it's over. Maybe an extra 2 minutes of gameplay on top of the 30 seconds you got in the main game. So basically, this game has 2 minutes and 30 seconds of content and 2 cutscenes that are complete.
I was looking at chat.
This game launched at $2. Even for that cheap, I'd still say
I really should be shooting the flowers.
but because there's nothing here. There's nothing here. If you really want to count this game as the shortest game ever made, sure, go ahead. But I'm not. Anyone can release their game on Steam, and if anyone can do that, then anyone can be the winner. And no, I'm not just singling out.
It's always the last one.
There are multiple websites
I know I can parry it. I know I can. Huh?
to it, though anyone really vouching it. GameJoel, itch.io.
Why shoot the flowers? Because if you don't, the boss will create shields out of the energy they create. I'm also pretty sure it maybe makes his attack stronger, but don't quote me on that. Oh, okay, yeah.
Just look at the eShop and PSN store.
Yeah, there's plenty of shovelware on consoles.
The reason why, because, shut up! So anyway, I've established that rule. Let's talk about the next one.
I don't know, I feel like there's more shovelware on the internet because I think it's maybe easier to just post whatever game you create on the internet than on consoles.
Basically me building off of the speedrunner stuff I mentioned earlier.
Ah, fuck.
Speedrunners have been able to glitch the games they played to beat it faster, and some of these people have been able to beat games like Mario World in under a minute with these kind of glitches. Yeah, I don't think
Shoot
I need
the flowers.
an explanation on why I'm not counting stuff like this. You were never meant to play these games like this. Glitches are inherently flaws in the game that were overlooked by the developers that
Yeah, there we go.
gamers alike,
Yeah.
used to beat the games as fast as possible. Manipulating the game's code to make Mario World to the end screen show up in the first level just isn't fair to count as the shortest game ever when you ignore like the game's 73 levels. Pretty obvious why I'm not including stuff like this.
Yo! Yes! Oh my god!
I wish I could speedrun a game.
Yes!
Rule number 3. The game has to be able to end. Yeah, another self-explanatory one.
Yeah, you see how he absorbed the flower's power and, ow. And then he created the shield. That's why you have to shoot at the flowers. Well, Miles dead.
Kept playing on and on. I mean, in Animal Crossing's case, I guess you could call paying off your debt as the ending, but the game's still going and still has tons of content to explore after that. So yeah, this one's also pretty obvious. And finally, the 4th and last rule. You have to experience almost all the game's worthwhile content in the time you play it. Now, I made this one mainly because there are a bunch of games out there where the main story is short, but it is
great.
the scene for the side content. The number one example I can think of is Majora's Mask. If you just play the game's main story and nothing else, it's really short. It still passes the hour mark, but it's still the shortest mainline Zelda in the series. Only 4 dungeons. However, the game is absolutely drowning in side quests. That's most of the game. And some of the side quests
Drowning, is that a pun?
where you get to bond with all these interesting characters.
Everybody remember Ben Drowned? I do. I think that was the first creepypastas I've ever witnessed. I don't know if I've watched the original videos, but I do remember reading about them. Oh fuck, I missed. I missed twice. Amazing. Huh?
What is the answer? What is the shortest game ever made? And so, I found it. I found the answer. I found a game that met all my criteria, met all my rules. It is only on consoles. I beat it legitimately. You can beat the game, and you experience everything the game has to offer in the shortest time possible. And I found it.
Fuck.
However, I don't think anyone is going to be expecting the answer I found.
Incoming ear rape, so you might have to lower the volume.
After looking through enough games, I've determined that the most random
Hope I didn't blow up anybody's mics.
is the answer to the question. The shortest game ever made is a 2010 video game adaptation of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, made for the Nintendo Wii. Yeah, you didn't know this was a Christmas video in June, did you? Merry Christmas, everyone! Have fun in that fucking scorching heat. Yeah, the most random.
Well, it's
game
April. Well, no, it's May, but you know,
a video game adaptation
at the time of the video.
60s Christmas classic, made like 50 years later, is the shortest game ever made. At least from what I found. Go figure. This game.
This attack I can consistently parry.
A genre that was extremely prevalent on the Wii. There were minigame compilations up the wazoo, but those games
Fuck.
because they're party games. They're made to be played over and over again with friends. But actually, I can count Rudolph here because it has a story.
Never gonna lie, never heard of creepypasta until either a girl I knew showed me or saw a heathen AMV for all the creepypasta characters.
Minigame where you decorate the tree, then you go
I'm
the
trying to
other
think of the first time I ever heard of creepypastas.
deliver the presents, and then-
I'm not sure, honestly.
Oh, that's it? That's the game?
The earliest creepypastas I remember is Jeff the Killer, Ben Drowned, and I think Sonic.exe.
4 short little minigames that aren't even all that good to begin with. The painting minigame legit only has you shaking the Wii remote to paint a toy whenever it starts to glow. You don't even need to aim it. You just need to shake the Wii remote and it automatically paints it for you. In the present delivery minigame, you could just...
If I recall correctly, I don't even think I even read any real creepypastas. I think I just watched videos about them.
My God, what's the point? Well, I don't have a capture card for my Wii for the time being. I did play this game to see if it really was that short.
My niece is here again. She was messing around with my
So,
she was like tapping on my computer.
taking your footage for the god awful Rudolph game, but I don't feel anyone watching this is missing my...
As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a painter's creation.
Putain means fuck or whore in French, by the way.
Damn, Maya, what was that?
I guess it's like puto and it's from Spanish. It means the same thing, basically.
Won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The Gestural village must be here.
How is an environment like this even possible?
What Nevrons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
You see what I mean once the cutscene ends, but like, I love this environment. I wish something like this can exist in real life. Okay, so we're still above water, but like, look at this. It looks like we're underwater. Like there's fish flying around, there's these bubbles. I guess the clouds give off the illusion of you're underwater and there's that giant whale there. Like, why can't something like this really exist in real life, honestly? Alright, let me play the video again.
My awesome gaming skills at this god-awful Rudolph game no one
Wait.
ever played. And
Oh,
I know what you're asking.
okay.
Did I actually spend money to play this game that's shorter than the average toilet break? Maybe. While I was playing,
Okay.
I started a time
Because you can
from the
spacebar it, but
time
yeah.
to the end. After it was all said and done with, my final time was 10 minutes and 40 seconds long. Wow. A game that's only 10 minutes long? That's
Game logic, I guess, but this world in real life be fun and nice. It would
That's not
be.
even true, because that's me being generous. I also included
Achievement, flying waters, find your way through flying waters. Yep.
I played through it again, and this time I skipped the cutscenes, and my final time after that was 8 minutes.
Miles' nightmare. Oh boy.
Basically 9 minutes.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've had a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not. And now we finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gomage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but the Gomage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him, you run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right. There was a time when 30 was young, you know.
Sure. Surprised to find you here.
I hope we can trust him.
Well, at least we can upgrade our Pictos.
Okay. Can talk again. Cut screen is over. Cut scene is over. I'm eating a donut and my niece wants some. Curse screen. Yeah. I was watching this I was watching Spook and Jukes' debate with this guy that I'm not gonna name out of respect for Spooks' desire to keep people mostly anonymous. Oh, what kind of donut? Uh, it's just it's one of those it's just a chocolate ice. It's just a regular chocolate icing donut. Like it's like a regular it's like the regular actual donut part plus the icing on top. Personally, I prefer like the double chocolate like ones, like the chocolate donut with the chocolate icing, or the chocolate glaze chocolate donut with the glaze on it. But I just decided to get this kind of donut. As I was saying before with the spook on ice, yeah. Like near the end of the debate, this guy tried to say his opponent Spooks' opponent tried to say toxic streamer, and he ended up saying toxic creamer. And then somebody in Spooks, I think Spooks' chat said toxic creamer ruined by coffee. Oh boy, it's funny how they both had a laugh at that. The curator offers his services. No, I don't normally upgrade my weapons in this game. Personally, I just don't see a point to it, because you're gonna get stronger weapons later. I mean, that's how I feel. Maybe I'm completely misinformed. Lumina, consume a Lumina point. All right. Okay, that seems to be it. Give me a second, I'm chewing.
How did the Jestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them. Jestrels?
Told you Jestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought it.
Curious witness an optional scene at camp.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
My niece is speaking into the mic.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? If she does what she does, who is she? 70 years and we still barely know anything.
Yeah. Too many unknowns. But take down the paintress. At least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
Let me just mute.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now. The mission hasn't changed.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
My niece is still talking, and I need her away from the laptop before she presses the power button. Writing the journal, Gustav's apprentices. He spent some time writing in his journal. He writes about how the arm they created for him was incredibly useful against water-type He writes about how the arm they created for him was incredibly useful against water-type neurons. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
Gustav heads back. Go to sleep? I can't hear the game audio, but hello. Robot arm? Yeah, Gustav has a robot arm. I'll see if I can show it later. That's my niece again. Let me just raise the game audio. Let me mute. Yeah, this game was apparently inspired by Persona, at least with the as far as the gameplay and the UI is concerned.
Now, a game that's only 9 minutes long, that is absurd. But guess what? I'm still being generous. That is also including the loading times, the character selection, and the tutorials before each minigame that you can't skip. I decided to play through the story one last time and only start the timer the second the minigame started. The first minigame, the Christmas tree one, took 2 minutes to beat. The second one, the painting toys minigame, took 1 minute and 45 seconds to beat. The third one, the one where you bake cookies, took 1 minute and 32 seconds. And the last one...
Give me a second. There's a lot of chaos going on here. My niece is here. The chat is talking. The music is... the game is loud. Okay. So this is the Persona battle system. Yep. Absolutely same as ever. Oh, it is. Does it have press turn or one more? What? I don't know what that means. Does it have press turn or one more? I have no clue. Do you have a choice of raising one stat point at level up? You do, yeah. I'll show you later. It's called Lumina. And yo, Magic Mush. Yeah, I'm watching Magic Mush. After this, I'm probably gonna watch a video about Flash games since that's what we were talking about earlier. My niece won't leave me alone. No, you can't climb up here. I'm kind of busy here. No being, I guess so. Were you able to hear the game at least? Huh?
Minute and 30 seconds. When you add it all up, the total play time of all these minigames comes up to 6 minutes and 7 seconds. So, that is it. 6 minutes of actual gameplay. Holy shit. That is unbelievable. That is unheard of. And if you're wondering, no, there is nothing else.
Your Magic Mush, yeah, same with the game audio. This is fine. Okay. That's good to hear.
Challenges, no nothing. Once those 6 minutes of gameplay are up,
ah, fuck, I didn't charge it. That's fine, at least it's broken.
Has to offer. The only replayability this game has to offer is a 2-player mode where you could play the same 4 minigames with someone else. And good luck getting someone to play this shit with you. The only thing left in this game is maybe the credits, but they don't even play after you beat the story mode. You have to actively watch them.
There we go. Yeah.
The amount of people who developed, play tested, and produced a game that is only 6 minutes long is absurd.
I had to lower the audio because if I don't, This game is, well, a lot of the things on my screen right now are loud. I don't want to blow out anyone else's eardrum, so I had to lower all of them. Like the Magic Mush video right now, it's on the lowest possible setting without being completely mute. Well, the second lowest possible setting, but still. And then this game, I put the master volume, well, everything except the master volume at 5%, which is the lowest you can get it. And then right now I have the master volume set to 30 with everything else set to 5%.
Three times and a half during that duration. In the time it takes to watch the full Lord of the Rings trilogy, you can beat this game 110 times. And let me just remind you a little fact. This wasn't a little small title you could download for $2 off your phone. This wasn't a game given up for free or put in cereal boxes. This was a physically released game, approved by Nintendo and rated by the ESRB. This was printed.
Give me a
on disc,
second.
put in a box. You could go in a store and buy this.
Press turn is a SMT thing where you extra turn by dealing weakness damage and shift into next ally. One more is a persona thing where you repeat your turn until something else. I think there's a Lumina like that called... No, it's not Second Chance. It's, Theater. Yeah, there's a Lumina called Cheater who you can apply to all the characters where, they'll each have 2 turns. I think that's the closest thing this game has. And I guess there's also a few weapons with traits that allow you to get another turn under certain conditions. But I don't think there's anything like that, but besides those, I don't think there's anything like that in this game. Okay,
has more content than the Wii version does. How does that happen? How does the DS version of a console game have more game to play than the console version? This one is also a minigame compilation, but it's more so...
Ayo, SMT like combat? Man, I never played SMT, so I couldn't tell you. Lorenzo here is the SMT nut. Give me a second, I gotta put some... Maybe I can put something on to, distract my niece.
There is at least 2 hours of content here, and while that's still short, it's not 6 minutes long, I can tell you that. God, this is just fascinating to me. Out of every game I've ever seen, out of every game I've ever played, never in my life did I think I'd find a game that you can experience everything it has to offer in less than 10 minutes. I'd ask where the speedrunning community for this is, but then I realized it's a minigame compilation where they all have...
Man, gotta get back at SMT or at least Soul Hackers 2 again. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I am completely disconnected from SMT. My recommendation to use Sugar is SMT 5. I'm not interested in playing SMT at all, honestly. Let's see. I can't tell you why. It's just that I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be my type of game.
So, the next time someone asks what is the shortest game ever made or what game has the least amount of content, tell them Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. If you know of a shorter game, please let me know in the comments.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really
I love pairing this one.
Anyway, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and God bless. Next to no info about what's
Okay, let me I can't pause during the enemy's turn, so I gotta wait until my turn, then I can switch up the video. Ah, fuck. Ow.
Still doesn't tell you where he was born, though. Even this one article I found said Phil's childhood home is a mystery. Because I can find so little info about
Let's try SpongeBob Flash games. Why not?
evidence he or his parents messed with any eldritch gods or witches that caused this curse to manifest. As far as I know, this man just popped.
Yeah, there he is.
As an omen of death. Hell, I can barely find any info about his age.
There have been many SpongeBob games over the years, and they've come in many different forms. Sometimes they're online, sometimes they're for a console, and sometimes they get really unique with them. But I'd like to take a trip back to 1999.
This guy's a lot quieter than Mush.
Up on Nickelodeon's website. Long before we had this. So let's check some of them out. This first one is called SpongeBob's Jellyfishing Game, without the G. You're met with music from the show and some pretty simple instructions. All of these older games
Fuck.
have a much darker feel
Forgot to
them
put
than
it-
the
pop
more
out the
vibrant
image.
feel the show is known for nowadays. It captures the energy of the first several episodes. Season 1 was drawn by hand, giving it a different look than the later seasons that were made using a computer. Those animation cells can fetch quite the price, but the game itself has a basic premise. You move SpongeBob across the screen to catch jellyfish, trying to catch a blue one to move to the next level. You can jump to catch ones that fly higher, but you can actually just stay at the bottom of the screen and catch whatever flies your way.
I see, it's just Pokemon, but you fight alongside your allies, and it was before Pokemon 2.
It's the jellyfish. Aha! It's the jellyfish.
Gotta love those raspy voice lines that remind us we're playing a really old game. And look at how SpongeBob moves. This is how I approach people in public. There are 3 stages, and it gets harder to avoid the jellyfish as you go. You lose health if you get stung, and when it's fully
Okay, it
drained,
said
it's
red
game
trees
over.
everywhere.
You can go for a high score in the meantime.
The video may be a
Yeah,
little
it's
too
not the most
loud.
detailed thing in existence. Still, it gave some of the early fans of SpongeBob something to do while waiting for the 90s to end. I mean, everyone thought computers were gonna go haywire in the 2000s, so might as well make the most of them. You could also get a screensaver for winning it. That's even how the site used to advertise it. Now here's Slider. Wait, didn't we review this already? No, it's not actually the Wild Tangent Slider. I can't think about that for too long. I just might pass out from the sheer amount of nostalgia. But this is just a slide puzzle where you move pieces into place to create an image. And check out this ancient logo. The game keeps
Ever
track
played a
of
first-person dungeon crawler? I have. I've played Unchained Blades, and that's the only one I remember by name. There was another one, but I think I can't even think of the name. I want to say Disco Elysium, but that sounds wrong.
Oh wow, I did it. I solved it. Now here's
Wimp, I can probably solve that legitimately.
Based on the very first episode, Help Wanted. Could this be the first SpongeBob game to ever feature a cutscene? Like in the episode, the anchovies show up in buses and invade the Krusty Krab. Now you have to throw Krabby Patties at them. With every 10 anchovies you feed, you move to the next stage. Squidward and Mr. Krabs are gradually sinking in the crow's nest, so you have to be quick. Also, Patrick can appear among the anchovies and give you bonus points if you hit him. Careful, Patrick. We learned in the episode Spongechovy that it's very dangerous to hang out with the anchovies. Honestly, the biggest issue with this game is that it feels kinda dead for how intense of a scene this should be. Check it out.
I keep forgetting that the flying enemies you have to shoot normally, otherwise they're gonna dodge it most of the time. Not all the time, just mostly.
I think it really could have used some background music.
Sad to hear the subgenre of JRPG being an endangered species. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, I haven't really seen any. I haven't seen any of those lately.
Maybe a little too simple. You control SpongeBob and bounce a bubble between you and Patrick. What's up with his eyes? You have to score 3 points to win a round. However, only your score resets when a new round begins. Patrick gets to keep all his points. How's that fair? Also, it's a little too
Ow.
easy for something like this to happen.
Hate this attack. Oh, there we go. I was about to say I always miss it, but
Any day now.
I guess now. I guess I got it now. Disco Elysium. I remember getting into an argument with my reflection in that game and losing. 10 out of 10. Okay, we got a recent re-release with SMT 20XX, though that's a release of an old folk game from 2004. Now, there is an SMT game I've played on mobile. It was the one where you can, like, point your phone camera to,
Staring at SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Sandy.
you can point your phone on, like your light or something, and then you'll get a demon out of it. But I never really got into that game either.
Strange microphone quality. And you may ask yourself, well, why am I playing this?
Good morning. I got
Ow.
a surprise for you. Thinking straight is what I do.
Now it's time to... I'm ready.
There we go.
I'm ready. Wanna blow some...
DX2? Okay.
Can we lower the volume, please?
This game is so intense you might end up burning down the house. But here's the most detailed one so far. This is Mrs. Puff's boating school. The first
DXT also has a first-person dungeon crawler mode.
Episode boating school. You can tell because he's wearing the hat that may or may not have an antenna underneath it. Who just might be cheating. You use use the mouse to collect food and avoid obstacles. If you collect 5 pieces of underwear, you can use a turbo boost. But if you try to use the turbo without having sufficient underwear...
There we go.
Whoa, Squidward, chill out. Not during my driver's test. You hear Squidward moan like that every time you try to use the turbo. I think I figured out the twist. In this, unlike in the episode, Squidward is the one helping SpongeBob pass his test. Things are going pretty well, nothing out of the ordinary. Then all of a sudden, Mrs. Puff realizes her student is cheating.
Turn-based RPGs aren't dying, they just take forever for AAA studios to make them.
Power-ups
Yeah.
and obstacles come with every stage. You can go up ramps, collect gas to regain lost health, and try
Although
to
I'm
avoid the
isn't Lorenzo just talking about like first-person dungeon crawlers and not turn-based RPGs?
But for a fun little detail, Mrs. Puff gets bigger with every obstacle you hit. Then when you lose, you send her to the hospital. I love how the last stage simply says last as long as you can. They basically said, no, you won't be winning this, just try your best. But even with all the silly aspects, this is a pretty alright game. It isn't too hard, but not too easy either. This might be the best SpongeBob game of '99. But strangely enough, some sources say this came out in 1999, while others say it came out in 2000. So I don't know who...
No, I'm talking about first-person dungeon crawlers. Yeah, that's what I said. There are more rare than usual Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy X. That's fair. There's also a recent Persona like called Akai Mito and Toho Artificial Dream in Arcadia. Glad to see the indie scene keeping the subgenre alive. Ah.
Crab and run for the... Just look at how big the instruction sheet is. Seeing this, you might assume this is a pretty complicated game, right? Well, let's check it out. Oh god, it's a Metroid. Okay, maybe not, but why are you being attacked by realistic jellyfish? Look at the way SpongeBob moves. Why is his face way too small for his body? Basically, you have to reach the Krusty Krab by jumping over obstacles and avoiding enemies. And when you duck... Some of the obstacles are really hard to jump over, and when you die...
I don't know where to go. I'm lost again.
I don't know why, but I find this game over absolutely hilarious. You just kind of float away. The cutscene when you win is almost just as good. To be honest though, the game is worth playing purely because of how silly it is. It adds a whole layer of enjoyment. But let's move on to 2000. We can play with this coloring book. Yippee! But the other highlight of this year was...
I remember digital coloring books. They still exist, but I mean like on websites. I don't know where to go. I'm lost again. Average first-person dungeon crawler experience playing on a map. Yeah, this game doesn't have a mini map. That's the one of the criticisms that I have about Obscur, Clair Obscur, is that there's no mini map in this game. It's not behind the video either. I can move the video right now. This game just doesn't have a mini map. I can't move it because the game is in the way. Whatever.
Then when Patrick finally comes out, you have to move your bubble into his jellyfish net, which is easier said than done. Shouldn't he get the message as long as it pops next to him? That's how it worked in the episode. All things considered, this is a pretty difficult game to get the hang of. Once you do though, it isn't too bad. But if you're looking for a SpongeBob game in 2000, I hear he just appeared in Nicktoons Racing.
Now I definitely have to, like... Yeah, there we go.
Track or trail leading to the village.
Wait, I hear something. It might be Nevrons. Be careful, okay?
Never be as big as Rugrats. So let's move on to 2001. We'd better hurry up and get through.
Alright.
Because this cool new franchise called Bionicle just came out. We need to buy some figures before we go see Shrek later. But this year introduced a very important company to the SpongeBob scene.
I got into Bionicle either.
Went by the name iTunes.
I've heard of it, but I saw some kids talk about it, but I never got into it myself.
Flash games. But actually, for most of their releases, they went by a completely different name. That name was Snap2Play, who you might recognize as the devs behind...
Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier with you can increasing your stats using points.
But these two games they made in 2001 were...
Okay, I also promised somebody I'd get a closer look at the robot arm I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you can, let me check the wardrobe. Okay, so, it's hard to see here because I can't seem to turn, but, Gustav does have a robot arm. It's his left arm here, which would be your right.
You never know when a bubble is is actually going to appear. You have a limited amount of lives, so you can't mess around too much.
Okay, you see that orb thing there? That's basically the metal slimes of this game. Oh, hell yeah, I like when a game does this. I don't know what it's... Oh, you're talking about the point thing, yeah. Yeah, also this round thing here is basically this game's version of metal slimes, but let me heal first.
A little less dependent on chance. The other iTunes game is Flip or Flop, which is a Krabby Patty cooking simulator. Squidward gives you an...
Oh, I remember this Flash game. That's a Flash game I definitely played.
It even has a tutorial. Haha, my cursor is bigger than yours. You cover different shifts throughout the day and try to make the patties right. The game isn't super forgiving if you mess up. You also have to watch out for Patrick, who just comes in without warning and eats your sandwich. I've really hated the C-Star more than I have while playing this game. I also found the controls really stiff in this. Sometimes it doesn't fully register when I...
Fat guys get hungry, right?
Honestly, SpongeBob's Big Adventures had a better version of this concept. It was basically an improved version of the same thing. But let's conclude this trip to the past with a game from 2002, Bikini Bottom or Bust, developed by Jet City Studios. They're mostly known for making an abundance of Hey Arnold games. This seems to be based on the episode
Remove transfer. Let's do Rock Slide.
Bikini Bottom on his Glove World balloon. You only have 3 spares, so make sure they don't burst. But you do have to burst bubbles as you go up for bonus points. You also have to avoid nets or cut through them, as well as the walls that are super sharp. Such an inconvenient chasm to fly through. It also keeps telling you that you're almost to the top when you aren't. How could it lie to you like that? But what's really interesting is when your final balloon bursts, you get to see yourself fall and lose all your points as you hit every obstacle.
Up. Boing, boing, boing. I don't know why, but this is reminding me of Getting Over It.
Well, he's dead. The game is okay. Nothing.
He seems happy about it, though.
So that about does it for the games I wanted to cover here. Another one released this year was SpongeBob Saves the Krusty Krab, which we covered in an older video. But I hope you enjoyed this little trip to the past. While we do have many SpongeBob games to choose from nowadays, it never hurts to go back and see where we started from.
Okay, let's get this thing that I forgot the name of. Huh?
Hi there. I'll have the video ready in just a second. Just hold on a moment here. Now if I just... and then there's... Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Oops. 98. A group of game creators would come together and
Here we go.
Groove Alliance. They would then
Ain't got no time for intros.
which would run all sorts of games, both original and for the sake of marketing.
Let's see if I can beat this thing.
In the early 2000s, they would team up with the TV channel Nickelodeon by making games as part of the Nick Arcade series on the website nick.com. These Nick Arcade games were downloadable and often took place in the different Nickelodeon shows. Their advertisements would feature someone getting up to some wacky antics before saying nick.com. The other person in the room would then...
Oh, I remember that commercial.
Oh. Yeah, it made no sense whatsoever, but it made an impression.
I thought it makes sense to me. Like, oh, why do I look like this? Because of Net.com.
Full attention from the 3D Groove engine. The developers were able to use music and voice clips from the show, so these games were a pretty big deal. In our last video, we took a look at their adaptation of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Unique as it was, the currency balance wasn't great, and the game became extremely repetitive very quickly. Goofy Goobers didn't even have fried ice cream, but at the end of the day, it
Way
was
too late on the parry.
game and wasn't trying to be much more than what it was. So now let's take a look at another 3D Groove SpongeBob game, and this one has a little story behind it. SpongeBob
Alright.
Saves the Krusty Krab was released in 2002, making it the first 3D Groove SpongeBob game. You could play a limited free trial of it on nick.com.
There we go.
Buy the whole thing. That is, until 2009, when 3D Groove's website went down and took most of its games with it. Nick Arcade also faded away over time, so this game actually wound up becoming lost media. Over the years, people were able to salvage the free
There we go.
trial, but the full game remained lost. Eventually, the full game, along with many other 3D Groove games, were recovered thanks to the work of many different users. Simon Edis of the eZone website, which created several 3D Groove games, even gave some of them out on his own accord. So did this game really deserve to be lost to the passage of time? Let's give it a go and see for ourselves.
Yeah, there we go.
You're met with the instrumental version of the FUN song from the show. This goes on for essentially the whole game, so you better enjoy it. Like I mentioned last time, it's astounding how such a small
Stupid
game like
shields.
this were able to secure the rights to use actual music from the show. Times sure were different back then. If we look at the instructions, we get the backstory that will never be shown in any capacity throughout the game. Plankton stole the Krabby Patties and littered them all throughout the ocean floor, so you have to find them all. As you can see, Mr. Krabs is terrifying. You can't have that. This would later be the exact same premise for another SpongeBob game called Krabby Quest. Now this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Isn't it Plankton's goal to steal the Krabby Patties?
This trope of enemies that give you swarms of XP all came from Ultima 3's Murphy's Ghost? Interesting. Be fun if some lost media came back. Yeah. Preservation and all that crap. Yeah, that would be good. And this is something I've noticed. Like when people talk about internet safety, they say, "Oh, once you post it on the internet, it's there forever." That's not true. If that were true, why is lost media a thing? At least you can argue that lost media before the internet, before it can be posted. Sure, that makes sense, but I don't know. I've seen plenty of stuff posted to the internet that is deleted and nobody has any backups of it anywhere.
There are also power-ups, but we'll take a look at those when we get to them. As with many other Nick Arcade games, the character...
Wait, isn't there like a collectible here somewhere? Let me get down.
At least the viewpoint is entirely behind the character in this one, so it isn't as apparent this time around.
Gmode recently brought back SMT 2010, later Tokyo Requiem. Wait, they have Lorenzo. They have Lorenzo? Nice. Their goal is to archive K-type phone games by porting them to Switch and Steam. Oh, that's cool. Huh?
This is because the arrow keys move you in a locked direction and you can't smoothly transition from going one way to another. One cool aspect about this game is that you can actually change camera angles. You can play from afar, close up, or in first person. Fun as it sounds,
Another expedition. 33. Who are you? Me? A dream, an illusion. I don't really remember what I did all of this for. I miss laughing with everyone. Who are you talking about? What were their names? Why do I forget? Everything is washed away. The boy's gone silent.
A lot of variation in the 10 levels this game has to offer. This game is also very score-focused, which I guess mattered more back when the Nick Arcade was active and high scores might have actually meant something. Since there isn't any regulation nowadays, it's just a self-imposed challenge to get a high score. Also, I should mention that finding the Krabby Patties just isn't enough.
Bevron alert.
I think they mean us.
They must be Jestrels. They're cute, but they're idiots.
No, cute idiots. Ah! Completely messed that up.
You also have to get back to the Krusty Krab once you find them. You can accomplish this very challenging goal, but still lose because you run out of time before you reach the restaurant. That always feels great. Now here come the jellyfish.
Oh, come on!
These things are so persistent, it's actually baffling. Once they see you, they will not stop.
Oh, come on!
sting you multiple times. You can run away, and if you gain enough space from them, they'll give up. But
No, I was wrong. Murphy's Ghost is from Wizardry. Oh, okay.
not stop until they fully drain your health bar. Now the power-ups will be your best friends in this. The clock adds more time for completion. The lightning bolt makes you fast, and you can easily jump to higher platforms without having to climb. The health restores your health, and the shield guards you from the jellyfish. Useful as these are, you often wind up using them on accident when you're trying to save them for later.
First loss of the stream.
Are set up on spaces
You know, I've seen people say that this game was also inspired by Souls-likes. I don't know how true that is, because I don't think the game is all that hard.
I should also mention
I'm not saying it's easy, but I don't know. I don't think it's so hard to the point of being comparable to a Souls-like.
Watch out for the stingers. Ah, there's one now.
Now, if you want to collect the burgers while also having time to explore, you better play on easy mode. The other modes only give you just enough
Wait, I see something over there.
to go everywhere you need to go in the stage. Let's also give Patrick a go, since we have these characters to choose. What's his deal? It's like they're competing with Obstacle Odyssey to see who can have Patrick make the weirder face. Also, the way he runs is nothing short of hilarious. Look at him go. So my biggest issue with the game might have to be how unfinished it looks. I don't know what the budget was or how long 3D Groove had to work on this, but it just looks incomplete. The scenery is lacking and the graphics just aren't great in general. One thing that bugs me is how you have to awkwardly jump onto the coral to reach a lot of the burgers. It's like you're mountain climbing in Skyrim. I feel like I'm breaking the game whenever I do this, but it's what they want you to do. It's so weird. Also, whenever you try to jump in this,
Did I get sent back to the very beginning of the level? Oh boy.
maneuver that gives you a rather unpleasant view of Patrick.
Honestly, since this is a turn-based RPG, it should be more comparable to Wizardry than Soulsborne's, mainly because Wizardry is harder than Soulsborne's. I never played Wizardry, so...
I'm sure it was from the show, but in this context, it's a very unusual choice of Scream for him. As can be expected, the later stages get much harder as the space outside the Krusty Krab becomes littered with coral. You have to wonder if it's even worth serving the Krabby Patties to the customers after they've been out in the dirt like this. And you wonder why Mr. Krabs is so afraid of the health inspector. As the platforms increase, you have to do a lot more...
Remember one episode where where SpongeBob shows him the pretty patties and he's like, "Great Barrier Reef, that patty's spoiled," and he burns it.
You have to be really patient with them, which is hard when you're being...
And then in a later episode, he's like, he's fine with giving us rotten Krabby Patties to customers just because they look like SpongeBob.
It can get draining to do mostly the exact same thing for...
It's okay, nobody has because it was so old. It did get a remake though, recent one too. Ah, okay.
It's always that last Krabby Patty you can never find. You always wind up running around in terror when you need only one more to win. A strategy I adopted for the last two stages was to go around the edges of the map, collecting all the patties from around there. Then
Okay, I went through here. I thought there was a flag around here. Did I not rest at it? Okay, there is a flag here. I just can't reach it yet. The very first Wizardry is on an Apple II computer from 1981. Ah. Already watched this. Let's skip it.
Levels anymore. Now let's take a look at Squidward. I'll actually give the developers this. He's a little crispy when he moves, but he's
alright.
He's also supposed to be the fastest character, which makes sense since he has 8 legs. Now before we close this off, let's take a look at what this so-called jellyfish fever looks like.
There we go.
Times, it says you've been zapped and it's game over. I guess it's better than you were snowballed. So that's about it for this
You
game.
were snowballed.
It's an interesting game. It's just an ordinary game you could play online. It's not too bad, but I don't see this as a game worth...
I would recommend the Wizardry documentary. It shows how much influence Wizardry has on JRPGs. It was originally an American RPG. Ah, interesting.
But it lacks refinement. The levels are all the same, the space is uninteresting to look at, the graphics aren't exactly spectacular, and the controls are stiff and don't really bode well with what the game wants you to do. A little more time and love would have likely fixed most, if not all, of my issues with the game. Still, it's definitely not the worst game I've covered on this channel. I'd take this over Jumpstart 6th Grade any day. I also feel that...
Oh, I remember Jumpstart.
would be a little harsh. It's just a game that needed a little more effort.
I never played 6th grade though. I played 3rd grade, the one, Mystery Mountain. I never played the fourth game, although I was interested in finding it. The one for 4th grade.
This one was called SpongeBob
Ow!
Pinball Panic. Check it out.
I said that both because in the game and because my thumb has a ripped out nail.
I'm panicking. Seriously, this game is off the rails. I've never felt more overwhelmed by a Nickelodeon game
There we go.
as long as I've lived. Let's
Jumpstart, another SpongeBob game?
SpongeBob and his friends were
No, Jumpstart was a series of edutainment games. Like Jumpstart 1st grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade. Maybe I can watch this guy's video on those games next.
sequence and the infamous Krabby the Clown
Ah.
on a bunch of tiles. Or was it Cheapy the Cheapskate? Just as a side note, if he had gone into his office before putting on his disguise, the kids might have believed him more, but that's completely unrelated. Before you begin,
Yeah, why did he just change his face right there?
then you can choose a board. You only have the Krabby Land board to start out with, so that's
Interesting fact for Dungeon Meshi fans, it's heavily influenced by Wizardry.
So let's start with the keyboard. Your goal is to turn all the purple lights on the board green so a giant clam will open its mouth.
Ah.
You have to hit obstacles hard enough to turn them green, but try not to fall over the side or through the hole in the center. Don't miss the platform. You can't tell me what to do. There's also this gel.
Don't worry. We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
Capatate. Oh, no kote ke pate. Oh, hati no kote ke para ke debe sa capatate.
If you guide us to your village,
Lero maricor. Okay, din. Pero que de mi bosa capatat. Ni sugama bi de dirajeo.
Guide us to your village, and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you?
Keri saka kipo?
Trust me, I hate liars.
Okay, din. Kama vive, leko gami sa capatat. Y gomi aro putu.
You're better with gestural than humans.
They're less complicated.
I'll just send this video in your Discord server. All right. I like the Gestrals language. It's a completely made up language, but it sounds so real. It kind of sounds like a variation of Italian. Oh, nice. Started collecting the Dungeon Meshi books. That is Delicious in Dungeons. Oh yeah. I think I completely did not realize that Dungeon Meshi is Delicious in Dungeon.
Jellyfish that launches you whenever you hit it. Right away, I think this game would have benefited from a scorekeeper of some kind. At first, I couldn't tell if the map was just never-ending because I couldn't tell how many lights I had left to hit, but I couldn't find any that I had missed. The game might be fun at first, but it quickly becomes a game of walking against a very unpleasant current because you end up just trying to hit the lights you missed.
It would be strange if Dungeon Meshi wasn't a wizardry clone.
Activity. Then it just becomes aggravating when everything starts throwing you all over the place. Also, to give a bit of advice, do not use the mouse. It's even harder to control and you have way much less freedom with your movement. Oh, that's great, love that. Now here's where the real frustration comes in. When you hit all the lights, it just isn't enough. The clam opens its mouth and you have to climb a slide to roll into it so you can beat the stage and unlock the next board. You think your troubles have ended, but now the real challenge is reaching the clam without dying beforehand. Seriously, this gets ridiculous. It's hard enough to gain momentum.
A Dungeon Meshi game. Okay.
The board is throwing you all over the place when you're just trying
I mean, it could be a mystery dungeon game.
Did I mention both this game and SpongeBob Saves the Krusty Krab are up to 4 players? It really doesn't make a difference, the game just assumes you handed the computer off to someone else. It's nice that they thought to include the feature, but it isn't really necessary. The next board is the Flying Dutchman's ship, which I really like as a setting. There's also a big hole in the center you can fall into, and it actually...
Video sent, maybe check it out to see how epic it was, though I forgot if the piece is only on the thumbnail and on the video itself. Oh boy.
Stress enough how infuriating it can be to try and hit the clam at the very end. 3D Groove must have missed the memo that they were creating a SpongeBob game for kids. So are you ready for another bit of disappointment? The game markets itself as having 6 different stages, but all of them are just slightly different variations of Krabby Land in the Flying Dutchman's ship. Yeah, 3D Groove wasn't exactly known for its variety. Wait, what platform?
Time for a die roll.
Never forget those famous last words. Whoa. Whoa, what's happening? What's happening? What? 3D Groove, explain this. I mean, I'm happy I survived the fall, but what? Again, I have to reiterate how frustrating it becomes trying to walk on the board while everything is throwing you in a different direction. In this one instance, I have to reach the platform to hit the last remaining lights, but I just can't get my character to touch it. Look at how ridiculous this is. You don't have enough lives to take risks in this game. It's way too easy to fall over the edge or through the center. This game
Adjusting my microphone here.
to replicate classic pinball rather than giving you a goal to accomplish and boards to unlock. You don't even get an ending for winning. I guess they never got out of that giant pinball machine. This has been a cautionary tale about the dangers of seahorsing around. Now, if you really want to try out a pinball game and have the time of your life, I have the perfect suggestion for you. That's right, you can't beat the classics. 3D Pinball Space Cadet, aka Full Tilt Pinball, will always be the definitive pinball computer game. Now, 3D Groove SpongeBob games
Never heard of
have
Space
their
Cadet.
issues, but along with the other Nick Arcade games, they were a part of many childhoods. Many fondly remember these and would gladly play them again. All in all, that's what matters most. They're relics of the past and welcome additions to the SpongeBob library. A little rough around the edges, but as long as someone enjoys them, that's what's most important. Thank you for joining me. I will see you in the next memory.
Ah!
Welcome aboard. If you're on the submarine, you must be here to join the battle. It's always good to have
Oh,
new
boy.
teammates on the SS Winx Pony.
Oh man, not the Crutchy Crab training video format. Welcome aboard. If you're watching this video, then let me be the first to say congratulations. Okay, okay, what did I say I was gonna watch next? Oh yeah, the Jumpstart videos. Pretty sure this guy made a video on it. Give me a second. I'm just gonna watch the one for 3rd grade since that's the one I'm familiar with. Silly skip videos? No, I need an actual video about the Jumpstart games. Oh, here we go, right at the bottom here.
Good.
Oh, here it is. It's the first video. Let me see if he didn't he make is this it? Okay, apparently it's just 6 videos long. All right then.
Jumpstart, how could you not love it? This little edutainment series holds so much nostalgic value to anyone lucky enough to grow up with it. Back when I was a kid, my grandparents bought me a massive collection of Jumpstart games, but because I was only in 2nd grade at the time, I wasn't allowed to play 3rd grade for another year. I played it anyway, like the little rebel I was, and to this day, I sure am happy I did. Jumpstart 3rd grade, Mr.
Not allowed as in your parents wouldn't let you, or not allowed as in ideally you wouldn't be playing it yet.
For those who don't know, Jumpstart is a massive media franchise mostly known for their educational video games. Back in the mid-90s, every game they put out represented a different school year from kindergarten to 6th grade. Among these, many consider 3rd grade to be one of the best, including myself. Why is this game so amazing and defining of many of our childhoods? Let's dive right into it and find out. The game centers around a robot named Botley who recruits the player for a mission to save the world from a scientist's evil daughter, Polly. Let me tell you, this girl is so evil she makes Angelica from Rugrats look like a saint. Professor Spark is away at an inventors convention and he left his giant laboratory in the mountains in the care of Polly and his many robots. Unfortunately, Polly just failed a major history exam, so she sent most of the robots back in time to make her test answers right. Now, you and Botley must team up to travel back in time to bring the robots back. The game starts with you visiting a school that is simply named 3rd grade. Wonder who they named that after. The resident teacher's pet, Polly Spark, daughter of Professor Spark, just got back from a major test and now the school is empty. What exactly were you doing in there, player? Anyway, as with everything in 3rd grade, things quickly take a turn for the worse. You find a weird device that someone left behind called
Transquizzer.
Everything shakes and a robot comes crashing through the window after being catapulted off a mountain in the distance. His name is Botley and he's your new best friend. Botley is voiced by Jeannie Elias, who also voices Polly and Polly's teacher. Even though he just met you, he trusts you enough to tell you about the robots Polly sent back in time to correct her test answers. The Transquizzer you have is the device you use to answer the questions with some Zoom-level technology. As you're the only living soul in the
Good God, Rugrats antagonist girl, a saint. Yeah, that tells you how bad Polly is, huh?
To be honest, I'm not sure what's so mysterious about the mountain. Did Professor Spark just think it sounded cool? Anyway, throughout the game,
Maybe it's a mystery what's exactly in the mountain.
to taunt the player. You really grow to hate this little brat by the end of the game. When you find out Polly changed the locks to the mountain door, you are greeted with your first puzzle. Remember the color patterns to open the locks and get inside the mountain. Once you open the door, Polly gives you the utility belt that serves as your in-game options menu. It allows you to check your inventory, quit the game, ask for help, change the difficulty, and see how much power the mountain has before you need to recharge the generator. There are also these invention points in the far right corner. Remember those for later. With this belt, you are ready to go inside and fight Polly to the death. Well, not exactly, but God, I wish I could. Now here's where the fun begins.
Same with Angelica in that one
Guess what?
Rugrats
You
game.
find cartridges of test questions and Polly's answers to them. They can be a little silly, but they set you on the course to find the robots programmed to change history. Some of the test answers include Polly saying she's the center of the universe, basketball was invented for snowmen to play indoors, nurses exist to give you ice cream, the first helicopter wasn't invented because someone spilled spaghetti sauce on the blueprints, and the first cereal was made of that stuff. You select a robot to pursue, and begin your adventure to find the time machine in the Great Mystery Mountain. However, Polly's messed around with everything in the mansion like the little devil she is, so you need to channel your inner Albert Einstein to get through this barrage of educational conflict. Depending on the robot you go after, you will have to visit certain rooms to find the clues. They all seem like random items with no significance, but you'll see why they matter later on. The mountain has 3 floors, so let's explore the mini-games in each of them that will either give you clues or raise your number of invention points. Again, remember them. One of the first places you can go is the kitchen, where a robot named Mort is locked inside and can't figure out how to cook. This is especially painful for him because he's so hungry. So, like, do the robots have human brains or something? Anyway, you can only get into the kitchen by solving
Maybe they use biofuel to eat.
They're pretty easy for someone too
That's the logic for Genos in One Punch Man. He can still eat even though he's a cyborg, but anything he eats just gets converted into biofuel.
How much of each ingredient to add to the mix. You must add them quickly though, because they're on a rapidly moving conveyor belt, and oh god, this vicious hungry robot is on the other end. Once Mort is satisfied, he'll either give you a clue or invention points represented by a small coin. Also, fun fact, Mort is actually a very popular character in the Jumpstart community. He was originally planned to be one of the robots sent back in time, but they ended up changing it to make him a task giver instead. We sure are happy they did, because the game just wouldn't be the same without our beloved carnivorous robot beast. Another place you can visit on the first floor is the art gallery, where you meet this old vacuum cleaner lady named Mrs. Beasley, voiced by the famous Patricia Lentz. Here you can be given one of 2 missions. In the first one, Polly sends you on a hunt through the professor's virtual collection to find a famous piece of art. For example, she asks you what US state is famous for its peaches, and the answer is Georgia. Therefore, you find the artwork by Georgia O'Keeffe. It's one of the many clever little charms throughout this game. Once you find the artwork, Polly
Did it go back the way it came?
You to solve a puzzle because that's just how whiny she is. These puzzles are actually really complicated and could prove difficult for a kid. When I was younger, I always hated having to go in the virtual gallery, but as I got older, I grew to appreciate it a lot more. Just like with real classical art. You can also get a clue in the painting gallery. Polly forces you to draw a picture she desires, and you use little pieces of clip art to make her dreams come true. It's actually pretty fun to add completely unnecessary things to the artwork and still watch her approve it. The next place you can go is the music hall, which is locked by an agitated doorkeeper hilariously named Beethoven. He makes you solve a few scrambled words before unlocking the door, and once again, they're pretty easy. Once you're inside, Polly forces you to play a song she wants to hear. You also meet this pretty weird robot named Maestro, which is fine, I guess, and he guides you through each piece of music as you unscramble the notes to create a song. The songs can range from anything as simple as Row, Row, Row Your Boat to Bolero or the old Ludwig van. You get to see Maestro play the songs and give you a bit of trivia about them. Apparently, Pop Goes the Weasel means all my money's gone. I never would have known that without this glorious game.
Yeah, me neither.
I also mention that Maestro, Beethoven, Mort, and nearly all the male characters are voiced by Tony Pope, a staple voice actor for the Jumpstart series. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2004, but his legacy forever lives on. The last place of note is the generator room, which you visit when the mountain's energy is low, indicated by your belt's blinker turning red. Guess you're just using too much energy playing instruments and making artwork. You solve a series of math problems in a quick amount of time to turn the energy back on. These problems get increasingly harder as the game progresses, and you'll get very used to visiting this place at least once for every robot.
I wish I can parry that one.
They don't take too long, so they basically serve as just a quick math lesson. When the first floor is complete, we're ready to slide up the stairs to the second one. This floor is pretty cool, even if it has less places to visit. Shouldn't they keep that frog in a room or something? The first place you can go is the shrinking machine room, where Polly has injected a clue into one of the robot Egbert specimens. Hey, he's a scientist, why isn't he the one working the time machine and saving everyone? Basically, you have a hint, and you must read up on each specimen to find out which one has the clue inside it. Sometimes they're pretty obvious, but just knowing where the clue is isn't enough. You must use the Shrink-O-Matic to shrink Motley down and send him into the specimen. I'm sure he's perfectly okay with being shot into a tarantula's rectum. Once inside the specimen, you get to play a game of Botley Breakout to find the clue hidden in one of these bubble things. Aren't you kind of hurting the specimen by destroying all this stuff inside them? It's pretty challenging and there isn't any educational value to it, but it's still a pretty fun time. The other place you can visit is the Professor's Biosphere, and let me tell you, this has got to be the single most challenging task in the entire game.
There's another showcase of the robot arm we mentioned before.
Mansion, and Polly has hidden a clue in one of the ecosystems. You must learn about geology to find out which environment the clue is hidden in. You take a tiny little probe underground and must navigate through a difficult maze to open airlocks and get outside. You have an energy bar that goes down whenever you crash into anything, which as a kid I did a lot of. In the airlocks, Polly asks you an environment-related question that will help you figure out which ecosystem the clue is in. The problem I always had with this mission is that so many ecosystems are similar, and sometimes the hints aren't specific enough to properly differentiate one from another. Once you figure out if the clue is in the desert, mountains, savanna, rainforest, or ocean, you can fly there and retrieve the clue by nailing a perfect landing. Believe me, it's gotta be perfect. While it is a neat little level, it's definitely one of the most challenging ones, and as a kid I always found it really frustrating. All I want to know is how the professor has 5 whole habitats in his house. Now we're ready to head up to the third and
What's the
final
biosphere?
floor.
It's probably in his
Again, this
backyard or
only has
something.
2 accessible rooms, but it also has this cool little door that we'll get to in a minute. The first place you can visit is the observatory, which has quite a bit to see here. Polly has literally thrown the clue into deep space, and the radio signals that tell you where it is are being sucked into a black hole. Now you have to send a laser-shooting spaceship to shoot the radio signals out of the black hole, while also shooting the asteroids that come near. It's like a strange combination of Tempest and asteroids. Once you have the radio signals, you can then decode them to receive a scrambled hint as to which constellation has the clue. You must unscramble the hint and then find the constellation in question. This is pretty tricky, but once you find the correct one, your little space robot brings you the clue. He sure traveled back from deep space pretty quickly. He must be made with the same material as Mango Plumo's trash can. The other place you can visit on the top floor is the robot maze. To set the scene, Notley introduces it as the most dangerous part of the mountain. Here, a test robot named Buster, according to the manual, is programmed to run a dangerous...
Are we still good on the audio front? Is everything still loud and clear?
You must arrange them in the correct order for the robot to complete the maze and get the clue. It requires some good old-fashioned brain work, even if it doesn't teach any lesson in particular. Lastly, we can address this mysterious door covered by the wings of a stone beetle. Behind this door is the time machine you seek. How do you open the door, you ask? Well, it actually has nothing to do with the 4 clues you found. Yeah, remember those invention points? Well, not only do you need to find the clues, you need to reach a certain number of invention points to unlock the door. You get them after completing tasks, but as the game progresses, you'll need to play more
Still good?
to
All right.
up those numbers. Once you have the correct amount, you'll be able to head inside and decode your clues. However, Polly has reprogrammed the clue decoder to resemble a weird quiz show, so this announcer monitor will ask you a question, and you must determine the correct answer to decode the clue. It's pretty hilarious how cryptic some of these clues can be, and you may be surprised by some of the conclusions. The 4 clues will give you a who, what, when, where, and why, and you can use this information to deduce when in history you will be traveling to. After completing the quiz, Monty Monitor gives you the time key to unlock the time machine. Now you're ready to save some robots. Inside the time machine, you travel to your destination, and you get to see a funny little image of the robot about to change some moment in history. You take the robot out just in time to fix everything, then you travel back to the present and put the robot on the shelf where the professor keeps all the robots. Supposedly, they're going there to sleep. Whenever you save a robot, Polly appears to taunt you and tell you to beat her. Then you go on to beat her once again. Once you complete every robot in the first cartridge, oh look at that, another cartridge. You start on the next cycle of questions, and the cycle continues until all 25 robots are brought back home. While it sounds repetitive, the difficulty changes enough with new things to discover in every minigame to the point where it doesn't feel repetitive at all. Actually, it's fun to continually visit these lovely characters and complete their fun little missions. It's fun to go back and learn about history, too. Did you know Leonardo da Vinci invented the helicopter? Well, before this game, neither did I. Once you bring all 25
I think that game also taught me that little fun fact.
Polly has one last trick up her sleeve. She is going to send Rotley back to the start of the very universe, replacing the Big Bang with him and effectively ending mankind as we know it. Oh, chill out, demon child. You're about to destroy the whole universe over a failed test. But wait, the professor has returned from his convention just in time to scold Polly and give her a much-deserved punishment. Her teacher gives her a new test on Latin? I guess Polly really hates Latin to the point where it's a fitting punishment for trying to destroy the world as we know it. Yeah, it's not the best ending, but it's still satisfying to see Polly get scolded after tormenting you for the whole game. Realistically, she would probably be tried and convicted for a crime of this magnitude. I want to see that ending. And that concludes Jumpstart 3rd Grade. I gotta say, this game is easily one of the best and most memorable edutainment games
I like your characters get bloodier and bloodier with the more health you lose.
The mini games give just the right amount of a challenge while still being educational. The story is entertaining, and there are so many facts you can learn and brag to your friends about. At no point does the entertainment value suffer because of the game's educational nature. It remains a fun little experience from beginning to end. Even after playing through the mini games 25 times, you'll still be wanting to go back and play them some more. Botley was an incredible friend to all of us in our childhoods, and may we never forget this great adventure we went on to stop an evil 3rd grader from changing life as we know it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next memory. When I first decided to make a YouTube channel dedicated to semi-obscure things I grew up with, I made a list of all the computer games I felt like I needed to cover right away. One of the first videos I made was about Jumpstart 3rd Grade.
I didn't realize that detail. That's a cool detail. Yeah, it is.
Greatest edutainment games ever made, and proof that the
I was too focused on the game to comment on what he said before, or like, oh, Polly's gonna destroy mankind as we know it. I don't think that's what was gonna happen. I think she was just gonna send Botley back to the beginning of the universe before the explosion, so he'll get caught in the explosion and get destroyed. I think that's the only thing that would have happened, but you know. Alright, let's see, what can I want? Gonna look at the playlists here. Yeah, lots of VTuber stuff I got here. Oh, right. I wanted to continue with the SpongeBob Flash game thing. Flash game history.
There have been many
Already watched that one. Did we just watch this one?
Hi there. I'll have the video ready in
Yes, we did. Okay. Here's the submarine thing again. Hang on a second. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure this video has like a running gag that I hate. Maybe I'm just a party pooper, but I don't really like when people like put a running gag in their videos. Let me just skip the intro.
Club knows how much I hate the ocean, so they brought this fight underwater. If you see their ship at any point, be sure to hit it. How, you ask? Well, just ram into it with your mouse or something, I don't know. Straight ahead, Captain. So in our last video, we checked.
So can we request videos, or is that just the you thing only? I mean, you can request a video if you want. If you have access to my Discord, you can post it in my Discord, or if you don't have access, I guess you can like suggest it in the comments and I'll consider it.
Can we lower the volume, please?
Oh wow, I did it. I solved it.
This guy moaned at least this loud.
Ever since its creation in 1999, SpongeBob SquarePants has been receiving games on Nick.com. The early ones were kinda basic, but they started to become more complex as time went on. The transformation could be seen through the games by iTunes in 2001 and Jet City Studios in 2002. The ones by Jet City Studios stood out at the time because they were more colorful and lively than what we were used to seeing. Gotta hand it to the City of Jets for having a good development.
If you're wondering why I'm doing this every time I attack the enemies, it's to ensure I go first. If you just run into the enemies go first.
It's known for a lot of things, but just like how it changed music forever just a decade prior, it also changed SpongeBob Flash games forever. Could there honestly be a higher honor? Jet City Studios was mostly known for their Hey Arnold games, but their other works were pretty good too. They're also known for their Click-a-Majigs series. Let's check it out.
Oh no, not black licorice.
Oh, that absolutely traumatized kids. But as far as
I never played it myself, but I know about it.
Games like Bikini Bottom or Bust. You had to fly through a chasm to reach Bikini Bottom on a Glove World balloon. There was also Squeaky Boot blurbs, based on the episode Squeaky Boots. In it, you can make SpongeBob say stuff with his boots.
I love Harry. Pie. Fish. Taste like her. My
Woo!
crusty foot. Taste sour. My ear smells like a bloody pie.
Okay, that's amusing. But if you ask me, the real highlight of Jet City Studios and the SpongeBob scene was bumper subs. You control a submarine and battle enemy ships by ramming into them, kind of like bumper cars, but with your life on the line. Listen to
And
the
parry
most
it. I thought you weren't able to.
anthem they could have used for this.
Shit, too early.
You then choose a captain from one of 5 characters who are standing in tiny submarines that have been blown open. Looks like half of their bodies were blown off in the process too. But it's just a select screen, it doesn't need to have a logical design. The characters are SpongeBob...
Oh, come on! I was completely unprepared.
Some of them look really goofy through the perspectives you see them in. Check out Mr. Krabs. Why fear the monsters of the deep
man.
when you are the monster of the deep? Patrick also looks goofy, like a big pink blob. But as you can see, there's a lot going on the screen. I may be wrong, but I think submarines tend to have just a few more controls than this. Though it may seem like there's a lot to keep up with, it's really simple. First of all, you might be inclined to focus on the big screen right in front of your face. You can actually just ignore it entirely. Your focus
Oh, come on.
a radar up here in the corner. You watch it to see where the enemies are, then you move toward them by tilting to the left or the right. You can also flip a switch to make yourself move forward or backwards. There's also a speaker thing that dings when you hit a sub. It also warns you when a whale is spotted. Oh yeah, you have to avoid whales. If they catch up to you...
This is the first time that happened to me.
I guess they like sub sandwiches.
That was clutch, huh?
You also have
For the
to
enemy,
avoid
anyway.
fish, which sting you and cause your ship to flood. You can keep going with some water in your vessel, but if it fully fills, you sink. As time goes by, the enemies get harder and harder to avoid. The radar will get really cluttered.
Alright, let's do this again.
Die. But it's all about getting a high score. Sometimes war requires sacrifice.
I get the feeling sleepy. I got work in the morning. Have fun. Hope you have fun with the game video. Oh, also agree about running gags. Sugar, hope you have fun with the game videos. Thank you. Have a good day. Or have a good night. Good night.
Maybe every character from SpongeBob is in a different sub. This is the Bikini Bottom Subathon, probably taking place at Goo Lagoon. Are the whales in on it? They're sea creatures too. Or are they just eating people and disrupting our fight? Well, this puts a damper on the war. It's also interesting that the only obstacles are jellyfish and whales. The other submarines don't even try to fight back. What can I say? No one even wants to challenge me. I'm an expert at subbing. You gotta know when to run into them and when to reverse into them. You have to know when to proceed and when to flee. And if you see a whale, it's time to bail. That's what I always say. It's a good life philosophy, really gets you out of tight corners. This'll definitely prepare you to pilot a real submarine. Why explore the actual ocean when you can do it from here? But anyway, this game is a lot of fun and a good way to pass the time. Jet City Studios was a good development team and really made their mark in the history of cartoon flash games. SpongeBob flash games would continue to grow and get better with time, but it's always cool to see these relics of the past. But wait, we aren't finished just yet. Did you hit the enemy ship when it appeared like I asked you to? You didn't think our conversation at the start of the video would be relevant later on, did you? Well, if you followed instructions and hit the enemy ship, congratulations, you've unlocked the secret part of the video. If not, the video's over. You aren't seeing this right now. Why are you watching a black screen? But because this is the internet, I'm going to assume you're all being honest and only continuing to watch if you hit the enemy sub. So let's check out another game that came out in 2002. It's called Burger Bonanza, and this one has a twist. See, it was only ever released in Australia, so some of us may have missed it. I have a lot of friends who happen to be giant huntsman spiders, so they helped me access it. Now this is by far one of the strangest SpongeBob Flash games I've ever played. Even stranger than SpongeBob Krusty Krab in Run for the... Check out the menu screen. Now this is the ultimate design right here. SpongeBob is even doing a little dance for us. They didn't have to go the extra mile and make him dance, but they did. The title screen also shows a pineapple that looks to be drawn in MS Paint. But the title here says Burger Bonanza rather than Pineapple Bonanza. But fear not, the Nickelodeon logo is, in fact, a burger. Now we're going in with the right mindset. Let's check out these instructions. Ah! I think I just went deaf in my left ear. It's okay, I have another one. So check out the rules.
Another left ear?
Collect all the pieces of the hamburger. Why'd they capitalize the? Move SpongeBob.
All the pieces of the hamburger.
Right. Why such a big pause?
It's not just pieces of the hamburger, it's the pieces of the hamburger.
They emphasize the word the so much. If you catch a piece of food in the wrong order, SpongeBob will get zapped. By what? Why are the stakes so high for making a sandwich? I mean, I guess it isn't just any ordinary sandwich. It is the burger after all. The gods will smite you with lightning if you dare miscook the burger. Also, shortly after it starts, the music just stops playing for no reason and doesn't continue. Strange decision. But now here's the game.
I think it's a relief. That music's loud.
To move SpongeBob to catch them in your bowl. If it looks like you have to be extremely specific in order to catch something, that's because you do. It's easy to miss something even when you're sure you've caught it. And even though the tomato and cheese are right next to each other, you have to catch the cheese first or you take damage. The bacon and onions also look very similar, so it's easy to go for one of those instead of the other. And as for the shock you're supposed to incur, all that really happens is a lightning bolt appears in the upper corner. You lose one.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
It takes less than a minute to win. Then it says, here is the burger you built. I hope he isn't planning on eating that with the whole pineapple in there. Usually they're sliced before being put in sandwiches. But silly as this game is, there's always charm to be had in these really old, kind of crude creations. They can really put a smile on your face. But that covers everything I wanted to say here. I hope you enjoyed back to the early 2000s. And check out our last video if you want to see a few that came out even before this. I'm always happy to
I had a little thing going on with my mic. I don't know what happened. Give me a second.
For joining me, I will see you in the next memory. So I've been on YouTube for a while now, and I've covered a range of nostalgic subjects. It started with edutainment games like Mango Plumo and the Jumpstart series, then obscure SpongeBob games, and eventually other fun stuff, like things based on My Little Pony or Winx Club, which we all know is the greatest show of all time. But over time, I started to cover...
I remember watching Winx Club.
Games, and yeah, that's kind of defined my existence on YouTube. One of my favorite videos on the topic was my SpongeBob Fighting Games one. The games were fun to talk about, and I think I did alright with the humor in it. I'd say it's one of my best works.
Oh.
Oh no, I know that voice. That's the cackle of my childhood arch nemesis, Polly from Jumpstart 3rd grade.
That's right, Lucy Lilypad. You mentioned the SpongeBob Fighting Games video, but you forgot a very important detail.
No I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't forget anything. Nothing's wrong with the video. Nothing whatsoever.
Oh, no?
Nickelodeon used to show some strange commercials, to say the least. I remember seeing this ad for the SpongeBob episode, Have You Seen This Snail, where there was
Okay,
a
I'm back.
shining through a
That was the running gag I was referring to
screaming Gary's name in the background.
earlier.
There was another one where a freaky puppet tried to fight some kid for his waffles. But I remember this one in particular because it made something of an impact on me. This family would ask a guy to time them, then they'd rush through their morning routine at lightning speed. One of the kids would then say nick.com, to which the guy would reply, oh. Then it would cut to footage from a game completely unrelated to the commercial itself. For some reason, this was how Nickelodeon advertised its website back in 2004. Commercials like this aired a few times, with the games at the end being different, but I'll never forget what it showed the first time I saw it. It was a 3D platforming game called SpongeBob SquarePants Obstacle Odyssey.
I remember that one.
Less than 10 seconds of it, but it had my child self hooked. As soon as I saw it, I wanted to play it more than anything in the world. I was a big fan of the AWE game, so any SpongeBob computer game was a must.
I'm just going in circles, aren't I?
What exactly was Obstacle Odyssey? Well, in the early 2000s,
there we go.
Nick.com released a series of games that could be downloaded under the label Nick Arcade, not to be confused with the TV show of the same name. Seriously, good luck trying to look this up. Of these games, Obstacle Odyssey drew me in the most. It was created by a very small company called Snap to Play, a medium-sized company called Retro64, and a massive one called Big Fish. Retro64 has a respectable catalog of games, and Big Fish is mostly a publisher and distributor for games made by smaller companies. Snap to Play made a few children's games and dropped off the face of the earth, but let's check in on Big Fish and see what we can learn about it. It has been accused of knowingly deceiving customers into signing up for monthly services without informed consent. It was also the subject of a class action lawsuit over its app Big Fish Casino after a federal appeals court ruled that it constituted illegal online gambling. Wow. Imagine that being one.
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
Nah, this one is ripped.
Hey, don't get cocky, Maya. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
All right.
One of the first things written on your Wikipedia page.
Ah.
The website is very similar to
Shit.
Wild Tangent, showing
I'm usually
all
good at the jumping.
trials and purchase options. Just like with Wild Tangent, a lot of the modern ones are strange puzzle games as opposed to the more colorful titles they used to have. I wonder what it is about game service companies that causes stuff like this to happen. Snap to Play and Retro64 would later go on to create Lego Builder Bots, which saw some moderate success. Snap to Play would also go on to make SpongeBob Diner Dash, but Obstacle Odyssey was one of their first big projects. So let's take a look at it and see if it lives up to my child self's expectations. I just have one thing to say before we begin. Nick.com. You better have said oh. Starting the game up, we're immediately hit with...
Well, no, you're supposed to say Nick.com. Like, you know, that's why this is happening.
At least your cursor is a realistic fish head, which is a nice little detail. The music also sets the mood pretty well. You can choose any of the 3 worlds in the game, then you can choose any 5th level to play if you don't want to start from the beginning. I'm not sure why the system works like this, but I'll accept it. There are no on-screen instructions, so I had no idea what these numbers meant when I first booted it up. I ended up playing the 5th stage first. Starting with the Bikini Bottom world, you move across these platforms to reach Patrick at the end and collect bubbles for bonus points. If you aren't playing for a high score, you can ignore them entirely. You move by either using the keyboard or the mouse to steer SpongeBob the way you want to go. I found that it's good to switch it up for certain stages. The mouse gives you a little more control over where you land and the direction you go in. It's also
The cannon is hard to parry, but I know I can do it.
which doesn't always register when you press it to make SpongeBob jump. After every 4 stages, you get a silly cutscene followed by a mini-game where you play as Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Squidward, or Patrick. You collect some item relevant to the character, and yes, all 4 of them are equally mortifying. Like, look at Squidward! Oh my gosh, what's wrong with him? Look at him.
Oh, sure, I get the perfects on dodging, but not parrying.
Really creative, while some have a tendency to induce our inner rage demons.
All those have come up.
Okay, I can do the weak point again.
Hard level, I'll encounter this phenomenon where I'll do really
There we go.
good, make a mistake and fail, then I can't do as good as I did before. This happens in a lot of games. I'm sure there's a scientific reason for it. I really like stages like this ramp one, and I
hope there is a scientific reason for it. I experienced that too, especially with Rhythm Heaven.
They're not actually very silly, or sombreros. Every stage is timed, so you have to hurry up and complete it, but the timer only becomes a concern if you care about collecting the bubbles. You'll likely fall to your death before you run out of time. Here's one thing I don't like though. When you die enough times, the game is over and will delete your progress. I understand this was part of a series called Nick Arcade, and it might have wanted to replicate the feel of playing in an arcade, but it does kind of suck sometimes. Of course, you can play every 5th level whenever you want to, but I feel like I can't properly hone my skills on the harder levels if it won't let me play them endlessly. But if you can't,
I know it's resistant to lightning attacks, it's just like using this attack.
In Jellyfish Fields, the checkerboards are more greenish and the music is different. There are also giant jellyfish in the background. The bubble was The other world is called the Blue Abyss, which is definitely a location I'd like to see in the show. I don't know where in the world this is supposed to be, but it looks really cool. Maybe it's what you see on your way to the abyssal plane. One thing I'd like to note is that the stages are
maybe it's somewhere near rock bottom.
They don't get harder as you go. Some of them are extremely difficult and others are as easy as just going for a couple jumps. I still can't figure out this ramp level. It's entirely random if I'm able to beat it or not.
Gestrels kind of remind me of the Fae. I don't know why. Ancient Sanctuary, find your way through Ancient Sanctuary, alright? Isn't there a flag around here?
When you finally beat a world, you get this image of 4 scary monsters, I mean the SpongeBob cast, as they celebrate your victory. I guess Mr. Krabs didn't care to show up. Typical Clancy Brown behavior. All there's left to do is check out the Hall of Fame. Wow, I didn't know I was competing with the SpongeBob characters all this time. And that about does it. To be honest, it's basically what it says on the box. It's a basic SpongeBob platformer. Some levels are hard, some are easy, and it's mostly straightforward. It can even be a little addicting. Overall, not bad. Just a really simple game. But I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. What if I told you this game isn't what it seems? That's right, this cute little SpongeBob platformer carries a dark, dirty little secret.
Oh boy.
That's right, this game is a complete reskin of another Retro 64 game called Best Friends Forever, also known as Best Friends. You're trying to unite these duck guys named Petey and Patty by moving who I think is Petey through a series of obstacles. Legend says these two are best friends. It's the exact same game with different music, graphics, and a squeaky voice that talks to you the whole time. Since Retro 64 worked on both games, it isn't exactly a rip-off, but it definitely makes Obstacle Odyssey feel a lot less original. But would you believe the story doesn't end there? You didn't seriously think this would be just a simple SpongeBob jumping game without any extensive lore, did you? Nope. This game actually has a sequel, and it has a story. How's that for surreal? They made a game, reskinned the game, and then made a sequel to the reskin. But you want to know something else? Guess where you can go to play it? That's right, Wild Tangent. Is this a crossover episode? Now this game comes with a tutorial stage, and in this one you can actually play as more than one character outside the bonus rounds. Patrick, Sandy, and Mr. Krabs are playable, but this time Squidward got left out. I guess they found his model too janky in the first one. Sandy can double jump, Mr. Krabs is fast, and Patrick can't be affected by obstacles that push you. You can switch characters in any stage, And in case you are wondering, yes, they went through the trouble of adding Mr. Krabs' footstep sound effects whenever he moves.
That's not footsteps.
I really appreciate that. More on these characters later. The story is told through these comic panels, and it's actually kinda interesting. Reminds me of the comics I used to read in those old Nickelodeon magazines. Maybe I'll cover those someday. To steal the Krabby Patty secret formula, Plankton creates a time machine to send SpongeBob and his friends back in time. So they're all sent to different periods in history. SpongeBob grabs the time machine remote before jumping in so he can control wherever he goes to find everyone else. There's also this running joke where Patrick really likes Chum, and believe it or not, this is actually accurate. Unlike the last one, this game has a level select feature. You go to this screen whenever you finish a stage, then you click on the one you want to play. Then you hit the go button on the time machine. Now it doesn't sound so bad, but a lot of the levels are very straightforward, so it doesn't take very long to complete them. It can be annoying having to constantly go to this screen when you just want to play through the stages. Unless you're collecting the bubbles, a lot of the levels are just a matter of walking to the exit. In some stages, the only real conflict comes in when you try to get the bubbles. There's no real reason to unless you want a high score, so I'm not sure why the developers made so much of the game revolve around it. Sometimes when you fall over a ledge, the game will be nice to you and bring you back where you left off. I actually like this feature. It spared me from a few rages on occasion. In case you couldn't tell, the stages are supposed to resemble different periods in time. I like that they tried their best to make these small platforms look different, but honestly, I don't even notice any of the details while I'm playing. I respect it, but the gist of every obstacle course is basically the same. Also, I've had a few encounters with glitches in this one. Sometimes the vortex you need to enter to win the stage just doesn't appear. I keep wondering if I'm doing something wrong, but no, the game is just messing up. One neat feature is that the game lets you switch between the 3 time periods as you wish to. Sandy's in prehistoric times, Krabs is in the Middle Ages, and Patrick is in the future. I absolutely love how the future stages are made entirely of chrome. I know I said I don't really notice the visuals while playing, but I really appreciate this commitment to the show's continuity. Whenever you complete a world,
Everything is chrome in the future.
then you can play as them. To be honest, you only ever need Sandy. Her double jump is extremely useful and sometimes overpowered. Mr. Krabs might be good for time saving, but you have absolutely no reason to ever play as Patrick. He moves way too slowly, and his advantage is essentially meaningless because Sandy can just double jump over any obstacle. I feel like he's only there out of necessity. I guess Patrick fans can relish in playing as their favorite character. Another unfortunate thing about this game is the fact that many of the stages are just ripped from the first one. Or should I say, they're ripped from Best Friends. These developers weren't exactly known for their originality, were they? Oh god, not this one again. Once you save everyone, you get a false ending, then you unlock a bunch of bonus stages. Like with everything else, their difficulty is inconsistent, and with Sandy, most of them are fairly easy. When you beat them, you get the formula back, then Patrick uses the time machine to infinitely eat Plankton's chum. That's about it. So that concludes the SpongeBob version of Best Friends and the SpongeBob version of Best Friends with some extra levels thrown in. Overall, I have very mixed opinions. As basic platformers, they aren't that bad, but they aren't really groundbreaking either. The lack of originality is also really disappointing. You play this game as a kid, maybe you enjoy it, then you grow up and find out you've been lied to.
Fight this
Basically
guy.
the video game equivalent of Santa Claus. I respect the features that were true to the actual show, but I don't think much thought went into the graphics themselves. The games might have made some money at the time, but I don't think they'd withstand the test of time. For the most part, the first game is what you'd expect it to be, but I'm not sure if a whole sequel to it was necessary. Overall, the games might be good boredom killers, but if you're looking for a good SpongeBob game, there are many, many more fish in the sea. All I have to say is...
Pun intended.
.com. You better have said it this time.
No.
Thanks for joining me. I will see you in the next memory. Before we get to the game, I need to explain something. I have carried a dark memory for many, many years. The time has come to let it out. Long ago, when I was a young child, I saw one of the most terrifying advertisements I had ever seen on the Nickelodeon channel. This story is about as creepypasta as it gets, but I swear I remember seeing it. but for some reason I can't find any record of this commercial ever existing, nor have I ever seen anyone mention it during any discussion related to the SpongeBob episode it was for. That's a little shocking to me because I'd imagine something like this is hard for anyone to forget. I believe
See you later, Sugar. See you later, Lorenzo.
Close to the morning hours. I recall sitting in the living room on the couch, just watching TV when I saw it for the first time. It showed a pitch black screen with what appeared to be the light of a flashlight moving in different directions, as if searching for something. In the background, you could faintly make out SpongeBob screaming Gary's name. The commercial then cut to a title card that read, "Where's Gary?" There might have been a narration voiceover here, but I can't remember. It then cut to a brief clip of SpongeBob crying and muttering Gary's name. As you can imagine, my child self was utterly horrified and had no idea what to think. I barely even comprehended what I had just seen. Now obviously, with an explanation like that, you probably don't believe me. It doesn't even sound like a real advertisement, especially not one for a kid's show. It actually sounds like something you'd see in an incoherent nightmare. So you may be thinking, oh, you just dreamed it and you only think you saw it in real life. While that thought has crossed my mind, I actually remember seeing this commercial twice, if you can believe that. I don't remember my second viewing as well as the first, but I didn't hear SpongeBob yelling in the background during my first watch. I might have had the volume down since I had family in the room, but only on my second viewing did I understand what the ad was trying to convey. This was actually an early advertisement for the SpongeBob episode, Have You Seen This Snail? Obviously, they didn't end up naming the episode Where's Gary, but that did end up being the name of the song that played during the credits, as well as a sweepstakes that was held to promote the episode. So since I remember seeing it twice, that makes it a little harder for me to acknowledge it as just a dream or something my imaginative mind made up. But this trailer has eluded me so much that I couldn't help but wonder if I really did just envision it. But that was until... I remember seeing this ad for the SpongeBob episode Have You Seen This Snail, where there was this flashlight shining through a black screen with SpongeBob faintly screaming Gary's name in the background. When I reviewed the SpongeBob Obstacle Odyssey games, I briefly mentioned the commercial as a throwaway reference in my opening spiel. This led to a few commenters claiming to have seen the commercial themselves.
Others have passed through here. A white-haired man destroyed it. You know him? So SKA exists.
Why? We already defeated your ultimate sack of attack.
The stranger?
Yeah, let's just get this over with.
Lead the way.
Pretty sure there's a missable thing here. Let me look at it.
This confirmed to me that I did not make it up and other people had seen the advertisement. Now, there is a chance we could all be misremembering. Maybe my reference in the video caused others to misremember it themselves. There have been instances where numerous people will collectively remember something that just never happened. One notable instance of this is often cited from the SpongeBob episode I Was a Teenage Gary. Many people claim to remember a scene where Squidward is injected with snail plasma and transforms into a snail. While this actually did happen in the episode, many of us remember it happening a little differently than it actually did. In the show, after he's injected, it's played for laughs right before cutting to a scene of the main characters singing on a fence as snails. But some of us remember a grotesque transformation scene where we actually saw Squidward transform into a snail. It wasn't played for humor or anything, it was actually really horrifying. The episode first aired at night too, which made it even scarier. Those who remember seeing this claim it must have been too scary for children, so the producers cut it in future airings. Eventually, someone posted a recording they made of the episode's first airing, which didn't actually show the scene. Still, it's kinda interesting that so many people remember seeing it and having their own reaction to it. You wanna know a fun piece of trivia? I happen to be one of them. I do actually remember a scene where Squidward transformed while screaming his head off. I was so horrified that I never wanted to see this episode again. From that point onward, I would always change the channel whenever I was a teenage Gary would start playing. Did I imagine being super scared of the episode too? But for a less frightening story, another instance of this that haunts me is the game SpongeBob SquarePants Typing. I swear on my life I remember it being called SpongeBob Teaches Typing. I've called it that for as long as I've known about its existence. I didn't even know the Mario typing game was called Mario Teaches Typing until my early teens, so there's no way I could have confused them. To be completely honest, this one's silly, but it's still interesting to note. For a goofy children's show, SpongeBob sure has a lot of scary phenomena behind it. Do you ever feel really sad watching the end credits? Yeah, it's eerie. But going back to Have You Seen This Snail, there is a chance that I'm greatly misremembering the commercial. Maybe there was more to it that I'm drawing a blank on. Maybe I mentally isolated the more frightening parts of it. As long as the ad remains lost, my memory of it is all I have. But that aside, the episode itself had some scary instances of its own. The plot involved Gary running away after SpongeBob became addicted to a paddleball game and forgot to feed him. SpongeBob was doing the Dirty Bubble Challenge, where he had to hit the paddle some ludicrous number of times in a row. And he did it all before live streaming was a thing. Imagine someone doing something like that just for the fun of it and no recognition. So SpongeBob spent the episode looking for Gary while Gary moved in with this old lady who mistook him for another snail. In the original plot, she was trying to fatten him up so she could eat him. In the actual episode, her intentions were left ambiguous. It could be inferred she just overfed her previous snails until they got too unhealthy and died. But this episode was a really big deal when it first came out. Nickelodeon put so much marketing into it and everyone was talking about it. So it isn't surprising that at least some pieces of media from it were lost. There was just so much. But my personal stories with this episode don't end there. It just so happened that the night it was going to air, I happened to be staying over at a friend's house. Obviously, as someone who may have prioritized SpongeBob over social interaction, this was disheartening for me. So someone I knew agreed to record the episode for me so I could watch it rather than wait for it to air again. It's a good thing they did because people were already talking about it extensively at school by the time I got the VHS. It was recorded over the movie Tommy Boy, so I'll never forget the memory of my sister putting it in one time and thinking we were going to watch Tommy Boy only for SpongeBob to show up on the TV. But before I got the tape, I managed to play a game on the Nickelodeon website that was made to promote the episode. This game was called Trail of the Snail by Sarbakan, one of our favorite SpongeBob companies. Oddly enough, it came out before the episode actually aired. Thankfully, it was different enough to the point where it didn't really spoil anything, but at the same time, it included key elements from the episode, so it wasn't too different either. It was a lot more like the actual episode than the Clash of Triton games. At the title screen, we get some really catchy music.
Sorry for being quiet. I was just looking at the missables here.
This tune has stuck in the back of my mind for years. Sarbakan games usually had some decent soundtracks. Also, the snail font reminds me of Blue's Clues. Are we going to find paw prints that'll lead us to Gary? So like in the episode, SpongeBob uses a paddle ball throughout the game. The paddle ball is what started the whole thing, so I applaud them for making use of it. The game follows the plot of the episode. SpongeBob got addicted to the Dirty Bubble Challenge and neglected Gary to the point where the snail ran away. Now he has to go around town to look for him.
Sorry again, I was talking to my sister.
I mean, what else would you do in that situation? You move across this map of Bikini Bottom on notebook paper and go to different locations to ask your friends about Gary. You start with Patrick's Rock, but he has family over for a party. Are these anchovies in Patrick's family too? Must be extended. You have to absolutely ruin his family.
I think the anchovies are just hanging out.
The same person to get rid of them. You have a very short time limit represented by Gary Shell in the corner, and although it seems easy in concept, it gets more challenging when the hook gets involved. Every stage, this hook will come down and snag one of the fish, meaning you can't match their pair. To solve this issue, you have to click this star that dances across the screen, which can be easier said than done. But then you can destroy someone instantaneously regardless if they have a partner or not. This fish will also point out a pair to you if you hit it, but it takes up too much time and isn't worth going after. You can also hit the hook, but it's very difficult and a lot of the time it just doesn't work for me. I can't tell how precise you have to be to make the hook go away. Also, apparently Patrick is related to the Beatles. So after you clear a stage, you get a quick bonus round where you click Bubbles and Pufferfish for bonus points. Careful, SpongeBob, you're bursting Mrs. Puff's relatives. She already lost her husband, geez. So once Patrick is the only member of his family left alive, he begs you and your blood-stained paddleball for mercy and asks you to go after Squidward instead. As it turns out, Squidward has a bunch of guests over and you need to repeat the process. The game gets harder as you go, and this is where the difficulty may first become apparent.
Bye.
Here's the downside. If you lose one match, you have to start all over again. Medium mode is essentially hard mode, and hard mode is the accumulation of everything I fear all at once. So moving on, Squidward sends you to Mr. Krabs, who then sends you to Sandy. Wow, Sandy's house sure looks different from how I remember it. This is the part of the game where the characters are only slightly different shades, so it's starting to get even harder. If you accidentally hit the person you're trying to talk to, you have to start the stage over. That's a lot better than having to start from the beginning, though. I guess if you're running out of time, you could just hit them intentionally to get another shot. So Sandy sends you to the Chum Bucket, and you just so happen to show up the one time Plankton actually has customers. Rather than just showing them the food, you scare them off by hitting them with your paddle. You know, SpongeBob really is a menace to society. He's so upset about losing his pet that he's unleashing havoc on the citizens of Bikini Bottom. Was it grief or his own addiction that turned him from sponge to monster? Grace, remind me never to buy a paddle ball. I fear what I may become. Anyway, I love Plankton's quote when you talk to him. If he'd been here, he'd be on the menu. I didn't know Plankton was French. From there, you go to Bum's Alley to find the grouchy snail from the episode. You know, I always thought it was strangely dark when Gary turned that one snail over to be eaten at the end of it. Even with its darkest humor, it was rare to see a joke in SpongeBob where a mostly innocent character was thrown in a situation that would end in a gruesome death. Even when characters did die, it was for the sake of a joke and not taken too seriously. This was a little shocking to me. But if you have pity for this one snail, fear not, because a later episode confirmed he somehow made it out. The scary snails can be seen in the background of the Season 13 episode Mandatory Music. I guess the old lady didn't want him. Maybe she just didn't like nachos. Speaking of the old lady, she's who you get sent to next. The old snail refers to her as the Gray Lady, though her official name is Grandma. You'll have to find her at the craft store by taking out what the game calls her geriatric friends. As this lady would later find out, it's illegal to be too old in Bikini Bottom. I guess this is SpongeBob's way of enforcing the law. But now here's an interesting note. Because the lady is called Grandma, she claims that Gary is at Grandma's house. If we look on the map, the house in question is Grandma SquarePants' house. This is a little confusing. Did the animators hear the final stage would be at Grandma's house and they had the wrong idea? Maybe this was intentional to defy the expectations of those who hadn't seen the episode. What's unique is that in this location, you have to hit the shells of the dead snails from the episode. Occasionally, a snail will pop out of one, so I guess they're just pretending to be dead to save themselves. Also, why are these random fish in Grandma's house? You don't just chill in some random old lady's home. Get out of here. Since all the shells look similar to Gary's, it's easy to hit him on accident, but at least then you get another try. From a story perspective, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense though. If you hit Gary with the paddle ball, you still found Gary. That was the goal, wasn't it? Maybe he's so mad at you for it that he runs away again. But he's got a shell.
Yeah.
He has protection. Anyway, once you find Gary,
but the shell could be broken. Maybe you broke his shell again.
Not entirely sure what that's referring to, but sure. As far as the game goes, it's alright. Strangely entertaining. Easy mode can be a breeze, but medium and hard modes can get really tough. I wish it didn't start you back at the very beginning whenever you lose. Other than that, it's a cute little game and another Sarbacan classic.
the only one left. I knew you were resourceful. How did you get here? They're expecting a bit of a show, shall we?
Ah, there we go, there we go. I thought I didn't get it. I returned to tell you an important message. Oh boy.
Have You Seen This Snail was undoubtedly a big episode that many people fondly remember. While I may have some unique
Yo, face.
memories attached to it, I still enjoy looking
I thought you were gonna do that,
was to see a new SpongeBob episode. Memories like those can never
the bitch-ass motherfucker meme. I don't know.
Aspects of them. Thank you for joining me. I will see you in the next memory. So I decided to do something a little chaotic. About a month ago, we checked out the first SpongeBob web games that came out between 1999 and 2001. Since then,
Anyway, how's the stream going? It's doing fine. Lorenzo and the other guy left, but I'm doing okay.
The early SpongeBob games were fairly simple and didn't have the most complicated premises. They had a darker art style that matched the tone of the first season. Some of the original games were developed by Smashing Ideas, but in 2001, everything would change when two particular companies entered the picture.
Let my guard down.
These were Jet City Studios and iTunes. iTunes released the popular games Crater Crossing and Flipper Flop, while Jet City Studios put out some surprisingly detailed ones like Bikini Bottom or Bust, then eventually Bumper Subs in 2002. Meanwhile, we would see the start of SpongeBob's involvement in Nickelodeon's Nick Arcade.
There we go. Not Eggman pissing on the moon has been ruined for a while, if you know what I mean. If you know, you know. No, I do not know, and I don't need to know, I guess.
SpongeBob SquarePants Saves the Krusty Krab was developed on the popular 3D Groove engine, and it was in...
Mael wins. Gestrels offer a champion a special weapon. Yeah, if you play this game, I recommend doing the championship with Mael, because she wins a weapon that you won't be able to get until much later into the game.
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad. Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestrel who guided me here. What about you?
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back to Golga.
No time to lose.
Okay, so there's the medallum. Yep. 150 power. Let me equip that. I think this is the strongest weapon in the game to get for Mael. That's why, and if you don't complete the championship with Mael, that means you can't get this weapon until much later in the game. I mean, there's also the secret weapons, but, I don't know. Apparently, it's considered a joke weapon. Personally, I don't. I mean, it has the highest stats in the game, but still. Apparently, it's because of the traits that it has. Let's see here. What can I? I'm not sure what to put on her, honestly.
Interesting game, to say the least. But in 2003, iTunes will release the first SpongeBob fighting game with Karate Contest. While it was decently liked at the time, it wouldn't be until decades later that the game would see a resurgence in popularity. This is because a couple sprites would go on to be used in one of SpongeBob's most recognizable memes. Hey, what'd I tell you? iTunes was a very impactful company. But we left off on that one, so let's see where things
Alright, I forgot about the dialogue here.
The
Ernesto teso kiman vilaĝo. Suniso poco kisolero. Rico pasfordito koranisu. Suniso gamabibe toko.
As loud as we can.
Thank you for everything.
Io sanobi boture.
Gestural positivity is so heartwarming.
Wina fose. Rito de bagdoro ana. Rico femi koranisu.
Thanks, Chef.
You can provoke her to a duel, but she's really, really hard, like endgame hard, so I'm not gonna bother. You can win the weapons you weren't able to get for the other characters like this, but yeah, I'm not doing it.
From here, this year would also
Maybe later.
an important company to the SpongeBob scene. One of the most essential developers that almost any Flash game enthusiast will recognize.
Okay, there is a missable around here. Let me look it up again. The Gestural Village.
Welcome aboard, Sarbakken. Let's see what you made for us. SpongeBob's Pizza Toss is very fondly remembered, but it also has a complicated history. While
Far
it
west
came out
side
in
of the town,
2003,
okay.
It would later be reworked in 2009, but even when it first came out, there were a couple different versions. There was one made specifically for the Nick Arcade, and one that could be played normally online. Even that one was later revised. The differences are minor, but it's strange how we got 4 different versions of the same Flash game.
Here we
Let's
go.
look at how it is in its basic form. It's based on the game Paperboy, which
If you feel the request of navigating SKA's den, you can find a mushroom. Oh, okay. So I gotta go to SKA's den first.
It can get irritating sometimes. You control SpongeBob, and you have to deliver Krusty Krab pizzas to a seemingly infinite number of customers. Kinda like in the episode Pizza Delivery, but with a far more efficient method. Sort of. Everyone under the sea wants to stop you from delivering these. You're on a bike, and the streets are about as unsafe as they can get. Wait a minute. Is that who I think it is?
Fried ice cream.
That's right, it's everyone's favorite background character with an unhealthy obsession with fried ice cream. It's been a while, Morty, but he's trying to stop you from delivering your pizzas, so I guess you gave him regular ice cream or something.
There's so much fried stuff in existence. Well, specifically deep fried stuff. I'm sure deep fried ice cream exists in some form.
Spacebar to throw a pizza high, but you hold it and press control to throw it to the side. It's a little confusing. And with how high speed this game is, I often find myself hitting the wrong button because I don't take the time to think. Also, we can't talk about this game without mentioning the music. Just listen to it. Now that's an amusing tune. You also have to collect power-ups. You can run out of pizzas, so SpongeBob just picks up more on the side of the road. Imagine if a regular pizza place did that. You order from Domino's or something, but they're all out, so the driver just finds an abandoned one laying on the street and brings it to you. Actually, it all makes sense. That's why everyone's trying to stop you. They're aware of your unsanitary business practices and trying to prevent customers from consuming this stuff. We're the real bad guys here. At the end of each stage, you reach one of your friends. Look at Sandy. Does your pizza delivery...
I like it when games give you free points for characters that show up later.
It takes some skill and even a bit of practice. And like I said, there are different versions with slight variations. In the Nick Arcade version, your pizzas have different ingredients and you need to throw the customers the kind of pizza they ask for. In the 2009 version, you just press control to throw a pizza rather than having to hold the spacebar. And in the slightly revised version, ignore the missing textures, you have the option to send your score right there next to the timer. So yeah, the differences aren't that substantial, but still, if you like the idea of a SpongeBob version of Paperboy, give this one a try. But there was one other big game that came out in 2003. But actually, to fully understand it, we need to go all the way back to 1998. The developers Gamehouse created a tile matching series called Collapse. It had 3 games between then and 2004, but eventually they had an official collab with SpongeBob. I also have to take a moment to show you the titles of each game in order. How's this for getting yourself chronologically confused? But this is a classic. SpongeBob is at the side of the screen, watching you try to match 3 or more blocks of the same color as new rows fly up from beneath them. You can even see how many lines you have left to clear under your score. There are even bombs that can blow up all blocks of the same color. You might feel the need to clear all the matching colors on the board as quickly as possible, and you do get a bonus for clearing the board, but sometimes it's best to wait for the blocks at the bottom to appear so you can potentially increase your score with more of the same color. You can play it as strategically as you so desire. This is really fun, and it's cool to see the new power-ups that appear in later levels, but there's actually a very similar game.
Sorry if I'm not talking a lot, I just don't want the babies crying in the mic, and she's loud. In fact, this whole house is loud in general.
What will they think of next? Remember the SpongeBob Marshmallow cereal? Regrettably, I've never had it, but thankfully we can play this game and feel the same amount of joy. It's called Bubble Trouble's Cereal Game. Now the music in this is surprisingly awesome. The game is very similar to Collapse, but with the character-shaped marshmallows inside bubbles instead of blocks. If you try to match one or two, the one you clicked on turns into a regular cereal piece. They're supposed to be jellyfish. I guess this game isn't shying away from telling you that the marshmallows are good and the regular cereal pieces are bad. And once you lose, you have to answer a
Gestural Village, find your way through the Gestural Village.
Darn, I didn't study my cereal.
Uh-oh.
A little tie-in. This is pretty cute. Nothing spectacular, but there's another game that came.
I'm muting it now because there's usually dialogue soon.
I still can't believe it. I lost hope after a while, but you all survived.
What was your plan if we hadn't? Be a gestural champion until your gommage?
Well, it was a lot of fun, so yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a living.
Noko's quite obsessed with your arm. Your apprentices would be extremely proud knowing a gestural loves their work.
Yeah, they'd be insanely excited.
Well, they did a great job designing your arm. It was quite a creative assignment you gave them.
Well, when life gives you lemons.
Losing an arm is quite a lemon.
Yeah, it's not lemonade.
Did it become lemonade with the robot arm? You can play music on this thing if you have a record. Where's my L? There she is.
Maybe you should stay.
What?
It's safer in the village.
You missed the chance to meet Esquier? No way.
Maëlle.
I'm okay. We stick together.
You okay? You've been quiet since we left the village.
Yeah, sorry.
I think I need to put my niece down for a nap. I'll be right back.
Wanna talk about it?
No.
No.
I'm glad you're here.
By the way, I like your new Sona design. Looks very head pat worthy. If I can get past the mini trees on your head. Yeah, I'll explain after I get back.
Farm 3.
Aqua Farm 3.
That was so long ago. You and Sophie were inseparable on that project.
Yeah, we were.
That was a good project. It fed so many neighborhoods at once. Kind of nostalgic thinking back. We really thought we were making a difference.
Hey, we're still making a difference.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I got no donut too. Let me finish chewing. Okay, this donut is a smaller one. It's the same one as before, kind of, but this one has peanuts on top. All right. So the reason I have mini trees in my hair is because if you look up like the Yamato no Orochi from Japanese mythology, you'll find out that besides it being a giant 8-headed snake with 8 tails, It also had a bunch of trees and moss growing on its back, like 4 different kinds, I think. So yeah, that's why I have trees in my hair. They're a natural part of my skull. I can't get rid of them. I think if you did rip them off, I'd start bleeding. I'm not sure. I don't think I want to find out. All right. What else can I do? I mean, I guess you could put your hand through the trees and have me there instead of going straight from above. All right. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spent some time writing in his journal. He writes about Gestrels. He knows how happy his apprentices will be to learn that they exist. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote. Gustav heads back. Sleepy time.
I can't believe it. We're gonna meet the Esquier. The Gestrels and Esquier. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
Good for you to see this. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about? What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see.
Mel? Hey. Hey.
Sam, I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What did you see? Mael, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman.
Maybe later. She had a mask and
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Luna, ask her tomorrow. Hey. Breathe. Listen to me. You're safe. Do you understand? Okay? It's over.
All right. All right. Let's get back to the video. If I can just move my mouse over there. My game keeps getting in the way. All right, there we go.
Out this year that involved bursting bubbles. But But before we get to that, you remember what year this is, don't
We
you?
can debrief along the way.
That's right,
Let's head east
2004.
to SK's
You
nest.
know what came out in 2004? The SpongeBob SquarePants movie. With this, we received an influx of movie-based content. The SpongeBob 3D movie game came out this year, along with 3D Pinball Panic. We looked at those in previous videos, but let's check out some other movie stuff. This is Bubble Busting Game, made by Sarbakan.
I remember this one.
Oh no, he talks. This is based on the scene from the movie where SpongeBob and Patrick visit Thug Tug, specifically after they unleash bubbles and cause an uproar because only bubble-blowing babies blow bubbles. Hey, do you think these guys would get along with the bubble-popping boys? You have to burst all the bubbles on the screen to keep SpongeBob from laughing in amusement. The meter on the right tells you how far he is from laughing. It's pretty easy, and they give you a lot of time. On the harder stages, they give you a share of power-ups that either freeze or blow up everything on the screen. If you care about your speakers or your ears, you do not want that meter to rise. Give this a listen. But again,
I remember this game.
pretty okay. But keeping in the spirit of the SpongeBob
I had no
movie,
clue how to win that
check out
game at all.
Image. That's quite a title there.
I thought you had to like pop as many bubbles as possible. Well, that is the goal, but I didn't know that you needed to have no bubbles on the screen at all.
Oh, this is just unfair. Way too hard.
But I don't know, I had a feeling like maybe popping the bubbles was the issue.
Days of the Krusty Krab. Mindy?
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well,
Uh-oh.
stuff.
Look at that smile. He kind of wants to do it, but he also not.
Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Oi. Aww.
It's the password.
No, he sounds like he's crying. Oh, come on. Don't give him that.
Look, I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural. He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
No.
I'm sorry.
I wonder if Golgra only did that to mess with him. Maybe she forgot that she never told him the password either.
Darn, that wasn't right. Let me try again. It's gotta be Mindy. No? No way. That can't be right. It's definitely Mindy. Oh, it was SpongeBob. Never would have gotten that. But moving away from the movie, there's another big game that came out this year called Sponge Seek. This was made by Smashing Ideas, who continued to work on SpongeBob games throughout the 2000s. This is based on Battleship and has two modes, one player and email. I think all games should have those exact two modes. And I'm sorry for this, but this sound effect is so strange that I just have to share it with you. Anyway, let's try one player. You choose a color, then your pieces...
I think I remember this game too.
You have to guess where your opponent's pieces are. You drag your jellyfish to a space and try to sting them. You take out each of them one at a time and win, just like Battleship. But email game is interesting because you set your own pieces, then you email the board to a friend to compete. Imagine playing a multiplayer SpongeBob game by emailing someone back and forth. Times sure were different in the 2000s. And if things couldn't get any stranger, a sprite of AJ from Fairly Odd Parents can be found in the game's files. This belonged to a similar game called Timmy's Tile Turner. Turner. But enough about that.
Turner.
This year came in the form of a platform.
Best character right here.
Hey, bonjour mon ami. Ciel. What? I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory,
Who's Flory?
one of my rocks.
Rocks.
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis, one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world, the one known as Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no, he's right next door, over there.
Oh,
Francois is my neighbor.
okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis. Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes,
How? I don't understand.
men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
Okay.
I think I'm learning French in this game. I guess mon ami is for one person and mes amis is for multiple people? I have no clue. I'm not gonna bother playing the video again because I think we're just gonna see another cutscene soon.
The more information we get, the more questions I have.
You okay, Sia?
Yeah. Esquier is surprising.
Let me look at the audio again. I keep messing with it. I think we're good here, honestly. In terms of how many stuff is we have to listen to in this game. There's me, there's the game, there's the video I'm playing. There's Francois. Francois.
There's nothing here.
Who dares enter my lair? You can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
With what door?
Are you Francois?
He's just a talking rock.
Wait, I thought Flory was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes? You certainly have rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle. Esquier! Stop sending hooligans over here!
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
No.
Keep them on your side of the caves! Now get off my lawn!
It's okay. We'll leave. We're just here for Flory.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh my word! Humans! Well, over my dead body! Rah!
Rah! Rah! Hang on, give me a second. I'm double checking my Okay, I have my Twitter and my Discord linked, but not my I don't know, not my Blue Sky for some reason. I guess I can put it in the description later, but like I kind of want to do it now. I don't know how it's linked here. Honestly, I forgot. Oh, great. Now I'm checking on Discord. Give me a second. God damn it, now I gotta call this thing. Okay. I think I'm done being distracted for now. It's just that the linking thing is bothering me. Like, how did I link this before? I don't... Do I have to go on PC for this? I guess I'll figure it out after the stream.
Called 3D Obstacle Odyssey. This was made by iTunes in collaboration with Retro64, but this time iTunes went by the name Snap to Play. The game itself was a reskin of another Retro64 game, Best Friends Forever. But once again, we covered that in a previous video. But pertaining to that,
there we go. Woo!
I'd like to check out in this video because I have a bit of an update to a conundrum I first brought up in my Obstacle Odyssey one, and elaborated on in my Trail of the Snail video. 2005 saw the release of a SpongeBob episode called Have You Seen This Snail? An episode where Gary ran away from home. The episode was heavily marketed and highly anticipated. Many of us remember it by the name Where's Gary? And a certain haunting advertisement I once saw helped to solidify that. For years, I couldn't find it anywhere. I've previously described remembering it as a white light floating across a black screen with SpongeBob faintly shouting Gary's name in the background. It was then followed by the words, "Where's Gary?" and a clip of SpongeBob crying while saying his name. But again, I couldn't find it anywhere. It almost seemed like lost media, or just something I made up. But fear not, because the YouTuber Hapack Scam...
Yeah, the game's not kidding when it says it's the strongest ice attack ever.
Blue Frog TV. They then uploaded it to their channel, so now the entire world can see this commercial that once horrified me. Let's watch it to set the tone for the next game. So how about it? Maybe not so scary if you're an adult, but as a particularly young child with absolutely no further context, you can imagine this was a lot to take in. So now that that age-old Lucy Lilliam mystery has been resolved, let's look at the game. This is Where's Gary, one that was only ever released in the UK and taken down without warning. Nobody knows why, and it's a shame because it has a lot of effort put into it. It was made by Badgerhammer, who would go on to create Idioctopus. Now this is an extremely fast-paced game, so you'd better prepare yourself. On the menu, you can either play all mini-games back-to-back, or one at a time. The one at a time feature doesn't work for me, so let's just do them all at once. It's a compilation of 14 different games that require you to do something.
No kill like overkill.
Gary. Whether you're chasing him, trying to search for him
Fuck.
with binoculars, or pretty much anything really, you have to go for the highest score possible. It's easy to accidentally skip the instructions, so you have to have at least some patience so you know what to do before they throw you into each session.
Sleep like a turtle.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Take it and never come back. François, you got smashed. But know that I will never stop chasing you.
But you can't move.
Scram!
I would never stop chasing you. What did I want to do again? Okay, alright, let me just go on ahead. Oh, right, there was a new peak dose.
very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
That'd be interesting. Got it.
This will be useful.
All right. There's Esquia again.
You got Flory. That's not Flory.
What do you mean, that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory. Your rock is still on the Stonewave Cliffs.
He got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks.
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Versa.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stonewave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. I'll meet you outside.
Oh. Bonk. Legend unlock Esquia. Okay, I think it's safe to play the video again. Let me see. Ah. There we go, that's better.
Some can be really easy, and others play nasty tricks on you. Like this one that tells you to find Gary, but not just a picture of him, even though they have pictures of him all throughout the stage. The ones where you control SpongeBob and try to reach Gary are all out. It's hard to tell what you're doing wrong sometimes. This one also feels a little strange.
Simon Says.
My favorite's probably the rhythm game where you try to charm Gary by matching Squidward's notes. Though I also like the one where you trace Gary and get judged by your accuracy. You can honestly just draw whatever if you don't care about your score. There's also this pirate announcer who keeps talking and says some funny stuff. But yeah, there are a lot of ways to have fun here. Yeah, this looks like Gary to me. What do you mean it isn't? It's pretty good, but one game is kinda dependent on chance, which I'm not a big fan of. It's a shame this—
And your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
Damn, that sucks, man.
It's got taken down though.
Ate the wrong shrooms.
Because the Have You Seen the Snail hype died out, but still. So that about does it for the games I wanted to cover in this video. From this point on, SpongeBob Flash games would blow up, and there would eventually become so many that we could barely keep track. With the Nick Arcade still going strong and Sarbakan releasing these well-received creations, Nick.com was the place to be on the internet. But no matter where they came from, many of us enjoyed playing SpongeBob games when we were growing up. The ones online were easily accessible and killed countless hours for our childhood selves. I think that's amazing, and why we should appreciate these even to this day. Thank you for joining me. I will see you in the next memory. Remember when the SpongeBob movie came out? Many of my classmates saw it right away, so it was the talk of the school very soon after its release. Sadly, I was unable to see it as quickly as everyone else, but that didn't deter me from contributing to the conversation.
He's holding a Bionicle.
This is because I had the AWE PC version of the game, which came out before the movie hit the theaters. I thought this was all I needed to understand the story, so you can imagine my surprise when I actually did see the movie and there wasn't a scene where SpongeBob solved a political conflict with a chiropractor. That aside, the SpongeBob movie was great, and so were the games that were based on it. I didn't have any consoles at the time, so I was late to try out the movie game most people are familiar with. I liked it, but I developed far more nostalgia for the PC version. In my opinion, it might actually be the best SpongeBob computer game. But oddly enough, it wasn't the only SpongeBob movie game released for the PC. In 2004, another one would be released on the 3D group.
I'm thinking about watching something else. Give me a second. I'm gonna go back to Mush for a second. I don't know what he said for a second. I'm planning to stream for hours. Okay, let's see what we have here.
Husks of YouTube fan channels.
Whoops, forgot to pop it out again. There we go.
Out of all the topics I'm talking about today, this one's the most wholesome. Before your Mr. Beasts and before your criticals, before everything on YouTube became about constant output and making money, in the early days, we had YouTube poops. What the fuck? YouTube poop. YouTube poops were a very basic form of entertainment on YouTube. All it required was some simple editing skills in a pre-existing form of media, and then you could screw with it. You could distort the video, reverse it, or add another video or piece of media over it to make it funny. That's the thing about these. They were so easy to make, and anyone with any editing skills was able to make one. In fact, I could make one right now. Watch.
What a fucking barnacle head.
You see, back in the day, we didn't have access to all these long-form
Barnacle
videos
head.
entertained for hours on end. We didn't have access to some guy who's probably on the spectrum like I am to talk about Mega Man for 8 hours. There weren't any real notable figures to keep us entertained, save for a small group. So individual people decided to entertain themselves and others, and used what they had. And that's what birthed YouTube poops. Now, the media they used in these were usually easy targets, the ones that were the most exploitable. There was a ton of SpongeBob YouTube poops along with the old Mario cartoon show, but this is also where the masses became aware of the Zelda and Mario CDI games and their infamous cutscenes. These characters were so strange and so quotable, you couldn't help but not reporting the hell back.
Whatever I see, I shall devour.
Got him!
The sheer amount of effort put into some of these, and how funny they could be, was commendable.
Ah, fuck! Okay, that didn't matter.
However, when I was a kid on YouTube back in the day, I didn't watch these much. I watched a few, but not as many as I should have. I did watch another genre of video that was very similar. Blooper videos.
Dear Mario,
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Blooper videos were usually some dude emulating a game with Bandicam, turning on cheats, and with a bit of editing knowledge, creating something entertaining. Now, like I said, I wasn't that into YouTube poops, but dear God, I could not stop watching these blooper videos. They were the most entertaining things to me. Like jangling a set of keys in front of a toddler. There would be all these reoccurring characters and jokes, like these videos were obsessed with Scatman John. They played his music all the time in some form or another. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is how most people today know of Scatman John, these videos, and I think we can all thank them for that. Oh my God, this is the Windows Movie Maker scrolling font. Oh God, you could not get any more old school YouTube than this.
I don't think I ever got into YouTube poops personally, or blooper videos.
Looking at these videos today, they're not.
I think he can be a little bit quieter. Lucy was quieter, but Bush is pretty loud.
Video software. These weren't made to make money or to push yourself into the mainstream.
Wait.
These were made for fun and nothing else.
There we go.
And they have to be admired for that. They are a fossil of the old.
I forgot to pop it out again.
So corporatized, and everything has to be about money. So, why did these fall into favor? Well, I have to guess two reasons. The first one being more and more figures like Smosh and Fred. Oh God, please! No!
Fred.
Started becoming well-known figures who would become trusted enough to put out good content, basically becoming the first e-celebs on YouTube and getting an actual following. That slowly started becoming the norm compared to some teenager with some knowledge of Windows Movie Maker and some semblance of humor. Because anyone can make a YouTube poop and blooper video, you'd get a bunch that varied in quality. One could be the funniest shit you've ever seen, or you'd find one that was a complete waste of time. And the second reason why is this is when corporations started taking notice of YouTube and realized what this website could be used for. This was around the time when Viacom tossed a huge lawsuit at YouTube, suing them for millions of dollars because people were uploading clips of their shows without their permission on there. This, of course, including YouTube poops, which for...
But I'm still 3 shy. I might need to do some solo hunting if I'm going to even up the score. Oh, I can hear a big Nev coming. They count for double. If I kill it quick, I can boost my score.
And that's how he died. Famous last words.
Filled with clips from their shows. And so, YouTube started cracking down on these. Infuriating as it is, this is a huge factor into why they fell out of favor. And so with the combined effort of these two factors, most of these poop and blooper channels just stopped uploading content. They sit here for years, over a decade even, with these extremely old videos in the backlog, and nothing new ever gets uploaded. But hey, even though they haven't been in favor for a long time, their legacy still lingers on. YouTube poops still get made for the people who still find them entertaining, and so they probably never will fully go away. And some of the new ones are still really funny.
Yep.
Super Mario Glitchy 4 is a popular YouTuber who has blooper videos to thank for all of his success and inspiration. He used to make them, and his videos have mutated into a more modern version of them, with more memes and editing techniques, and they still get a ton of views. So, blooper videos still technically exist, they're just not called blooper videos anymore. But in the end, these channels and videos just sit here, as a reminder of what YouTube was originally about. Entertaining random people and yourself. Not for profit, not for clout, but... and they need to be admired for that. These are truly wholesome.
I remember that era of YouTube. I just don't remember watching YouTube poops all that much. It's dead. Okay, apparently there's a mushroom crust item. Let's see if I picked it up by accident.
As the odd man out. When a website website is up and running for well over a decade, they'll usually add new features throughout the years to keep people invested and keep them coming back. YouTube
I did not. Let's see. It looks like I'm gonna have to head back.
YouTube has actively taken features away as the years have gone by. If they add a new feature, they also like to get rid of it just as fast. Listen, if any people from the future are watching this, how's it looking now? How bare bones is it? I bet it's just a video player at this point. The one feature I've missed for years was the ability to watch a creator's videos in their own YouTube channel page. That was so convenient, and I have no clue why they got rid of it. But I'm getting off topic at this point. There was one feature that has come and gone, and that was video responses. You see, around a decade ago, you had the ability to watch a video and then make a video of yourself responding to the video and what you had to say on it. Sort of useless to a good chunk of people. Most are just satisfied with making a comment. However, this one feature, for a while, would spawn one of the most obnoxious YouTube fads in the website's history. Reply girls.
Never heard of those.
I'm kind of cheating with this entry because there really is no fossil to discover here. Almost all the Reply Girl channels have been killer queened off YouTube. There's almost no trace of them left, but there's still a small remnant of them. A couple of popular channels still have their videos of making fun of Reply Girls, and you can see the impact these had. Reaction videos have been a long criticized form of media on YouTube, basically taking someone else's content and reacting to it. It's been up for debate if these are even considered constructive use of someone's work. But Reply Girls were well below even this shit. These were the most low effort, lowest common denominator videos anyone could possibly make. They make my editing skills look like a fucking Maxor video. It's just them staring into a camera and talking about the video they just watched. Now this is kind of what the reaction feature was for, but Reply Girls abused the ever-loving shit out of it. They would reply to the most random stuff. The number of views, or the length, or the entire purpose of the video did not matter. They would reply to it. They swarmed YouTube with these low-effort videos for the sole purpose of views and making money. And there were tons of Reply Girls too. Tons of them making these low-effort videos for the sake of profit. And almost all of them were met with disgust and vitriol. But some did get some semblance of a following. I imagine
Where is the mime anyway?
very entertaining, endearing, charismatic personality, and their thought-provoking and interesting videos. For a while, there was a huge push by bigger YouTubers to get YouTube to do something about these videos because they were low-effort tier garbage that had no substance or value, and they flooded every single recommendation page. This was the most bottom-of-the-barrel entertainment you could put on YouTube. Say what you will about prank videos or 3am videos or any of those other fads that were big for a while, those at least required actors and some semblance of effort. There is no effort here. There is nothing of substance here. The entire reason these videos were made was to make money in the laziest way possible.
I'm gonna see if the guide mentions anything about the mime.
To voice your disgust, they still got your view, and that was enough for them. Eventually, YouTube did do something about this by changing how YouTube determines how videos are recommended. Instead of recommending videos with high view counts, they recommend videos by how many hours people have collectively watched them. So low-effort garbo like this was wiped out with ease. But, sadly, this also came at the sacrifice of animation channels who made their whole career off of short animation videos. Animating a 2-minute video by yourself takes months to make, and there was nothing they could really do about it. You know why Aaron Hansen stopped making animations and started sucking ass at video games? Well, you can blame Reply Girls for that. This was a fad on YouTube I and most others are glad died off. It wasn't entertaining, it wasn't fun for anyone except the ones making money off of it. And now YouTube as a whole is changed because of it. This is a fad nobody will miss. Oh, and what happened to all the Reply Girls, you may ask? Oh, that's easy. They ran to Twitch.
Is that actually true? I thought he was gonna say OnlyFans or something.
Now, this last one might be a bit controversial because I'm going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, I know Five Nights at Freddy's is still a very popular franchise. The games still sell a bunch, and it still has a huge, huge fan base. I'm well aware of that. But listen, I like to compare Five Nights at Freddy's success to Pokemon's. Strange comparison, I know, but let me explain myself. Pokemon, to this day, is an extremely popular franchise. The games sell millions, and it is literally the most popular intellectual property on planet Earth. But for those who don't know or weren't born, when the first game released outside of Japan in 1998, a global event many have dubbed Pokemania happened. Oh yeah, Pokemon is still popular to this day, but back in 1998 and 1999, oh my god, you could not escape it. It was everywhere. You could not go a single day or night without hearing about something Pokemon related or seeing something Pokemon related advertised to you. I was still a drooling baby in 1999, and even I have vague memories of being shown some Pokemon product. Whether you cared about Pokemon or not, you were still hearing about it all.
I was born in 1998, so I think I just missed Pokemania.
Compared to that period of time, nothing else compares. And I also view Five Nights at Freddy's the same way, albeit in a more compact manner. Yeah, Five Nights is still popular today, but if you were regular on the internet around 2014 and 2015, just like Pokemon, you could not escape it.
That is true. I was around for that.
Every news site was talking about it. It was all over every social media platform. It was everywhere. Scott Cawthon, a simple man, had created a phenomenon and was making bank off of it, no doubt. But it just wasn't Scott who was making bank off of it. Of course, tons of other YouTubers saw the potential profit as well, and so they got right to the milking. Tons of channels started popping up dedicated to Five Nights for the sole purpose of getting that dosh from anyone remotely interested in the game. Now, of course, not all of these were just to mine money. Some had actual interest in the games and the lore, but a lot just wanted cash. So you got, of course, a ton of Let's Players playing the games, and then the theory videos, and then anything else you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I remember, who was it? Oh yeah, I talked about this video. And this channel, really, this whole channel.
This happened every single time a new game came out, and they came out in pretty quick succession, so content was ripe for the picking. I remember the day Five Nights at Freddy's 3 came out. This was the peak of hype for the series, if you ask me. Every YouTuber was playing the game, trying to be the first one to beat it. I remember one YouTuber in particular. I can't remember his name, though, for the life of me.
There it is.
It sounded out of breath, and like someone had a gun to his head. He was so nervous playing the game. He was rushing the videos out as fast as possible, trying to be the first one to beat it. It was crazy. But then, after a while, after all these YouTubers were mining the series for gold, the unthinkable happened. Popularity started to wane. This did not sit well with some YouTubers who had dedicated their entire channel to Five Nights at Freddy's. This was their life source. This was their way of life. And yes, it's true Five Nights at Freddy's is a whole franchise. There are plenty of things to talk about. And some still have been able to thrive off of it to this day, like Dawko. Dawko is a well-known figure and is still quite popular. But I'm more impressed on how a Brit was able to be so interested in a series based off an American-themed Chuck E. Cheese knockoff and became famous because of it.
Why wouldn't that happen? I don't get it.
What's coming up, guys? Don't come back again.
So, you can
I don't get it.
But why settle for 5 figures when you could be making 6? So a lot of them abandoned their channel because they weren't making the money they once were. There is a handful of channels that had this happen, but one in particular is the poster boy for this massive band. That YouTuber being Smike.
Oh, I remember him.
Once upon a time, Smike was a Skyrim YouTuber. He was Todd Howard's little man. He made videos on Skyrim, its lore, and tons of other things. He had garnered a small following because of this. He wasn't some big hit YouTuber, but he was good at doing Skyrim. Come after. But after a bit, Smike decided to take a break from Skyrim videos and try something else for once. Now, what's this Five Nights at Freddy's game? Looks interesting. I'll take a look at it. Next thing
Fuck.
his channel blows up. So, Smike now has a new audience of people looking for FNAF content. And what can he do with this new content? mind, milk the shit. And when I mean milk, I mean...
Well, the smilk meme became a thing, so.
There was nothing left in the fuck.
I want to know the context behind that meme clip.
He made tons of
Fuck.
theories and fact videos about basically every single FNAF character, whatever the newest game is. From animatronics to the Easter eggs. He even had a top 10 fact video about, get this, the cupcake. Yes, the fucking cupcake from Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Mike here, and today I'm going to be showing you my top 10 facts about the cupcake in Five Nights at Freddy's.
You gotta be really rich to make these kind of videos. Of course, his videos
Oh, come on.
some controversy. For example, when he made a Let's Play of the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, where he admitted he had never played a Five Nights at Freddy's game before.
I remember that.
I do have to admit something because I've never actually played Five Nights at Freddy's before. I know that my channel, you know, I do a lot of videos on this game, but I never actually played it, to be honest. I never even installed the game.
Now, I know there's a whole ongoing argument. You don't need to play a game to be a fan of it. You can be sucked in by the lore and story and all that shit. But I personally feel that there is a certain element lost not playing the game experience again for yourself. That being said, there's a difference between being a casual fan of something and then actively profiting off of it and its fan base. He was making quite a chunk of change from these videos and hadn't even touched a single game from it. And then there was the fan art controversy. In some of his videos, he had grabbed random fan art from a couple of places to put in his videos, but hadn't given proper credit to the artists. Now, remember, he was still making a shit ton of money off of these vids, so he was basically profiting off these artists' works without giving credit to them. The heat did eventually get to his artists, and he took down all the vids of stolen art and made a huge apology video, and crediting every artist he took from Jesus Christ! Is this a credits list or Christopher Judge's acceptance speech? And the last thing about Smike was his older fan base. The ones that subbed to him for Skyrim content. Of course, they were feeling a bit alienated and ignored for the ones that subbed him for Five Nights at Freddy's. They wanted him to eventually start talking about Skyrim or Bethesda in general again. But most of these requests fell on deaf ears. The majority of his older fan base left because it became very clear Freddy's was where the money was at. But then, like I said earlier, the massive popularity of Five Nights started to wane. Smike's views started dwindling, and he realized the kids were losing their passions. So, he eventually tried tucking his head back under Todd Howard's arms, but it was too little too late. The kids took themselves away, and his older fanbase he had alienated had left a while ago. Smike was abandoned by both of his audiences, and doing the only thing he could do, he made one video about Poppy's playtime, got a couple of views, and disappeared. His channel being left as a fossil when Five Nights at Freddy's was the talk of the town.
Should be here around here somewhere.
Is a reminder to all YouTubers. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I offer you a nice egg in this trying time.
Don't abandon an already established fan base for something else, because it may come back to bite you.
Ah, here we go.
Was that the bite of 87?
God damn it.
The taste of internet ongoers is ever changing, ever expanding. Whatever you enjoy now,
How do I get back up?
is old and outdated in a matter of weeks. Just look at
Oh, here we go.
But just because tastes are changing all the time doesn't mean you can't enjoy something as long as you want.
Get back
No one can
around.
take that away from you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my irrelevancy in 5 years to plan for. Have a good day and God bless. I'll see you all next time. Super Smash Bros.
What's this video about?
It's one of the most well-known fighting game series out there. Most likely the biggest pull of it is the crossover element. What was originally a crossover between Super Nintendo
Oh, okay. don't give a shit about Smash Brothers. So. What to pick? I like this one. I know next to nothing about AVGN, but I like this video.
James Rolfe and his character, the angry video game nerd, is one of the most influential people that have ever graced the internet. And I think a lot of people don't seem to realize that. The foundation for content creation on the internet is basically all thanks to him. He was one of, if not the first internet celebrity to ever exist, starting all the way back in 2000.
Now I can head back to Gestural Village.
He was one person you would constantly look to for new entertaining content. You were constantly coming back for more. He had personality and a nice hook that a lot of people grew to love. Nowadays, there are literally hundreds, thousands of people out there making content for you to watch and keep your dopamine receptors in check. But back in 2006, there was slim pickings. And James was one of them that didn't have me reaching for
Okay, no, where's I never watched a Fred video. I mean, I heard of him, but the closest thing I ever came to watching a Fred video was that one iCarly episode. I Heart Fred? Is that what it? No, I think it was just called I Fred. What I find weird is that show made it seem like Fred was the funniest guy on the internet, even though he was, at best, he was always just plain divisive.
Getting that fame was doing the exact same thing James was doing. In the late 2000s, you saw angry game reviewers everywhere you went. The ticket to success was being unnecessarily angry at some video games, swearing up a storm, and using Adobe After Effects to destroy the game in increasingly over-the-top ways. Some of these obviously have way more effort put into them than others, but none of them could compare to what James was doing. But also, some of these got really bad.
Fucking kill game designers!
This event was...
Fucking kill game designers, come on. Yes!
Although before we start, I want to mention one real quick. One of the first people doing the same thing James was doing was RMake21. Now, RMake was obviously taking cues from James, but he did it in his own unique way and gave it his own personality.
Fingers dancing all over.
The videos were obviously way lower quality than what James was doing, but they were still really enjoyable. Just because someone is obviously copying something doesn't automatically make it bad. RMake's videos were like going to a hole-in-the-wall restaurant. The food is sloppily piled on your plate and looks bad from a distance, but when you actually went and tasted it, it was really good. I'm bringing him up now because it should be known, and I'm terribly sorry to anyone just now learning this info that loved RMake's videos in the past. RMake21, Marcus Paracho, passed away in late January of this year. One of the old guards of Angry Gamers on YouTube is no longer with us. And may God rest his soul and condolences to his family. I thought it would be an insult not to mention RMake and his legacy in this video. But now that we've got the condolences out the way, let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Ultra Ultimate.
So what better way to start off a video with AVGN wannabes than talking about the angry video game nerd himself? Apparently, that's what the notes say. Yeah, I already worshipped him enough in the intro, so why don't we talk about one of his episodes to get ourselves in the right headspace? What the hell? Damn, James must be falling on some hard times. The budget has taken a considerable hit. Did the screen wave money run out?
The dog's bollocks. Is that supposed to be a good thing? I don't know. Usually when somebody calls something balls, it's bad.
That's not James. What the hell did I just click on? This is very obviously
Ah.
not James Rolfe or his work. This is
No, I'm a filthy little cheater, so I'm gonna try again. Pretty sure I didn't heal myself first.
very obvious when you hear him speak. English is not his first language. In fact, I dare to even call this English.
I am talking about the best game on any handheld system and also the best Zelda game.
I can barely understand what he's saying in most of his videos. Any criticisms are completely thrown out the window because I cannot genuinely tell what the criticisms are.
You can hide as enemy. And you can also become invincible like Predator. Like I am now invincible. And I will kill that.
This sort of video for TF2 is just so funny to me.
That man somehow noted me.
In fact, while we're at it, he's not very angry, is he? Where's the anger in this angry video game nerd video? In fact, I would dare say Jaco is a pioneer. Jaco is not the AVGN, but he is instead the ASMR. This could easily pass as one of the first ASMR channels on YouTube. His voice is very calm and soothing. It's anything but angry.
Castle. Yes, that voice, Jaakko. I superstar no escaping destiny.
Oh shit, I forgot to heal.
I think I finally get weapon.
You can look in the comments of his more popular videos and see people talking about how soothing his voice is and how it helps them sleep. Jaco had something going for him, and he didn't even realize it, especially back then. Oh, and I wouldn't recommend any videos in particular, because this man has hundreds of gaming, hundreds of these things. Because as you can
There we go.
tell, there isn't much effort in these videos at all. Legit, all it seems to be is booting up an emulator, turning your mic on, and just commenting on what you see.
Come on. Okay, let's try this again.
Even though I was Super Mario, I got killed.
Oh god, the emulator filters he's using is truly sinful. Looking good. Very rarely does Jaco show his face. Anytime he shows himself, it gives off an incredibly unnerving vibe.
Really that good. Restart.
I need to remember to heal.
I guess we have to find out.
I feel like I'm watching the intro to a snuff film. And keeping up with that unnerving vibe, I can't talk about Jaco without talking about his most famous review. His Super Metroid review. When the actual review starts, he seems to be out of it and pointing out the most plainly obvious things about the game. And around 2 minutes into the video, this happens.
Open door.
This goes on for 7 minutes straight.
If it wasn't plainly obvious by now, this dude is just having a laugh. These low-effort wastes of time were just made to trick people into thinking they were actual AVGN videos, and this is what they got instead. Back then, people were pissed. Today, this dude is just kind of a meme now, mostly due to the phrase he utters constantly, open door.
Open door. Open door. Open door.
The wildest thing about this dude, however, is the fact he has a very small and niche fan base. And this fan base still sort of exists to this day. They swear by the sword that Jaco was actually the original angry video game nerd and started doing the whole angry gamer shtick way before James did, even though he's not angry in the slightest. There are still some dedicated Jaco fanboys out there. You just have to really search for them. I don't know how they still exist, because it seems Jaco has just left everything behind. I have no clue where he's gone to, and I can find no info online. So he will probably stay as the internet enigma he is. Overall, Jaco is harmless. In fact, he's the opposite of harmless.
Ah, boy.
Watching his videos makes me feel calm and safe. I just wanna sleep for a while. You on sit.
Guys, they can't find the exit. Found it. There we go.
We really got a good variety of angry reviewers back in the day, all unified of doing the exact same thing James did, and of varying quality. But you have to remember, some people did not have access to the resources James did. James went to film school and had some knowledge of the movie-making process. Some people didn't get the opportunity to do that. Some had no access to high-tech cameras or special effects, but they still tried their hardest to be like his character. This, of course, would lead to cases like this. This is the angry, pissed-off, hardcore gamer. And if you couldn't tell, he means business. He's going to tear into things you loved and grew up with, including the shit cube, the shitbox 360, and the place where it all comes from.
I wouldn't mind tasting it.
His real
Nah,
name is
Bayonetta.
Eric Abramov, and as you can tell, he's Russian. So English is also not his first language.
Doesn't have that much very good games.
Okay, it's been long enough. It's time to stop ignoring the elephant in the room. That elephant being Eric himself. Eric himself is a very imposing and noticeable individual. It's to the degree where it actually has an impact on his videos, where he resorts to pointing at things he wants to talk about with a broom handle.
This is my Xbox One. This is my Xbox 360.
Like, legit, the joke's right in his face. He's even acknowledged his weight in his videos and is self-aware. But honestly, that's low-hanging fruit. I'm not here to mock a man for his weight in videos that are well over a decade old. We don't body shame on this channel. Just make something videos with us. So I will not be making any more comments or jokes on this man's appearance. I will be playing this music though. Eric was
Fuck.
very clearly doing this.
There we go.
James Ross was doing. And he didn't even try to hide it. He even used the AVGN theme song in one of his videos. Now, the AVGN was criticizing things for how broken or frustrating they were.
Oh, come on.
Pissed off gamer criticized them for minor problems and thought that was worthy of destroying them, whether with special effects or actually breaking things.
Fuck.
It's not good.
You know, I think I can just load a previous save. Instead of just immediately quitting and going back to it.
Well, as you can tell, Eric's production values were not very high. He seems to be working with MS Paint and Windows Movie Maker.
I know it doesn't matter, like, you have to beat the thing anyway, but, like, I don't know, my pride tells me I need to, like, beat it on the first try.
This is actually what a lot of people did back then. You can tell he's really trying to be badass and hardcore with these, and oh, sweet Jesus! Now that is actually kind of terrifying. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and this is staring at you. You could jump scare someone with this pretty effectively.
Can you imagine this is a screamer?
They are unintentionally hilarious. Like, you can tell Eric is trying so hard to be badass and witty, but it falls on its face so hard it wraps around to being hilarious.
Graphics by ATI. ATI, my ass.
His insults and his mockery of things are genuinely into so bad it's good territory.
This looks like a fucking chocolate chip cookie.
And then there's these incredibly long pauses between.
I wish I could parry those with the jump attacks.
I can't help but laugh.
And plus,
The skipping music. There we go. There we go.
This guy just became a laughingstock on the internet because of how hard he botched this whole angry reviewer thing. There's a video out there of album pictures of his life and shows you this guy had a lot of sight, and yet this is his legacy. Eventually, Eric gave up on the whole angry reviewer stick and just decided to review things normal.
Woo!
And tried to be an actual informative reviewer. And I wouldn't say he succeeded at this either.
Woo!
Port. Right here.
And even after this, it seems
Woo!
reviews altogether and decided to focus on
It's so satisfying. Sorry for the hooting and the hollering, but I just get so excited when I land these hits.
online in his own every way.
You can bow on your hands and knees and kiss God's ass all you want.
And nowadays, Eric is still online, sort of. I actually found his YouTube.
Woo!
Sadly, during the editing of this,
Didn't think I was gonna get that one.
almost all of his videos. But the one thing I do remember, he had a lot of videos of him making art of women with huge badonkers. So he's found himself a hobby. A man of God and a man of taste, I see. I hope I didn't
Yeah.
too mean-spirited towards
God damn it! Come on! I'm trying to hit your weak spot.
the best future out of anyone else in this video, as you'll soon find out. He got his shit together and went on to do something in his life. For something he's actually passionate about. That has to be admired. He said he just wanted to entertain people and had no issue with people loving or hating the videos. And admits the videos were just bad.
If you like them, you like them. If you don't like them,
Oh shit! I forgot. I didn't fully charge it. But that's okay. I broke him.
The reason I did those videos was on purpose to make people laugh.
Well, Eric, I would say you still succeeded, even if not in the way you intended. These videos are some of the funniest and nostalgic things I've seen in a long time. They are a true form of art. This is genuinely the YouTube version of the root. It's trying so hard, it ends up amazing.
Yeah, there we go. I thought I missed that one.
You should be proud of that.
Oh fuck! I definitely missed. Shit! Where'd all this? How am I choking so bad? I wonder if him falling over is part of a bit. Yes, sirree, is a gamer with a bad attitude. I wish I knew the lyrics to that theme song.
You might notice a distinct lack of irate gamer in this video, and I understand why you might think that. Well, that would be because, well, irate gamer just doesn't give me much to work with. His videos are pretty self-explanatory. He had the special effects and characters. He had way worse jokes.
Ugh, somebody call 911, because I was robbed.
But overall, the videos aren't...
I don't know, that joke kind of makes me chuckle.
They are poorly...
Because I robbed.
In fact, they probably had a ton of effort put into them. But overall, Chris Boers and his channel are just fine. I have nothing to say on his videos.
Okay, so you have to play as Gustav for this shit.
Let's talk about Game Dude.
Look at me, I'm Donkey Kong.
I remember Korone playing that game.
Game Dude was the we have
She loved it personally. She personally loved it. Yeah, damn Canadians.
even harder than Chris did. Chris at least somewhat attempted to differentiate himself in some capacity. Game Dude ate the style as closely as he could.
Woo!
He wasn't even subtle about it.
I'd have more fun letting a gorilla hammer coconuts up my nostrils.
He even says in some of the videos,
like the noodle said, what?
Yeah. Oh, I thought I missed it.
James and his character is some sort of holy figure whose word is gospel. As for the videos themselves,
Shit.
well, the production value is high, pretty on par with irate gamer. You can tell Game Dude knew what he was doing when he was making these. The issue is, well,
those who come after.
He comes off as a tryhard. He tries way too hard to copy what James is doing, and he does everything James does, but lesser. No, even lesser than irate gamer. Game Dude is the last kid you pick in dodgeball. You only watch him if you really have no other choice. If James and Chris were banned in your household, then this was your only option.
It would be less irritating listening to a
Yeah.
The thing that makes Game Dude interesting is the man behind it. Game Dude's real name is Alex, and Alex is quite the strange individual. It's more than just being Canadian.
Their flag is a fucking leaf.
For those who come up,
Leave their flag alone.
And crazy person. He mostly got traction because he shilled his reviews in the comment section of the AVG and Irate Gamer videos, which annoyed a lot of people. Spam shilling is pretty much universally frowned on. Well, I can't say it didn't work. That's how I found out about him all those years ago. So there's the obnoxious shilling, and then there's Alex's views on video ratings. Alex refused to let a video get below 3 stars. Oh shit.
I'm gonna have to wait until
Back in the day, down there was a 5-star rating system. The more stars, the better the sequel. There. Anyway, Alex refused to let any video get below 3 stars. And every time one did, he would delete the video and re-upload it to refresh the rating. As you can imagine, this got very annoying with his subscribers, who just wanted new stuff instead of the same video re-uploaded, just because it went below the rating he wanted. But his subscribers wouldn't have to worry about that, because soon he would stop uploading game reviews.
for those who come after.
He instead started posting videos.
There we go.
Why?
There we go.
Why this sudden shift in content?
Hey, want some chocolate? Chocolate goose.
Well, it would soon come to light what had
Ow.
happened to Alex's personal life. It turns out Alex had found himself in a relationship with a girl. Yes, he actually found love in the battlefield, that is, Angry Game Review. Alex was deeply in love with this girl, to an absurd degree, and would do anything.
Yeah, here we go.
Sadly, the relationship after a while fell apart. Alex was heartbroken. He truly believed this girl was the love of his life.
Do you say poppycock, this little just old boy?
And honestly, how can you look at this face and not believe this man wasn't drowning in the sea of women? So he then
Yeah, got enough.
the majority of his time
Got enough it.
trying everything in his power.
Alright, let's see if there's any more missables.
Harassing her family members, calling her a multitude of times a day that goes well into the double digits. Everything. He even sent her choreographed love songs to make her feel something. Anything for him again.
Let you down, never gonna run around and desert you.
His side of the story wasn't being
Memes aside, I think it's a genuinely good song.
toy dinosaurs.
You promised just you and I. What happened? Well, I just said that because you were bugging me.
Okay, the only missables are in Act 2, and I don't need to worry about that right now.
I was bugging you.
Okay, now let's continue on with the story.
This video is 2 hours long, by the way. Why would you want to watch garbage on Netflix when you have this masterclass of cinema?
Yeah. Ah, fuck. I still don't know the lyrics to a Game Dude's theme song, but it's catchy now. It's in my head now. Huh?
He led the country. Yep, he just up and left everything behind. As of 2023, nobody knows where he is. Alex is a wanted Canadian fugitive.
I love this so much. I love this joke so much. It's so stupid, too.
That will give you a radius of 6 miles.
Alexander 488, from AVGN knockoff to stalker to wanted criminal on the run. Will he ever be seen again? Only time will tell. But whether it be his mediocre reviews, his insane ramblings and stalking of an innocent woman, or anything in between, only one thing remains certain. That theme song is catchy as hell.
Yeah. He is a game dude. Yes, sirree. He is a gamer with a bad attitude. Cause they are so lame. Cause they are so lame. I wish that theme song belonged to a better content creator.
When I originally started this video topic, I thought I was going to have a smorgasbord of topics to choose from. And technically, I do. There are legit dozens and dozens of angry game critics I can choose from for this video. But the issue is, when looking at a majority of them, most of them aren't worth talking about. They're either really boring or trying to be bad on purpose.
He's the angriest gamer you ever heard. He's the angry video game nerd. I don't really know the rest of the words to this song.
I hate this.
Because of the game I got to review.
There's NC-17 Productions, one of the first AVGN knockoffs, and he's pretty.
They got 3 windows. Just fucking push the button when you're under them, right under them. Because if you're just
Come on, SGA.
a fucking little bit off, they don't fucking climb down the goddamn ladder. I mean, what sense does that make?
Yeah, he's pretty by the numbers. I could talk about Spoonie and the deep dark spiral he's been down.
Oh boy.
Done to death. And besides, his videos are actually really good and still fun to watch.
I only vaguely heard of Spoonie.
Was I just yelled at by Barack Obama?
There's retro
Obama now.
back then featuring characters like the gaming. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's a name that'll take off. I watched a lot.
Why name him that? Was that just an edgy joke? What's going on here?
Nothing to comment on. Like, give me something to work with here. So in some form of desperation, I decided to look at James Rolfe's other shows to see if someone tried copying them. Board James was a no-go. No one dared try to copy that because only James could have taken it in the direction it went. And then I looked at You Know What's Bullshit, his show about talking about the mundane things in life that pissed him off. It was a fun and relatable show. And for the most part, there were no takers on ripping off this show either. But I did find one. It's called
You know what sucks? Traffic lights. You know what sucks? You wanna know?
Oh, we want to.
Great.
I don't know. He looks hard.
You know what sucks? CD jewel cases.
Yeah, this is pretty blatant. It seems to be some young adult just taking James Rolfe's idea and running with it to talk about
Fine.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But then again, this still doesn't give me much to work with because it's just doing the exact same thing James did.
Oh, here we go.
If you're gonna fill a quarter of the bag, then why not make the
I see why you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. Lumia life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah. I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Yep, but guess what? The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. can talk to me. We're family. Well, that's what the paperwork says, at least.
Well, the paperwork probably says we're dead too, so.
Yeah, probably. Ooh, nice one.
I know.
I told you, don't get cocky. It was okay.
You taught me great. Nah.
You right? Play this video again.
Bag that size. It's a scam for your money. The only reason they put a little window near the bottom is to fool you, thinking there's more jerky in there than there really is.
But something seems off about the
Gonna put some music
I
on.
feel like I've heard their voice somewhere before.
You gotta take a piss, and of course the toilet's loud too. Thank God I don't have a turbo flush.
Like, yeah, I've definitely heard this guy somewhere else on YouTube, but I cannot put
God
my
damn it.
finger on what.
Gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. But I'm also eating dinner slash lunch, so I think I'm just gonna relax and react to some videos right now. Well, not really react. I'm not really reacting type of person. That's why I'm doing two things at once.
No! Oh, God!
No. This can't be who I'm thinking of. It can't be.
You know the deal already. I play car cables, monster cables, whatever you want to call them, are bullshit. You'd think they'd be the perfect gadget to play your iPhone or iPod music on the road.
Oh my God. No. If this is who I think it is, no, it can't be. It can't be. Let me see his face.
Props to you. I guess I should just resort to wearing earbuds because these things...
Oh my God. It's him. It's Randy Stair. For those who live under a rock, Randy Stair was a failed YouTuber who rode on multiple trends to try and become famous. After years and years of trying, his mental state started to degrade, and then he became obsessed with a ghost girl named Ember from the cartoon Danny Phantom. And then his entire channel shifted towards edgier and darker content surrounding Ember. Everything reached the boiling point when he then went into his place of work at a grocery store, killed 3 people and then himself, because he believed he would be reincarnated as Ember from Danny Phantom, the body he always wanted. I did not think he would show up on my search for ABGN knockoffs, but he did. These blatant attempts at copying James's work are some of the various things Randy did to become famous on the internet, and thus they were lost in the sea of YouTube content. These were made well before Randy lost his mind and dedicated his life to a fictional ghost girl from a cartoon before ending it. That will be his legacy, and not this. If you want a more in-depth look at Randy's life on the internet, there are plenty of videos to choose from. There's nothing more I can add on to this subject. Now, I just feel disturbed this guy even showed up when researching this stuff. It just sort of sours the whole mood now. We went from a stalker to an actual murderer. I don't think we're getting any worse than that. I think it's time we wrap things up. I feel so sorry for those victims that lost their lives, and to this basket case of all things. May God rest their souls.
I never heard of Randy Stair up until I watched this video. Then I watched like one true crime video about him.
James Rolfe is one of the most important people on the internet, who inspired a ton of people to make their own videos and their own characters for the sake of entertaining others on the web. Now they're everywhere, from every part of the globe, from every shape and size, and some went on to do good things, and then others who did really awful things. It can't be helped. You can't control who watches and looks up to you, but you should take pride in knowing you've helped make what the internet is today. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night to you all. Stay safe.
I'm gonna see if I can watch his video about Sonic.exe ripoffs. Yeah. Wait. Here it is. I just can't. I'm using my controller as a mouse, so here we go.
The last game doesn't even try to be scary. Well,
Okay. Start it from the beginning. Better. Oh, by the way, I'm muting my microphone while I eat, so you don't hear me chewing.
Last year, I made a video covering the infamous creepypasta Sonic.exe and how it is somehow the only creepypasta to still be popular over a decade later, despite the original story being absolute garbage made by an edgy furry who belongs in prison. I went over the story, its impact, and the amount of fan content it spawned due to its enormous popularity, some of the fan creations even surpassing the original story in terms of quality. In the time since that video and now,
Maybe I should watch that video next. Actually, no, I'm gonna watch that video now and then watch this one after.
including a full remake of the original Sonic.exe. Yeah, it's still basically a walking sim, but it's improved the graphics and even it added some bonus stuff to make it way better than the original fan game. Speaking of the original fan game, that thing turned 11 years old this year. Yeah, 11.
There we go.
It's impressive the evolution horror has gone through on the internet. It seems every decade the format changes into something else. In the 2000s, the big thing was screamers. You're just watching a normal video. Boo! Gotcha! These were all over the place in the 2000s, and while I have some nostalgia,
I'll be honest, I flinched a bit.
I fully admit they were extremely cheap and preyed on the weak and vulnerable. The reactions were fantastic, though. Right now, the big horror trend as I speak is analog horror and ARGs. Oh, everybody knows about these. Just slap a VHS filter on something and make some spooky cryptic stuff. The public will eat it up. Now, I'm poking fun and jest. A lot of these are really well made and a lot better than something I could probably make. I can't deny the creativity some of these have in them. That's the current trend right now. Who knows what it'll be in a few years. But the one I want to talk about was the horror trend of the 2010s. God, just saying that, the 2010s, they're in the past now. God, I'm getting old. But before I have an existential crisis, I want to talk about creepypastas. In the 2010s, these were the big boys of horror. If you were interested in horror around that time on the web, you couldn't not know about them. They were everywhere. Entire YouTube channels with millions of subs doing readings of them. Thousands of stories made by thousands of would-be horror writers. But because they were written by tons of different people had different ideas of what they found scary, and such, they vary in quality. Some creepypastas are just better than others.
A few months ago,
Oh boy.
I was driving along the streets of Los Angeles with my friend Zach until we realized that we were running out of gas. We were trying to park our car somewhere to give our car a rest, but no luck. Then something caught our eyes. It was McDonald's building with Ronald McDonald at the top of it. When we parked by the parking lot, we noticed that there was no customers inside. It was weird, considering that McDonald's is open 24/7. Also, there were no cars either. I could have sworn that the Ronald McDonald statue turned his head against me. We opened the door inside. What we saw was so horrible. There were dead corpses all over the tables and chairs, and lots of blood on the soda machine. We puked in the trash can that was next to us. This time, they had no eyeballs, just blood coming from the sockets. Their stomachs had been ripped open with the organs ripped out. I tried ignoring them, but they still bother me. I didn't even have time to eat fries.
So you're the man that rules the world. They call me the Shockmaster. You've ruled the world long enough, Sid Vicious. Get ready. Come on, you want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? Come and get me.
What was behind that door? How do they all went missing? I hope someone would dismiss her anytime soon. And who is that strange figure?
I don't know about the rest of you, but I just pissed myself and shut out my masculinity. I'm still single, ladies. Personally, for me, my favorite creepypasta will always be the Godzilla NES one. Not only because it's written well, but because the images alongside it add to the story. Although I will say, the ending is fucking horrible, and anyone else who's read it knows exactly what I'm talking about. Go read it for yourself. But like I said, creepypastas were big in the 2010s. It ain't the 2010s anymore, and as such, the popularity of creepypastas has died out. There is still a dedicated following and people who are still well into creepypastas, but I think it's safe to say the days of these getting tons of views and recognition are long gone. The vast majority of the internet no longer cares about Slenderman, The Rake, Ben Drowned, or any of the other dozens of creepypasta icons anymore. All the creepypasta icons popularity of creepypastas has died out. There is still a dedicated following and people who are still well into creepypastas, but I think it's safe to say the days of these getting tons of views and recognition are long gone. The vast majority of the internet no longer cares about Slenderman, The Rake, Ben Drowned, or any of the other dozens of creepypasta icons anymore. All the creepypasta icons you know and love have been taken out back with a 12 gauge, because they've now fallen into irrelevancy. However, there are two exceptions to this. These two exceptions are still relevant to this day, which is surprising. The first exception being Jeff the Killer. Now, Jeff is only relevant for one reason. You see this incredibly unsettling image of him? This image is like the face of creepypastas at this point. For those not in the know, there is an ongoing manhunt to find out where this image came from. There are subreddits and whole communities out there looking to find the origin of where this image surfaced because nobody knows. But you see, that's all people care about, finding the origin of the image. People could give two less of a fucks about the story, and if people ever do find the source of the image, then everyone is probably going to be satisfied with the results, and then Jeff is going to join the ranks of his creepypasta brothers and sisters, and no one will ever care about him ever again. So that's exception 1. Exception 2 is far more baffling because it's still quite popular and has tons of content produced for it to this day. And the original story it was based on was complete dog shit, so that makes it even more intriguing. Well, what creepypasta is it, you may ask? For some strange reason, God only knows, Sonic.exe, out of all creepypastas, has given the shotgun of irrelevancy the slip. It has beaten all the odds, and to this day, is still given tons of content and support, despite the original story itself being absolutely horrible. I mean, how many of you have actually gone back and read the original story? It's horrible. It's filled with cliches, errors, and extremely dumb protagonists, and is really specific about details that no one cares about. Like, it tells us how many seconds the game would stay on or cut to something. Like, why is that important? Was the protagonist counting the entire time? He is also able to give excruciating details on things that apparently only stayed on screen for a second. That doesn't make any sense. I will give it credit for one thing, though. The fan game that got created because of it. The game itself is not very good either. It's basically a walking sim. But the one thing of note about it is the infamous I am God image. I don't know who drew this, but I have to give them a round of applause. If their intent was to make an extremely unnerving, off-putting looking close-up of Sonic, they fucking nailed it. I am 24 years old, and this image still rubs me the wrong way just looking at it. I don't know if it's the deadpan stare right into your soul or the creepy shit-eating grin, but this image still puts me off enough to not edit this video at night. Like legit, if that thing stared at me while I was asleep, I would probably piss myself. They've attempted to replace it with a more stylized and updated version, but it just doesn't have the same impact for me. This one is far, far more off-putting. And that really is a shit-eating grin. Like literally, it looks like he's been eating shit. His breath is probably horrible. You know how people talk about horror monsters that disturb them, like how they look, how they sound, but no one ever asks, how about what would they smell like? You think Jason Voorhees smells like swamp ass? You think Freddy Krueger has cologne on? Or does he smell like burnt roast? I don't know, I'm just rambling. But I gotta say, that's probably the most horrifying thing about this entire fan game. Not him murdering his friends, but the fact his breath was probably fucking horrible when he got robbed in their faces to do it.
Your heart.
Yeah, I could go on and on, but the fact of the matter is, the original story is just not good. In fact, the original wiki it was posted on agrees with me, because at some point, they decided to exodus the story to the Trollpasta wiki, a wiki that was made for creepypastas that were intentionally made to be bad. As you can imagine, this did not sit well with the creator. In fact, the creator was fucking livid. he posted a huge rant about it, and it comes off like the ramblings of a madman. As you can see, I am furious with the fact that my masterpiece, which has won the hearts of millions, has made a massive impact on the internet, is being brought down by a bunch of jealous, arrogant, retarded, furry haters! But that does not mean I'm just going to sit down and take this lightly. They've been messing with the bull, and now they've called out the horns!
Oh, come on, do the nope, nope, nope. Don't be a pussy here.
I want every Side.exe fan who is reading this to get the word out! Make more fan art, make more videos, block the haters, praise Side.exe like you never have before, build websites dedicated to its greatness, whatever you gotta do to keep him alive and strong. Just do it! The haters need to bleed for their crimes! Rejoice, my fellow Side.exe fans! Our glorious little hellspawn shall have the last laugh yet! This will be its ultimate victory! The absolute subjugation. Yes, that was from the creator of Side.exe. One of the most well-known creepypastas, the creator wrote that. But we really have to give him credit for that line. Our glorious little hellspawn shall have the last laugh yet. Because in the end, he did get the last laugh. Sonic.exe is the only creepypasta left with any relevance and staying power. If I told everyone back at the peak of creepypastas that Sonic.exe would be the only one that was still popular in the future, no one will believe me. But it is. The amount of fan content for Sonic.exe still being made is insane. This cliche-filled gore fest of a game still has tons and tons of fan games, fan videos, animations, artwork coming out about it to this day. And they're not falling on deaf ears. They're still getting millions and millions of views. Look at the Markiplier vid on the new fan game based on Sonic.exe. Only a few months ago. Millions of views. And kids know about it now too. There was a Friday Night Funkin' mod of Sonic.exe that went viral, and now kids are well aware of this creepypasta. No joke, this is the true story, let me tell you. I was babysitting my niece one day, and she came up to me and told me she was having trouble sleeping, and I asked why. She told me she saw a Sonic.exe video on her YouTube Kids app, and it gave her nightmares.
Come here. Oh, she's coming. She's coming. Oh, why does she want to go over this?
Yeah, I thought it might. After the beach.
Be calm.
I was alone.
Be calm.
I almost. I know. Luna told you.
No.
I could fill in the blanks, and I understand better than anyone.
Come here, Sadie.
I'm just
Sadie.
glad Luna found you. Before it was too late, just like whoever found me. I like having you in my life.
Same.
Good night, Gustav.
SK must have experienced so much over the centuries. You're gonna grill SK, aren't you?
A creature of legend. Yeah, just a little.
Hey.
Finally found someone who loves rocks more.
So it seems.
I think you and Essie are soulmates.
I like it.
When was the
Girls.
Best friend when he
No.
asked for my help.
Your best friend is human? I thought Francois was your best friend.
Yes.
For those who come after.
Can you give me my water, please? Thank you. I know.
Should look around. The little rabbit. But there's one.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live.
There's the top that when you get the close there. Raise for it.
And thus absolved. A fresh dawn in their playground. While we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows.
Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. No, that's enough. That's enough. What are you looking for?
Wanna go for a ride? Apparently, that was where people went on dates, you know? What do you think happened in those cabins?
No, actually, my guess is this was Expedition 50. You see, they created this giant wheel and they tried to cross the world.
Okay, Professor.
Mes amis, floor is close. I can feel it.
Come on, you can fly. Can't you get Flurry yourself?
Oh no, too much effort.
Bang.
So, wait. Esquire is that powerful?
Apparently so, but also lazy.
All right, let's go.
What a weird creature.
Okay, it should be safe to record now unless the baby starts crying again. Just let me try to put something on for her.
I have several questions on how that slipped through, but it made me fully aware. This fucking creepypasta is not going anywhere anytime soon, if kids know about it now. Hell, some kids know about Sonic.exe more than other actual Sonic characters. Now what does that The impact this thing has had is unbelievable.
Poor kid doesn't know who Shadow is.
Game has been released. A new video with millions of views is released. A new high-quality piece of art is released.
Is that supposed to be?
And not to mention, after the original fan game released, other .exe games came out. The fan game got an official sequel called Salad.exe. But after that, .exe games of other famous properties started popping up. Of course, there was Mario.exe, multiple Mario.exes in fact, but then there was Pokemon.exe, Toy Story.exe, Aladdin.exe, Barney.exe, Smee.exe. Okay, maybe the last one. Any famous property that you could think of got an EXE game at some point. And people kept playing them and getting millions of views. And so people kept making them. Just looking at the result of .exe and GameJolt gives you thousands of results. And a lot of these are probably even worse than the original fan game. Damn, that was fucking cheap. Huh? Okay. Okay, I get it, I'm spooked. Okay, I get it. But... Damn, bitch, are you done yet?
Oh, damn it.
No, go fuck yourself. How the hell is this possible? Out of every creepypasta, especially the superior ones, why is this one the one that gets to hog all the limelight years later? If it's due to the popularity of Sonic, I raise you this one. Suicide Mouse is based on Mickey Mouse, one of the most popular fictional media characters of all time. And yet, the amount of fan content Suicide Mouse gets pales in comparison to Sonic.exe. It does get a decent bit of fan content, but not nearly as much. So I don't think that's the reason. The reason I think that Sonic.exe gets so much fan content is the potential exportability. The idea of an edgy killer Sonic who uses his powers for evil and uses it to kill people is an idea that resonates with a lot of people. Even I'll admit, that's kind of a cool idea. Also, the idea of the game being self-aware and constantly glitching and breaking the fourth wall just to fuck with the player is also neat. And because of its potential and what fans have done with it, I think it's safe to say fans of the story who have made their own versions of fan games have surpassed both the story and the original fan game. The problem with the original fan game was it stuck too close to the screen. It even followed the long pauses that the story was specific about for no reason to a T. The other fan games just let loose and got creative with it. Some even try to be, actual games, with actual platforming and actual gameplay. Some even have multiple endings, when the original game was basically a 2D walking sim that played out the exact same every time, no matter what you did. Some of these are legit impressive with what they've done with the concept. One of my favorite examples is what is known as Sonic.exe. It plays itself off as an emulated version of the original Sonic game, but then of course the spooky shit starts happening.
Ah.
Okay, no, that was actually kind of freaky. But then, he starts fucking with your desktop, messing with the screen size and sending you text files.
Let's see, which one should I put it on? Okay, then I could put... no.
But damn, this is really neat. Another one I like is Sonic.xyz. Now, this one technically isn't finished yet, but what I've seen is still pretty damn cool. This one also starts messing with your desktop, but it has more of an eldritch horror type deal to it, with all these weird creature designs within. I gotta admit, the sprite work here is fantastic. I want to see the full release of this at some point.
Should I play Look Outside? I'm honestly not sure.
So yeah, people have taken this cliche-riddled edgy story and turned it on its head. They've made their own creative spins on it and made something actually worth a damn. That doesn't even account for the other fan projects like the animations or the mods or the tons of spin-offs. The next time you play something like Hotel Mario 6, you have the fans to thank for that. Where's that fucking
No, come on.
Over a decade, it's the fans who have kept this creepypasta alive. Fans who are a lot more dedicated than most others. They have found plenty of ways to improve upon this story and add to it, and make it actually kind of creepy at points. The original did have potential, like I said. It just took a while for people to take advantage of that potential. That's why Sonic.exe gets to stay relevant. A dedicated fan base. A fan base who has actually fixed the story up and turned it into something good. That takes a lot of passion for a fan to do.
That's why I believe that there is no bad ideas, just bad execution.
He asks his fans to make more fan art, more videos, more everything. They actually listened. And because they listened, they made better content than the creator did. And because of the quality of the content they've churned out, Sonic.exe has never left the foreign limelight. And because of that, Sonic.exe is the only creepypasta character that people still talk about to this day. So, congratulations, creator of Sonic.exe. Your fans did exactly what you told them to do, and in the end, they've surpassed you. I don't know if you'll ever see this video, but you should be proud. Your creation has gone on to become a horror icon on the internet. Your little hellspawn did get the last laugh in the end. He's dancing on the grave of other creepypasta icons as we speak. You can keep on smiling that shit-eating smile, Sonic, because it looks like you're here to stay.
And stop staring at me with them big old eyes.
I love that meme. Okay, now, now let's watch that video I was talking about earlier that I almost watched first. Where's my history? He is a gamer with a better attitude. He plays the game because they are so lame. Ah, I keep forgetting to pop it out. Alright, let's do this again.
Last year, I made a video covering the infamous creepypasta Sonic.exe and how it is somehow the only creepypasta to still be popular over a decade later, despite the original story being absolute garbage made by an edgy furry who belongs in prison. I went into the story, its impact, and the amount of fan content it spawned due to its enormous popularity. Some of the fan creations even surpassed
Shit, that's the flying one.
in terms of quality. In the time since that video and now, even more fan games have been pushed out, some of which are incredibly high quality, including a remake of the original Sonic.exe. Yeah, it's still basically a walking sim, but it's improved the graphics and even it has some bonus stuff to make it way better than the original fan game. Speaking of the original fan game, that thing turned 11 years old this year. Yeah, 11. I'm turning it just as we speak here. That's scarier than any horror game. In that video from last year, I also mentioned what the story in its fan game spawned in its wake. .exe games of other famous properties started popping up. Of course, there was Mario.exe, but then there was Pokemon.exe, Toy Story.exe, Land.exe, Barney.exe, any famous property that you could think of.
I thought he was going to say Sneed.exe again.
A whole slew of games based on all sorts of properties were made, following the exact same structure. The main character of said franchise is turned evil, everything is bloody and edgy, and everything is super scripted. But these all vary in quality as well. Some are complete garbage, while others are actually surprisingly quality.
Energizing pain, okay.
And you'll quickly notice this. This is only going to focus on a few selected EXE games that are based on different intellectual properties. No Sonic ones, because I am sick of talking about Sonic the Hedgehog at this point. So this is going to be everything but him. Sorry, Sonic, I'm cheating on you, but you seem awfully happy about it, so I guess that's...
In my youth, I mistook drama for passion. Simone helped me understand the difference. Opened my eyes to an entirely different way to experience the world. How can she be gone? How could they so callously, so nonchalantly destroy such a beautiful soul? Vile, vile, vile! They just killed her, like she was a worthless Nevron. Those cold-blooded, treacherous, despicable parasites. But Night Trap worked. We caught caught one of those white-haired bastards. She looks human, but I know she's a monster. She refuses to speak, but I'll make her talk, and then I will feed her to a Nevron. Then the Paintress can take me. I don't care. Nothing matters. I will have justice.
This has said aging poorly, but no spoilers.
Son of your bitch. I don't have any fancy title for this one, so I guess we're just gonna hop right into it.
Here we go!
The best place to find EXE games is Game Jolt. This is the place where anyone can upload their fan game. So why don't we just search up EXE and see what comes up? Oh my, that's a lot of EXE games. This is gonna be harder than I thought. Yeah, there are thousands of EXE games on the web. I'd say only about 1% of them are actually worth it. There are so many EXE games, you can make a whole career based on them. Now, I can't be too hard on some of these, because it's very obvious when you're playing a few of them. A couple of these are made by little kids or teenagers. This is Friday Night Funkin's fault. So my goal is not to go for easy targets at games that are made by kids who literally have made their first game ever. With Sonic being the trailblazer with the whole EXE format, we of course have to start off with his rival, Bing Bing Wahoo Man. Of course, with the massive popularity of Sonic.exe, Mario was bound to get his very own EXE games, and there's a whole heap of them. I don't even know where to start. The list goes on and on, so I guess I'll just pick a few to look at. Why don't we go for the first result that comes? For those who come up, Mario.exe. Game won't let you play.
I forgot about that shield.
The game starts you off in 1-1, and you notice nothing in the level works. No enemies, no items, no nothing. Then you get to the end, and you see this. You have to hold right and dash the minute the cutscene ends, or you're dead. Oh yeah, this is just Sonic.exe with Mario instead. I will give it credit for being an actual game. Like, you can lose in this game, and there is some actual platforming that needs to be done. So it's thankfully not just a hold right and watch TV. The issue is...
Yeah, get rid of the shields, or else it's not gonna... They're not gonna take any damage. Any real damage, anyway.
And what I mean by that is, this game tries to be as obnoxious as possible. The game is filled with traps and tricks that no one would ever know about on their first playthrough. You have only a handful of lives too. You run out, back to the start of the game. It's a short game, yes. You can beat it in under 10 minutes. But that is artificially lengthened due to how much this game loved to kill you with something you couldn't see coming. You gotta drop down here. Oh, bullshit! There was no way I could have seen that! Listen, if your horror game is pissing me off, then I'm not gonna be scared by it. If I'm having to redo this crap over and over again, I'm just annoyed by it. You see those runs of people doing stuff like Five Nights at Freddy's Challenge Nights, and by the end of it, they're no longer scared, they're dead inside. You have to
Nah, they're locked in.
horror and actual gameplay.
There's a difference. There's a difference between being locked in and being dead inside.
It's extremely strict with the timing. You jump a millisecond too early,
It's
you won't
you.
dodge the next one.
I know you.
After you're done with this,
What do you mean you know us? I've seen you countless times, yet I've never grasped your essence. You are not from here. From here? This place is made to bring joy, not pain. Yet pain is everywhere, like the creature of darkness at the end of this path. It is but one of her many creations. Beautiful in its own way, but deadly. Her favorite combination. You mean the Paintress? Why is she doing this? I don't know. I wish I knew. It is not like her. She was my best friend, but she outgrew us. She had more important things, more important friends. She left me behind. The boy has gone silent.
I have no feelings towards this game other than annoyance. And like I said, this was just one of many Mario.exe games. There are more than enough to keep everyone occupied, and if I covered all the interesting ones, I'd be here all day. I'm not gonna look at most of these, but I will play this one called Super Mario Bros. Plus, advertising itself to be an enhanced version of the original game, and well, you can probably tell where this is going. My favorite thing about this EXE game is, it doesn't try to set a false sense of security, it knows what you want and it gets straight to business.
Jake, you made a big mistake coming here.
Basically, the game is haunted, original concept I know, but the way it's presented and the gameplay is actually great. Instead of just copy-pasting already existing Mario levels, each level is unique and has its own little gimmick, which ties into the concept of not getting
He is a gamer, yes sirree. He is a gamer with a bad attitude.
One has you hiding behind trees so you don't get seen. This one was actually really annoying, I'll be honest. And this one has you trek through a level and then go through it backwards while getting chased. There's a lot of variety here. Yeah, this is
No. What do I do? This.
It's only a demo right now, but the full game will come out at some point, hopefully. This just goes to show you the potential EXE games actually have. You can do more than just a copy-paste Sonic.exe over the character swap. You can do all sorts of things. Even though there's dozens upon dozens of trash games, there are some actual good quality diamonds in here. Some of these games have actual people working on them. Like this one called TooLate.exe, which has some of the best pixel art I've seen in any of these games.
Take cover.
Oh fuck. Should I start saying putang? I'm not French, so it wouldn't come naturally to me.
Yeah, it's dark and depressing, but damn does it get creative with it. So there is actual potential to be had here, if done by the right people. These older games were simply planting the seeds for something much grander. I look forward to see what other great little horror games are made from this, and enjoy them while you can before Nintendo goes on another DMC rampage again. Have fun!
Woo!
So, I said I was not going to talk about Sonic in this video, because he is already...
Just shoot him.
However,
Just fucking shoot him.
about Sonic's friends, the add-ons, the overloaded cast of furry animals. Of course, they would get the EXE treatment as well. Doesn't matter if they're from the games, the cartoons, or the comics. Almost every single one of Sonic's friends have their own EXE games. And since Sonic is the bottom of the barrel, we're going to take a look at some of them. Ever since the Sonic Mania engine was given to the public, people have been popping these EXE games out left and right. And now, it's time to see the fruit.
Of course they're gonna do that.
Start off with Sonic's partner in crime, Tails. Tails has gotten quite a few EXE games.
You get a Sonic based engine, of course you're gonna get a Sonic.exe game.
They're full of cheap jump scares, cliches, and are just low quality. A lot of them also focus on the Tails doll, one of the earliest internet spooky stories based off of a game. Some also seem to focus on Zalgo. And for those who don't know, Zalgo is this dark entity that corrupts anything it touches, and that sometimes includes Tails. This can be terrifying in the right circumstances, but I can't be scared by this thing anymore. You know why? Well, would you like to know who created Zalgo? Schmorky. Believe it or not, the first ever recorded mentioning of Zalgo was by our favorite SpongeBob imitator, Schmorky.
Stop screaming and pretending.
I made a whole
No,
video
boy.
of him for those who don't know. He was the one who created Zalgo almost 20 years ago now. So the next time you see Zalgo anywhere online and are terrified by it, just remember, the guy who created Zalgo is a diaper hopper.
Shit. Literally.
What do you want from me?
But then again, Tails also huffs diaper, so it's actually quite fitting. So these are
So come on.
more Sonic.exe.
Is that the context behind the Tails sitting on a bench thing? Did it come from some kind of scat comic or something?
Here's one though. It's called Knuckles.exe.
Oh, we got a journal.
Let's check it out.
Lucille of the 50th. Our beautiful wheel. Wedged upon the rocks. A casualty of the massive serpent of the sea. But even shattered, its presence is still comforting. Adrian and Gabriel are doing their best to sustain morale, but with no food, no clean water, no way to fix the wheel, Our fate is quite clear. No, to me.
She has an Irish accent, right?
But I have no desire to hold back the hopes of others. Perhaps. Perhaps we will find a way back. Still, these moments of quiet, sitting on the beach, are also a source of contentment. All our lives we've been running, trying to outrace time, trying to reach an unreachable goal. And now we can finally rest. At least we got to see some of the wonders of this world. Even the serpent, cruel as it is a deadly elegance that is mesmerizing. But oh, what other marvels might we have seen had we been able to keep rolling? I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to grow up outside the dome. Perhaps even live amongst the Nevrons. Could we have achieved a form of peace? Or even prospered alongside them?
All right. Play the video again. Right there.
Oh my god, those dance moves are horrifyingly good! I can't take it! Next, next, next! Alright, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to dig in deep for these next few. We're going to have to take a look at some characters which are all from hot chick heaven. I mentioned it briefly
No,
in the
man.
video, but Sonic.exe was sort of a sequel to the original fan game, where Sonic now brutally murders the female characters that are the height of the average human mother. Except for Sally Acorn, which he just sews her eyes closed. Why does he sew her eyes shut? I don't know, maybe he's on the spectrum, maybe he just hates eye contact. That's a nice workaround. Oh, and it should be noted, the entire game is an almost exact one-for-one copy of an old creepy Sonic sprite animation, which was made before Sonic.exe even existed. It was made by a guy named Chinolin, and now you know, I'll link it in the description. Of course, we can't forget about Rouge.exe. Oh, this one's barely a game. And saying about
Shoot the bubbles, that won't stop moving.
more than you are playing. It's like playing a current Your Naughty Dog game. Most of the time, these EXE games just have you
Come on.
in one direction for a few minutes, and something scary happens.
I shot it anyway.
You're controlling someone for maybe a collective total of 30 seconds and the whole thing. The rest is like scenes taken from the Sonic X anime and long, drawn-out chat months between Sonic.exe and Rouge. Like, who wants
Gun,
to
yeah, gun.
What's going on here is apparently Sonic.exe gets a hold of Rouge and turns her into a demon like him.
What's that? How does that meme go again? For Joker's special, he wields a gun or something like that. Fuck.
She just fucking shoots.
Ah.
Oh, and the game ends with Jigsaw ransomware? Like, it's completely fake. It's not
Come on.
files hostage, but why? That is beyond random. I will give the game credit though. It has the most terrifying jump scares of any EXE game I've ever played. An angry woman. This one wasn't very good. And that can apply to most of these. They're all just not very good. Even if they weren't filled with cliches.
I don't know why Joker got all the memes about his gun. Like, he's not the only one who wields a gun in Smash Bros. Bayonetta has guns too. She has 4 guns.
Try to go for the ones that run on the Sonic Mania engine. Most of these I can find are actually high quality. There exist remakes of a lot of these old EXE games, remade with actual gameplay, multiple endings, and everything. I really do see some actual talented game devs doing this kind of stuff for completely free in their own time. That really is it. Sonic's friends aren't really doing their jobs any better than he is at this horror stuff. And instead of feeling terror at the jump scares,
Stabby stab. There we go.
I think the dev enjoyed making this one a little too much.
It was the announcer that made it funny. Oh, okay. He wields a gun. I don't know. It's been a while since I watched the announcer, the announcement.
This one is based off of the horror show that was massively popular in the early 2010s. I am, of course, talking about the infamous Luna game. And this one is cheating because it isn't technically an EXE game. In fact, the first Luna game predates the original story of Sonic.exe by a few months. So if you want to play semantics, this was actually the first EXE game. Sort of.
SOS Power?
Pure coincidence.
I don't think I got this the first time.
And I'm also bringing it up
So
because
who
when
should
the
I
hell am
give it
ever gonna have an opportunity
to?
to talk about this? The story behind this game is it was uploaded to a website called Equestria Days.
Probably apply powerful and falling health below 50% health. Okay.
The works. This game had to be downloaded to play it in order to fill all the promises it was making. Great graphics, engaging gameplay, and all sorts of things. And when you download it and start it up, you come to the realization, oh my god, this is shit. Anyone can tell that. But that would be because the creator didn't put too much into the game. You see, the game is just a red herring. It's not meant to be an actual game, because after about 20 seconds of gameplay, this happens.
I already came through here. I don't know what I'm doing. I get lost in these sort of games all the time.
Can I help you? I was enjoying my action-packed pony adventure, and you ruined it! Your game closes after this, and it left you a little image too, captioned, "The end is nay." People were a little freaked out after playing this, just trying to play a pony game in the middle of the night, and this is what you get. And I'll be real, that is an actual off-putting image. Props to whoever drew that. I don't like looking at it. And the sound, too, definitely adds to it. Why hasn't this become an overused meme sound yet? I want to hear this until
Yeah, sure, step aside, kid. We're not...
I want to see that clip of the Gangsta's Paradise sound effect. Oh, I'm pretty sure somebody already did, though.
And people actually believed it. Because of the shitstorm this game caused, Equestria Daily banned not just the developer, but all yo-yo game links. This one game made the website swear off an entire engine. When you look at the whole picture, it's plainly obvious what this game was meant to be. A prank game. It's a game you sent to your brony friends and were like, dude,
come on.
Awesome
How did I miss twice?
and they played it, and this is what they got, and you are no longer friends. It's not even really a jump scare. She's just standing there, menacingly. This was meant to be something along the lines of the Scary Names game.
There we go.
Just a little prank and nothing more. No, it didn't give you a virus or anything. It was wrong way out of proportion. The image is actually just a stolen piece of artwork too. The creator actually went and made sequels to this. The sequels aren't prank games. They try to be actual little games where the story goes on between them. It does incorporate horror elements into it with jump scares and darkness being nature factors into it, but yeah, the prank factor is just completely gone.
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're doing when playing.
Fuck.
The game also never reached the sudden shock of the first game either. They actually
My aim is shit.
less scary as
There we
the
go.
game went on. I guess if you're desperate to play some My Little Pony horror games in 2023, these can scratch that itch. But they're just I'm not following the epic lore on these. I don't care much for Friendship is Magic. I just thought the
There we go.
behind the first Luna game and how it caused a damn panic was too hilarious not to talk about. The creator has a whole website up so you can check these games out yourself if you're curious. I'm not that curious.
There we go. Nope. Shoot all the shields off. Pokey pokey. Alright.
Now the next one is an undertaking, because now we're going to be looking at a whole trilogy of EXE games. I'm of course talking about ToyStory.exe. This was made by a dev Oldham 70s.
I thought I forgot how to parry for a second there.
And it was hot garbage. It's literally just Sonic.exe, but with a Latin character. There isn't even a spooky image or nothing in this. It just ends with text. That's it. He later went and made the very first Toy Story.exe game, and it's Sonic.exe.
Yeah, there we go. Thought I missed it again. No, I'm just gonna shoot you. Fuck. Alright, fine.
There's jump scares aplenty, but with the last victim, something strange happens. Woody sends a spiked ceiling to crush Rocky, and you can actually escape. You can actually survive. And if you do, there's some poorly done scares. Like, there isn't even any sound for any of this. It's complete silence. And then Woody offers you to join him. If you say yes, he just kills you. If you say no, you then engage in a boss fight. You can actually fight back against Woody and defeat him. Well, defeat him in theory because you'd have an easier time fighting 3 millennials with no fingers. This boss fight is difficult because of how poorly designed it is. Most of the boss fight is basically a waiting game for Woody's body to come down and then you jump on it to damage him, which seems simple enough.
I haven't played CL here yet.
One attack, a lightning strike. The issue is, this lightning strike is completely random where it should be. I could find no sign of a pattern or anything. It has no wind-up or any sign it's coming, so if you're in the way when it strikes, it is an immediate death and game over. You now have to start the whole game over just to get another shot. I played through this god-awful game 3 times in a row, only to get struck by an attack I could not see coming at the last minute. I couldn't beat it, and I doubt it will. Toy Story.exe stopped. Ideal. Well, that was bad. Let's try the scene. Toy Story.exe 2 again. Oh, a hero mode and a villain mode? That's
Fuck.
something I've never seen in one of these before. The game takes place right after the end of the first game. The one I didn't.
What am I doing? Okay.
Back to life and starts Toy Story.
There we go.
It seems like this is going to be another repeat of the first game, and it kind of is, but this time the quality has greatly improved. There are barely any actual scares in this, and it seems to focus more on the gameplay. Instead of only being able to save the last character, you can actually save all of them here. Each character also has their own little section, with Rocky needing to push blocks to escape, and Buzz has to fight a decapitated Rex before the room fills up. Yeah, the game is very cheesy, but it's at least somewhat competent gameplay-wise. The villain side has you play as Woody and Rex, and you actually get to carry out the deeds of taking out the heroes. So if you've always dreamed about playing as a demonic evil Woody murdering all of Andy's toys, what's wrong with you? Both sides end in a boss fight, Woody on the hero side. On the villain side, Buzz comes back to life and goes Super Saiyan on Woody, and you know how to fight him in that form. Both fights are damn near identical with a few differences, but once you beat either one, the game ends. The biggest complaint I have is, it doesn't matter if you save everyone in the hero story, who lives or dies has no impact on the ending besides who you play as in the final boss fight. The dialogue at the end is the exact same no matter what. Meanwhile, on the villain story, well, as far as I know, you can't even lose the villain story. Each section has you always win no matter what. Rocky here seems to, he just seems to be having some problems here, so, let's help him out. In the Rex section, I just stopped moving entirely and let Buzz wail on me, and somehow, I still won. In the final fight with Super Buzz, yeah, you have a health bar. If Buzz defeats you, Woody possesses Buzz, and he still wins. This is a competent little game. It's better than most EXE games I've played because it's trying to be something other than just walking around and looking at jump scares. This game doesn't even really have any jump scares. It just has a spooky aesthetic to it, and that's it. I'm shocked. Well, that was alright. Let's see how the final game of the trilogy is. Toy Story 3.exe is no longer just a run-of-the-mill cliche-filled EXE game. This is a complete 2D platformer. An annoying one. Toy Story 3.exe has the highest production value of the entire trilogy. It has significantly improved graphics and gameplay. It has cutscenes. It even has full voice acting for the entire thing. I mean, not good voice acting, but voice acting.
Let this live for a few more moments after it leaves us. I think now my time is up. So long, Buzz. We had
so long, Rocky.
Buzz now
Seeing Toy Story in the top corner reminds me of gaming in the Clinton years. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Souls-like now. You're slacking. There's multiple boss fights, upgrades, and actual platforming challenges. This is the most polished of the trilogy by a large margin. But it's also a pain in the ass. You can beat the game in a little over an hour, but that's going to be doubled because of these things. These instantly kill you. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact in the last platforming level of the game, the dev decided, hey, let's put these in the most annoying places fucking possible. By the end of the level, you're basically playing Flappy Bird with Buzz Lightyear. It's not fun. The game
Good timing there.
that Woody is possessed by some force named Spirit. Buzz fights him in the final boss fight. The second phase has you play as Woody to finish him off. There's even a little throwback to the dev's first EXE game he made, which would be cute if this boss fight also weren't incredibly obnoxious. But it's not bad once you get the pattern down. You defeat him, all is well. That's the end of the Toy Story.exe trilogy. That was actually way better than I expected. We got to see the evolution of a young game developer, going from making the most cliche-filled garbage to making something decent. I mean, by the end, the horror aspect is all but gone. The last game doesn't even try to be scary. Well, maybe scary for 5-year-olds. It's extremely cheesy, but maybe some people like it like that. I'll take a massive improvement of gameplay over actually being scary, Only thing about it is, if it weren't so obnoxious to play near the end, this would probably be in the highest tier of .exe games. That's a low bar, but hey, it's something. The first one is complete garbage, second one is alright, but the third one is halfway decent. Seek it out if you care. Even though I promise
It's a bunch of old reviews that were pretty bad. Oh, okay. Still don't know what you're talking about. Like one of them on Super Castlevania 4 was just a walkthrough on how to beat the final boss. Oh, okay.
Museum game on my Game Boy Advance when I was young, and I would only play Dig Dug on it. I sucked at pole position and Miss Pac-Man got old fast, but for some reason, I love me some Dig Dug. And it just so happens there is an EXE game based on Dig Dug, and I will say, this is the coolest damn EXE game I have ever played. Heads up, this is yet another the game is haunted by a ghost cliche, the cliche that's been done over 1,000 times, but the presentation is next level. It of course starts off with a false sense of security, and then the spooky stuff starts happening. When you attempt to start it back up, you're told to change some characters in a text file. This is the game conditioning you to be thinking outside the box. When you start it back up, things are not what they seem, and you're haunted by a strange Dig Dug figure, who eventually comes up and tells you to find him. Next time you start it up, he sends you to a website about a child who was found on the side of the road, and says his father did it to him. He wants revenge. He then wants you to kill a puka so he can escape and get back at his father. If you kill the puka, bad ending. If you choose to do nothing, this pisses the kid off, and then this happens. This is one of the coolest damn things I have ever seen. This boss fight takes place on your desktop background. You have to kill enough enemies to do damage to the boss. Yeah, I kind of sucked ass at it, but it's still cool. This goes to show you the creativity people have with these games. They were able to turn Dig Dug, an old arcade game, into this. There is no hyper-realistic blood or edge, it's just a unique concept they were able to run with. If you beat the boss, he lets you go, and you get the neutral ending. Yeah, there's multiple endings too. You have to think outside the box if you want to get the good ending, but I'm not going to show you that part. I'll let you go play it and figure it out for yourself. This game legit amazes me. I never thought we'd go from something so predictable and edgy to something with so much talent and effort put into it. And it may be a short little game made for a contest, but this blew me away in more ways than you can imagine. We really have come a long way from hyper-realistic gore and groomer furries, and it's for the better. Well, my friends, this went on way longer than I anticipated. We looked at some trash, some pranks, and some genuinely good little EXE games, and I don't see them dying out anytime soon. The absolute creativity some of these were able to show has to be admired. Even the bad ones, there's at least some level of creativity there. This is like a stepping stone into the world of horror using pre-existing IPs, and while a lot of them come off as edgy and cliche, some of them are, like I said, actually pretty unique. They all have to be respected in some way. Well, maybe some. I have one more EXE game to show you before we end. Donkey Kong.exe. This is a very different type of EXE game. It's only about 5 minutes long, but it's an experience. It's not scary in the slightest because it's not trying to be, but it will stick with you if you choose to play it. It's a one-of-the-kind experience no other EXE game will give you, and I admire it for that. I will be linking all these games in the description so you can go and try them out, including this one. With that being said, I think we've had our fun here. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be in the corner waiting on Sneed.exe. Happy Halloween!
Whoops, I mean to do that. Let me see here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do the Chris Pratt one.
I think you all know what time it is. It's time for some more trivia and celebrity bullshit. Chris Pratt. Okay, listen. If you clicked on this video, you know who Chris Pratt is. Let's not beat around the bush here. If you don't know who Chris Pratt is, then why the hell did you click on this video? I don't think I need to go on about Chris's history, how he got a bunch of big roles and is now a huge A-list actor in Hollywood right now. Everyone knows this by now, especially if you live in America. But when it comes to success and popularity, there's always a price to pay. The price being, there will always be people who just don't like you. Whether it be actual hate, envy, or whatever, it always happens when something or someone is popular. And it's no different with Chris. There are tons of people who just don't like Chris. People who think he's overrated, or he's oversaturated, or he's just not a good actor. And all those are valid reasons depending on the circumstances. I mean, I think he's alright. He's not the best actor in the world. He's no Ryan Gosling. He's a decent 7 out of 10 actor in my book. I've seen better, and I've definitely seen worse. But in the case of Chris Pratt, there is a place on the internet where hatred of him runs rampant. That place being none other than our good old toxic social media website, Twitter. Twitter does not like Chris Pratt. Actually, dude, what? No. That's not strong enough. Twitter hates Chris Pratt. Actually, no. I still think you get it. Twitter really fucking hates Chris Pratt. Out of every celebrity, out of any famous person, anywhere in the world, Twitter despises Chris Pratt's existence. They just don't hate him. They want him gone. They want his career gone, and they want him on the streets. They don't want to look at his stupid white male face in anything ever again. I have never seen a website hate a celebrity more than how much Twitter hates Chris Pratt. I think Bill Cosby gets a better reception on Twitter than he does. Hell, I think Vladimir Putin gets a better reception on Twitter than Chris does. It has gotten to the point where if Chris does anything, literally anything, Twitter will flame and roast him for it. He could just walk down the street and Twitter would find some way to hate him for it.
You see him? You see him walking. He just keeps fucking walking. I don't like him. He's an asshole. He wears his underwear backwards. He has eyeballs for testicles.
But the question is, why? Why does Twitter hate this man so much? What has he done to piss them off so damn much? Is it because he's a straight, white Christian male? Well, no, that can't be it. There's dozens of other Christian white male actors who don't get nearly as much shit as Chris does. Matthew McConaughey is a straight white Christian male, and he still doesn't get as much shit as Chris does. For some reason, Twitter has really singled out Chris as the worst man on the planet. From what I've seen, a lot of it has to do with misinformation, manipulation, and misunderstandings. Out of every single celebrity or influencer Twitter has attempted to cancel, Chris has got to hold the record. Louis C.K., Dave Chappelle, J.K. Rowling have not got shit on how many times Twitter has ran Chris's career and life through the mud. It is unbelievable just how many times Twitter has gotten riled up on him over the most trivial shit. But what shocks me the most is just how nobody has kept track of this. Nobody has really archived any of this, because to me,
How do I get in there?
it's fascinating. An entire website with hundreds of thousands of people on it, just despising one man for merely existing. And I'm here to change that. It took me hours and hours of research, but I believe I've compiled all the significant events where Twitter has attempted to cancel Chris Pratt in his career. I want a nice, clean compilation explanation for all these events for historical purposes. I have no life, yes, I know. I wouldn't be making this if I did. And yeah, I know I'm basically defending a millionaire, who doesn't even know I exist. Well, guess what? All millionaires are still human. They still eat, sleep, and shit like the rest of us. Except Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know what planet he's from.
That's actually why I don't agree with the whole eat the rich mindset.
Despite probably blowing his nose with $100 bills, still has feelings and a family like the rest of us. And I don't think he deserves all the shit he gets from Twitter well, existing. I'm really just doing this for educational purposes and my own entertainment, if I'm being honest. This is for my own entertainment and anyone who happens to stop by to see it. So, sit back and watch. Be sure to like and subscribe for more trivia and celebrity bullshit! This is gonna be a long one. Alright, so looking at Twitter... Anyway, so going through Chris Pratt's Twitter... The info I found about where this all started... So, in order to make this video, I had to bite the bullet and make a Twitter account. I hope you all understand the sacrifices I made to make this video. I'm not using this account. God, no. I don't want depression. This is merely for gathering information and nothing else. Anyway, all things...
Yeah, he says that, but he does use his Twitter account. Just look it up. He is active on there.
...have come from someplace, somewhere on Twitter. Before 2019, he only really made certain groups of people mad. Most notably, he got shit from a bunch of vegan groups for being an avid hunter. Also got a bunch of people on him after Kevin James had a heart attack and wanted people to pray for him, causing the fedora tippers of Twitter to go off on him. But really, all these are tame in just niche groups of people. There was a nexus point where a good portion of Twitter just decided to collectively start shitting on Chris Pratt every day of the week. And after all the research I've done, I have found where all that originated from. It actually came from another actor. I don't mean to point fingers, but I'm pointing fingers. All the hatred that has been directed at Chris Pratt that's been going on for years now was all started by Elliot Page.
Hang on, there's this disclaimer there. I feel the need to read it. Disclaimer, all the info gathered that you are about to see was all created before Elliot officially came out as transgender. I have made an effort to edit out any mentions of his old name as I could, but if I miss, I do apologize. I may be blaming him for causing all the chaos with Chris, but I do not stoop to that level or be accused of dead naming for just doing research and showing my findings. Okay.
On February 8th, 2019, Chris went on Stephen Colbert and talked about his farm, his faith in God, and the Daniel Fast diet. You know, it's safe, sanitized Hollywood schlock, nothing really of note here. However, Elliot had different thoughts in mind, and in response to this video, made a snarky tweet that would kickstart everything into motion. After this tweet was made, people were quick to respond. Not only were they quick to respond, they were very, very quick to jump into dogpile action. Tons of people responding to Elliot's tweet, tons of people going to Chris's own Twitter to harass him and question him, all sorts of drama crap going on here. Eventually, the heat got to respond to Elliot. He simply said, "Church I go
With my L, use Pierce on a marked target." I think that's what it said. I got an achievement for that.
He will continue to dogpile on Chris some more. People flung shit and insults, but ultimately, it went nowhere. You're going to be hearing that a lot. It went nowhere. Eventually, everything died back down and it was back. I want to focus on one thing real quick. What about this church Elliot mentioned? How is it? Well, a lot of people believe it to be Hillsong Church, a huge mega church that tons of people and celebrities go to, which apparently supports stuff like gay conversion therapy. I can't confirm any of that. I've never been there, nor can I find any actual definitive evidence of this online. You see this everywhere regarding Chris. It's still brought up to this day. Except there's one problem. And I want to address this first and foremost, right here, right now, because I'm sick of seeing it. Chris Pratt does not attend Hillsong Church. There is no evidence Chris Pratt has ever been a member or even attended Hillsong Church. None. Zip. None. All the research I've done, I can't find anything about Chris ever actually going there or even attending once. Hell, all the info I've found has pointed to the fact that he's never been there. Here's a post from one of the pastors of Hillsong mentioning that Chris Pratt has never been there. Here's a post from Chris's Instagram in 2017 mentioning the actual church he does go to.
So I had this thing
For
happen.
those who come
It
up.
was really cool. Someone came up to me and said, "Hey Chris, question for you. I promise this isn't like a humble brag or something, but he said, you know, things going on in your life, how do you keep the faith?" And I was like, boom! I said, I read books by my pastor, Chad Beach, at Zoe Church in LA. Book Faith for Future would be very helpful.
So that's the actual church he goes to. A church in LA named Zoe Church. People also like to bring up that this church is related to Hillsong, but yet again, that is also false. There is no direct connection between Zoe Church and Hillsong. I have been on their website for both churches and can find next to no mention between the two of them. Here, on the Hillsong site, on their list of family churches, there is no Zoe Church anywhere on here. Actually, you know what? No. That's a lie. There is a Zoe Church on here. But guess what? It's a completely different church in Bulgaria.
What in God's holy name are you blathering about?
There is only one mention of Zoe Church on Hillsong's website, and it's on a page telling us the pastor who left Hillsong started, and that is the only connection between Hillsong and Zoe Church. A pastor who left Hillsong to create it. He did say he did take inspiration from Hillsong to make it, but that's it. Now let me ask, did that inspiration also have to include homophobia? If you think that, well, you were just fine from the start then, weren't you? And looking on Zoe Church's website, there's no mention of Hillsong anywhere on it either, or anything involving LGBT people, or anything of the sorts for that matter. Hey, where the gay conversion therapy tab at? So yeah, that's the only connection between the two churches. Anybody who tells you that they're directly connected doesn't know what they're talking about. There's also one more thing I want to talk about, and that's about Chad himself. I don't know the guy, I can't find much online about him, but Pratt sings nothing but high praise about him. There's one last aspect people like to bring up, and that's about Chad being a funner for a religious movie about sexual brokenness made by different guys, whatever the hell that means. For some reason, some people like to use this as another point against Pratt himself and how he's supposedly homophobic. But think about this for a second. Chris Pratt listened to a preacher who gave money to a guy who made a movie about sexual brokenness, therefore Chris Pratt is homophobic. What level of guilt by association are we on? I don't even know where this Hillsong Church stuff even came from. Elliot never even said what church Chris even attended. Did people just jump to conclusions based on nothing? That's gonna be another running theme too. So yeah, that's about all I got. Chris got a lot of blowback, but it did eventually. Elliot probably didn't intend to make Chris the most hated man on Twitter with his snarky tweet, but this is, from what I can tell, where it all started. Elliot has nothing to do with the rest of the controversies. The rest of that is on the individual Twitter users giving Chris problems and shit for the most petty of things. He's only responsible for making a good portion of Twitter despise Chris' existence, and he didn't cause Chris any problems directly after this.
Okay, so I want to do that side quest with the Nevron. Let me look at the guide again.
For Master of Disguise.
Showtime coming. You know what? A name is just.
So, a few months passed, and while Twitter was still on the homophobic church thing, oh, they'll never let that go, trust me, Chris moved on to other things. Chris was out and about one day with his wife on July 16th when someone snapped a photo of him. Nothing too out of the ordinary until people on Twitter noticed his shirt. Zoom in. Enhance. 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 This is a photo of Chris wearing a shirt with the Gadsden flag on it. For those who don't know, the Gadsden flag is a very controversial flag on Twitter. It has been used by many people of all political leanings, but to a good portion of Twitter, if you wear the flag, you are a racist Republican who watches Fox News and hates people who aren't straight. Combine this with the accusations of going to a homophobic church. This, of course, led to Chris getting shanked left and right from Twitter users, which only fueled their hatred of him. Of course, this piece of cloth, probably made in some sweatshop in China by some poor factory workers for pennies, had many an article written about it, because journalists have no shame these days. Again, a lot of people were mad about it. Some called for Chris's removal and everything just for wearing a shirt, but alas, it went nowhere. So yeah, this one's pretty simple. It's a shirt. Twitter no like shirt. Twitter get mad. Chris Pratt bad. So I contemplated putting this in the video because it's basically a nothing burger. Literally, it's a nothing burger. This one's food related. But then I really thought about it and I realized a lot of these are nothing burgers because Twitter will get pissed at Chris Pratt for literally anything. So I decided to include it anyway. It got like 3 articles on the matter and that's good enough for me. Chris and his wife were having dinner and his wife decided to cook him a bagel bite. The bagel bite did not turn out well. So Chris, thinking it was funny, posted to Instagram with a snarky message to poke fun at her. It's harmless, they're still married, they love each other. Twitter thought otherwise. This snarky Instagram remark? Well, clearly this is a sign he's a misogynist. Oh, not only does he hate his wife, he hates all women everywhere. This homophobic racist dare poke fun at a burnt bagel bite. You're lucky she even cooked for you at all, you entitled Bible thumper. Chalk this up on the list. Not only does he hate gay people and people of color, but now women too. Let's see what else is added to the board. Oh, what else will this madman do in the future? So yeah, Twitter accused this man of hating women because he made fun of a burnt bagel bite. Bet none of you would fucking eat it. Cowards, the lot of you.
That reminds me of a meme I saw on Wholesome Memes that said, oh, the husband told his wife to hold the bowl close to her chest because she's making it with love, like, you know, with her, making it with her heart. And then almost all the comments were like, we're just, I don't know, they were talking about misogyny and all that stuff. I'm like, what? It was just a stupid meme.
Nothing of substance really happened until near the end of the year, so I've decided to take the time and detail one of the things people like to bring up about Chris, and that would be who he follows on Twitter and Instagram. Chris follows a tiny few controversial and problematic people on these websites, and by tiny I mean you can count them on one hand. So, people like to bring up the fact Chris follows these people, he therefore believes in the same views and philosophies these people have. That's enough for some people, I guess. Now, if there was any evidence Chris is a right-winger or a Republican, this is the only thing that even comes close to him. And even then, it's pretty weak. I mean, is that all it takes? All you have to do is follow 3, count them, 3 people on Twitter. Time to put your spooky ghost costume on, Chris. I know these people are really controversial figures, but anyone can follow these people with a click of a button. And besides, I want you to look. Just look at that number. Look at all the people he follows. It's in the triple digits compared to the 4 people Twitter users cherry-picked to use as evidence he's some sort of right-wing bigot. And besides, look at some of the other people he follows, some way on the other end of the spectrum. Because as we all know, Brie Larson is well known for her right-wing political views. He follows a ton of his fellow co-stars, some of which are outspoken liberals and left-leaning people. He also follows accounts for movies he's been in, no doubt for shilling purposes. Maybe, just maybe, you might be looking into things a bit too much when you try to judge others based on who they're following on Twitter. It's not that hard to follow someone on Twitter, people. So like I said, 2020 was a dry year for any significant events involving Chris and Twitter's feud. That is, however, until October, when things
Okay,
started
apparently I'm
getting
supposed to get at the crystals around this area.
Oh, Jesus! It was October 2020, and it was the hot seat for election season. Which dinosaur was going to be the president for the next 4 years? Seeing all the talk about voting all over Twitter, Chris decided to make a quirky little tweet to vote for Onward for Best Animated Film that he started earlier that year. Twitter did not take this tweet well. Now, I will fully admit, this was kind of stupid of Chris to make this tweet. Not only for the fact that no one asked for it, but also for the fact it was shilling an incredibly average Pixar film that just kind of left everyone's mind after seeing it. I mean it. This movie is painfully average. It's like a 6 out of 10. It's not bad, but it's not memorable either. I've seen way better, especially
Damn.
from Pixar. But really and truly, this tweet was harmless. It was just kind of dumb and unnecessary. But Jesus Christ, some of the reactions to this tweet, look at them. Some of these people act like he just shot their fucking dog. This pissed a ton of people off. A ton of people whose lives are extremely involved in politics have a stick up their ass because of it, and hate anything that isn't 100% serious. But let's not beat around the bush here. A lot of the people getting pissed at Chris over this are the same ones who already think he's every phobe and ist in the book, and this is just another thing to use to hate him for it. If any other actor made this tweet, they'd just be told that it was in bad taste. Not Chris, though. He's being called privileged and a supremacist just for making a very cringy tweet about a children's film. Poor man can't even chill without being called a privileged bigot for it. So by now, I think you've got the pattern. Chris does something incredibly minor, Twitter has their own views and beliefs about him, and then they use a minor thing he does as evidence to further validate their own views and beliefs about him, and then try to cancel him. But this one is a very special case. The things that have pissed Twitter off: he goes to church, he wore a shirt, and he made fun of a bagel bite. But what I'm about to tell you about is especially loopy. It's the hot seat for political season, and a bunch of MCU veterans decide to hold a fundraiser for Joe Biden-Soros and the Democratic Party. Tons of big names like Chris Evans, Scarlett Johansson, Robert Downey Jr., a good chunk of the big names in the MCU. They're all riding with Biden. However, despite the whole event being for a special dinosaur, sadly, our well-known dinosaur trainer, Chris, wasn't there to be there for him. He was absent from the event. This, again, sent Twitter into an uproar. They believed because Chris wasn't at this event, that meant he didn't support the Democratic Party and that he was actually a Trump supporter. Thousands of tweets being made, some getting tens of thousands of likes about Chris being a Trump supporter. Well, without any evidence, mind you, this shit is spreading like wildfire. All because he wasn't at this event. So yes, this time, Twitter isn't getting mad at Chris for doing something incredibly minor. This time, they're getting mad at Chris because he didn't do something incredibly minor. He simply existed, and this made Twitter mad. Chalk that up on the list of things Twitter thinks Chris is: a Trump supporter. All because he didn't attend this event. It got so bad that the Russo brothers had to come out and explain why Chris wasn't at the event. Because he wasn't asked. He was filming Jurassic World Dominion in Europe and didn't have the time to. So yeah, he was busy with other dinosaurs at the time than to deal with the one in America. So really, this is yet again Twitter having their own beliefs about him, and then something incredibly minor happens, or in this case something minor didn't happen, and then Twitter using said event to validate their own beliefs about him. The cycle repeats. You know, Chris Hemsworth wasn't at the event. Tom Holland wasn't at the event either. Hell, neither was Dave Bautista. Why didn't I see anyone calling them Trump supporters? Why was just Chris singled out for this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Twitter fucking hates this man's guts. That's why. And it's about to get even worse.
Pretty sure it came through here already.
As you can tell, October 2020 was not a good month for Chris Pratt. Two major controversies on Twitter have already transpired, and here comes a third one. A screenwriter asked Twitter which Hollywood Chris had to go. The choices were Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt, Chris Pine, and Chris Evans. Over 7,000 people reacted to this tweet. Now, I want you to guess. Take a wild guess who they chose. Who do you think they chose? Why am I even asking you this? You know the answer. Of course, the most overwhelming answer was Chris Pratt.
Is that the meat circus from Psychonauts?
This is when the hate for Chris on Twitter went into overdrive. People started finding that tweet Elliot made last year and started spreading it around, adding way more fuel to the fire. It was just tons of people spitting venom at him, this poor millionaire. It got to the point where the actors from the MCU and even his wife actually had to come to his defense. His wife said people were being mean and they needed to stop spreading so much hate. Mark Ruffalo called him a solid guy, and Robert Downey Jr. called out tons of people for casting stones. And of course, Twitter being Twitter, who praised these actors being on the Biden string the previous day, immediately turned on said actors with the "if you're not with us, you're against us" mentality. I also saw a lot of people bitching that no one came to the defense of Brie Larson when she was getting shit for playing Captain Marvel and saying that we need more diversity in the MCU. People joking that Chris Pratt was a Trump supporter. yeah, sure joking. Yeah, sure. That is a decent argument on why no one came to the defense of Brie, but they did for Pratt, despite Brie getting tons of shit thrown at her for something so petty. But there is one difference between Chris and Brie in the scene. One major difference. Brie would sometimes go out of her way to antagonize people for this kind of stuff.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
Gee, I wonder why people got pissed at her for this. I mean, of course the fucking bear's gonna get pissed when you poke it with a stick. Meanwhile, Chris, to my recollection and research, has not antagonized or insulted anyone. He has not gone out of his way to single anyone out or insult them, despite the tons of shit he's gotten over, well, basically nothing. All the hate towards him is just assumptions. All he's done is defend his case and nothing else. Of course, this event would lead to no one getting blacklisted or removed, so Chris Pratt gets to live another day. This will, of course, piss Twitter off even further and want his failure to become a reality even more. From this point forward, a ton of Twitter users will make it their purpose in life to cancel Chris Pratt, and they will do anything they possibly can to achieve that goal. It's now February of 2020, and as usual, Twitter is doing its usual thing with Pratt, roasting him, calling him all sorts of folks, and but it's usual internet drama dribble. Nothing really gets accomplished, it's just people wanting updates. That is, until one user was desperately thirsty for some clout. Some sweet, delicious clout. But how does one get some clout? Roast Chris, call him a homophobe for the 5,000th time? Bring up his shirt or the burnt bagel bite? No. This user has some far more stuff. Up until now, I've made the effort of keeping a lot of these identities hidden because I have no idea what Reddit Nick Bear detectives might be watching this and go and harass any individual I've shown, despite them shitting on a man for something they've only heard, never seen. But you know the saying, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Let's keep that in mind. But I'm making an exception here for 2 reasons. 1, the account that did this doesn't even exist anymore, so you can't even find them, even if you wanted to. And 2, the thing this person did is so heinous and scummy, they aren't worthy of keeping their identity a secret. Now, it may seem wrong to pick on one individual for just one tweet, but this tweet went semi-viral, got a few articles written about it, so I think it's worthy of including in this video. Anyway, this person made this tweet saying, "Rest in peace? I think not," and included 3 tweets supposedly made by Chris himself. Ignoring the first one, we'll come back to it in a minute. The second tweet says this: "I feel like somebody smarter than me can make a joke about this. I mean, what's wrong with this? It says Bank of America and it says Made in China. That's ironic. That's a joke. That's kind of funny. What's wrong with that? Is it racist because China has Chinese people in it? I don't get this one. Let's look at the third tweet. Hashtag Miss Universe. In a way, they all look like Miss Hungry. Again, what's wrong with
I keep jumping too far. Damn it.
Actually, you know what? Let's look at the Miss Universe pageant of 2012. Oh, dear Christ! God, some of these women look like you could break them in half by blowing hot air on them. Okay, so this tweet isn't even a joke. It's just an objective fact. And now, finally, I want to address this one. This is the big one, the one that caused it to go semi-viral. So, as you can imagine, spouting that racial slur at any point is basically the 8th of the 7 deadly sins, and is a nail in the coffin for any person with a career if they said it at any point in their lives. And here is Chris saying it. So this was last year. How does Crystal have a career? Well, you see, that's very simple, my fellow associates. That would be because this tweet is not real. People have looked through his Twitter history, his profile, went on Internet Archives, and there is no evidence of this tweet ever having been made. Even Chris himself came out and said it was fake. Hell, a Twitter advisor came out and said it was most likely fake, which it is. So if it's not real, there's only one explanation. The person who made this entire tweet made it up themselves. They completely fabricated it, all for the sake of clout and running Chris's name through the mud. Now, the tweet no longer exists. Twitter actually composed itself for once, and a lot of people called this person out for being so damn petty and flat out making shit up. It did fool a few people though. Hell, some out here knew it was fake but was still praising the person for doing it.
That's slander.
It is not. I resent that. Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel.
I think people need to realize just how easy it is to make a fake, well, anything on the internet. There exist so many tools and programs that can make things look however anybody
Okay, I'm just gonna give up on the crystals right now. I just want to move on.
some amazing creations, but it can also lead to shit like this. Oh yeah, it's gamer time. A Nintendo Direct that was hotly anticipated came out on September 3rd. And during said Direct, they revealed the Mario movie release date and its cast. The first thing we see.
First, of course, is Mario, who will be played by Chris Pratt. He's so cool.
He's so cool.
The entire internet, not just Twitter, had a field day with this. People were laughing it up at the entire cast. Chris Pratt as Mario, Luigi, Jack Black as Bowser. It was just a hoot and a holler. However, Twitter, compared to other websites, were actually furious that Chris got the role as Mario. Now, some were actually upset that he was playing Mario and not Charles Martinet.
The funniest thing about the announcer to me is the announcer is Chris Pratt. He's so cool.
But the majority of Twitter was mad that Chris, despite their best efforts, was still getting movie roles.
Are key cast members who will be voicing Mario and his friends in the movie. First, of course, is Mario, who will be played by Chris Pratt. He's so cool.
Was that an actual reaction clip or was that an edit? Huh?
Please look forward to Mario as performed by the very talented Chris Pratt.
This man, they've labeled every mean and hateful thing they possibly could, and he was still getting work. So, how do they vent their frustrations? Bitching and memes.
What? No, alright. I know that sounds bad.
I love overly edited memes like that. Well, it's not overly edited, but like, you know.
More memes to piss on Chris and find more ways to call him a bigot. Memes of Chris hitting gay people, pics of Mario reading the Bible. Okay, not gonna lie. This one got me to laugh. Congrats, Twitter user. You get my update. This is what everyone was talking about for like 3 days straight. Chris Pratt was going to be Mario. The Mario. Now, the movie still hasn't come out yet as I'm recording this. But I pray it'll be good, not some safe bouncy schlock like the rest of the Illumination stuff.
I mean, I liked the movie. I know not everyone did, but I did.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Chris wasn't done yet with the infuriating casting choices. Already having been cast as Mario, a childhood icon, he decided to get another role of yet another childhood icon, our favorite fat lasagna-eating cat, Garfield. Garfield has sort of become this weird famous icon on both the internet and for boomers, as boomers remember the old comics and cartoons, but for millennials and Gen Z, he's been a meme in various formats. He's transformed into this weird eldritch abomination.
I love those videos. I wish they were actual fan games.
And also these weird abstract art projects like Garfield and Lasagna Cat.
You tricked me. There's nothing in this present.
You promised me you wouldn't peek. That's what you get for peeking.
Well, thanks for nothing.
I never watched Lasagna Cat, but I did watch Nightmind's video on it. Also Inside of Mind's video on it.
And Zoomers can enjoy. And when it was announced a new Garfield movie was coming out, and Chris has gotten the role to play him, the internet and Twitter alike lost its fucking shit. Again. Tons of articles coming out about this, and the memes were non-stop. Chris Pratt is going to play this character, play that character, he was going to play all your childhood icons, he's going to play the father you never had. Everyone had a good old yuck about this, once more. But of course, there was the Twitter users with sticks up their asses, still grinding their teeth and angry. Our Trump-supporting, bagel-biting, Joe Biden-hating Chris Pratt was still getting film roles, and all their bitching was for nothing. This just angered them to their boiling point. I can read some of these tweets and feel the heat coming from my screen from how flaming mad some of these people are. It's both funny and sad at the same time. This man, just getting film roles, infuriates people so much they will be willing to do anything to ruin his day. And all of this rage, all of this anger at Chris, would finally come to fruition in the worst way possible.
For those who come after.
2 days after the Garfield, Chris decided to make a tribute to his wife on Instagram a few weeks before her birthday. This is the post in question. She's given me an amazing life, a gorgeous, healthy daughter. She chews so loudly that sometimes I put my earbuds to drown it out, but that's love. She helps me with everything. In return, periodically I open a jar of pickles. That's the trade. Her heart is pure and it belongs to me. My greatest treasure right next to my King Griffey Jr. Upper Deck rookie card, which if you know is saying a lot. It's her birthday in about 6 weeks, so if I don't get her anything, I'll tell her to look back on this post. Love you, honey. Oh, well ain't that just cute? I mean, he may hate bagel bites and women in general, but he really seems to love his wife. This is a cute, harmless tribute to his wife. I bet people really love this post and found absolutely nothing wrong with it. The backlash was swift and immense. But I don't understand. This was a tribute to his wife. What the hell is everyone so angry about? Well, this actually requires context into Chris's personal marriage and family life, so bear with me. I've been avoiding talking about Chris's own dating life because really, it's just more celebrity drama. Celebrity marriages and divorces happen all the time, and anyone into that stuff is gonna have their own opinion on it. But this time, Twitter took it upon themselves to attack Chris for it. I mean, they've already attacked every other aspect about him. Why not his marriage and his relationship with his wife and children? Before Chris was married to Katherine Schwarzenegger, he was in a previous marriage with Anna Faris. They were married for a few years and had a son. However, things just didn't work out between the two, and they got divorced in 2017. He then met Katherine the next year, they got married, had a daughter, and moved on. The point of interest here is Chris's son he had with Anna, Jack Pratt. Jack was born with serious health issues, and it caused a great deal of concern with both Chris and Anna. They said they prayed and prayed that he would come through all right, and in the end, he did. Chris has spoken a great deal about his son and how much he loves him, even after divorcing Anna. But since then, in his new marriage, he had a daughter with Catherine, praising her and giving her credit for a healthy, beautiful daughter. That one word, healthy. Twitter, who has been coddled and conditioned to expect the absolute worst from Chris. Get this. Ready for this? I bet you've never heard this before. Twitter assumed this was a jab at his previous wife and his son. He was actually secretly mocking his ex-wife and son because they weren't healthy and Catherine and his new daughter were. And then a new ist was added to the list. He was now ableist because he was using the word healthy to describe his new daughter.
Ist list.
For not being born healthy. Anna Faris was actually trending on Twitter because hundreds of people were apologizing to her for Chris apparently mocking her and their own son. God, this is pitiful. I have to say, out of everything I've talked about today, this is without a doubt the worst thing Twitter has done to this man. How low do you have to go to accuse a man of mocking his own son for being born unhealthy just for some clout? Were people really this upset over the Mario and Garfield thing? They just wanted to get it out of their system? And this is what it led to? Chris, of course, responded to this. This made him I can't imagine why this would make him depressed. Not a clue.
Oh, no. See, he's rich, so we shouldn't feel bad for him. His feelings are invalid because he's got money.
I didn't want to work out. I didn't want to. I knew though that if I put on my Christian music playlist and I got out in the woods and ran, that I'd feel better, but I just didn't want to. And I did it anyways. Gosh, was I ready. It felt amazing.
But he eventually got over it, like everything else he got over. But seriously, this is a fucked up situation. This man just wanted to post a tribute to his wife and daughter, and Twitter somehow found a way to twist it into this secret, ableist jab at his ex-wife and son, who he's already stated a number of times he loves. This really goes to show you just how much Twitter fucking despises this man. And a lot of these people believe they're doing the right thing, calling Chris out for ableism, when in reality they just made a man depressed for merely praising his wife. Social media really was a mistake. Twitter has tried everything. They have tried everything to get this man blacklisted and his career ruined. They have called him every single istinphobe they possibly could. They accused him of insulting his handicapped son. They tried flat out making shit up about him, but nothing has worked. He's still getting film roles and he's still popular. The clout chasers are desperate. They want to take this titan down. They want to be the ones known for bringing down one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. But what can they do? They then went back to the drawing board. After enough determination and decision making, it was then decided what Twitter does best when canceling something. Dig up a decade-old tweet and use it against
I'm just gonna move on.
when it's no longer relevant. But what can they use? He doesn't really have anything that they can consider problematic. What's a hot button issue right now? Police brutality? Perfect. This was the tweet they dug up. A joke about how Chris would be a corrupt police officer if he wasn't an actor. This tweet is absolutely nothing. There is nothing offensive here. It is a bland, forgettable joke. Anyone can look at this and tell. Twitter was well aware it was, and their goal was very, very obviously to pretend to be offended for the sake of getting him in trouble. Chris, how could you? Do you not know that that's a hot button issue? At Nintendo, do you see this sheet? Remove him from the Mario movie immediately. That's so offensive. How could you? You're done now. Looking at these tweets, it's not about them actually being offended. It's just them being joyful that they can use it against him for the sake of that succulent clout. They tweet at news outlets and big companies to look at it, but no one really knows except the Twitter users themselves, the ones trying to get him blacklisted. All of these fake as hell crocodile tears fell on deaf ears. But one important person was listening. The most important of them all. Within 24 hours of the clout chasers finding the decade-old tweet, the tweet was gone.
I just went in a big circle.
Chris had noticed people making a fuss about this absolutely nothing tweet, and to avoid any future drama, he just up and deleted it. Operation Irrelevant was a complete failure. Except Chris himself, nobody of interest cared.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
After that operation failed, things were quiet for a bit. Nothing major really happened for a while. That is, until the trailer for the newest Cape shit, Thor: Love and Thunder, came out. It was a by-the-numbers trailer. Quips and snark all the way, oh, humor, action, etc. But in the trailer itself, there's our favorite Chris in the Thor: Love and Thunder trailer! This, of course, caused some shock and caused some anger. People were getting mad that, oh, Chris Pratt, homophobe, all these etc. You get the point by now. But there was one scene a lot of people really fixated on.
Just look into the eyes of the people that you love. Not me.
What? Just listening.
Could this be some homoeroticism? And my Cape shit? What would Winnie the Pooh say? Or maybe it's just a joke to make people laugh. Twitter took it as the former. This time Twitter was...
Why do they call him Winnie the Pooh? I have to know.
Still mad, but they were able to channel that into laughter. Because they were convinced that this scene was put here by the director just to take the piss on crap. Because, you know, home from a church he doesn't have to go to and all. And when I mean they were convinced, I mean they were convinced. I cannot tell you how many times I saw this take, and how many times they legit thought it would upset Chris. I mean, they do realize he had to consent to acting in this, right? He gave the okay to film the scene, and he filmed it. No issues whatsoever. If it would upset him so bad, why the hell did he agree to filming it? This is all topped onto the fact that Chris himself as Star-Lord is barely in the final film. Oops, spoilers. He's in maybe the first 15 minutes, and then is never seen the rest of it. This small appearance got a lot of people pissy at him, and then took said piss on him just for being in the film at all. Have you ever seen an actor get shit on just for getting roles in films? This is ridiculous at this point. You know what? It's just fun to make at this point. I think I've beaten the skulls of everyone by now. Twitter does not like Chris Pratt. I get it. He does nothing wrong, and then Twitter gets mad at him, and I show, oh, look how angry they are. Yeah, I know. It's getting... You know, Ryan Gosling doesn't have stuff like this shit. This day in particular, another tweet shitting on Chris went viral. Again, getting hundreds of thousands of upvotes. Tells him I would just replace him. Nobody would notice. And person with, who the hell is that? I'm not even joking. I have no clue who that is. He probably has a name, but it looks like he was made by the competitor that the generic white man this came from. I'm too lazy to look who he is too because he has no reference on anything here. But anyway, this is another case.
Who is he? I have to know now.
Chris, for you guessed it, being this list of things. Wait, there's something on the way. Something on the horizon. Could it be? Someone has had enough of this kid. Someone has come to set things straight. Who is it? Who is this challenger approaching?
Come after.
Completely missed.
It's James Gunn. come to put his foot down on this shit once and for all. For what? Because of your made-up, utterly false beliefs about him? For something that someone else told you about him that's not true? Chris Pratt would never be replaced as Star-Lord. But if he ever was, we would all be going with him. The Twitter thread then erupted into flames. It's sheer chaos right now. One half is rooting for him, the other half is angry, pissed someone dare come to defend this bagel vibrator. But wait, that's not all either. He's not done. He had a bit more to say. So, you're cool with him being part of a homosexual church, or does that not matter because he's making you money? He isn't. I know the church he currently goes to. Do you? The answer is you don't. But you heard from someone who heard from someone who heard from someone where he goes to church, so you decided, yeah, okay, I'll believe this terrible thing I heard online about this celebrity. Now, the entire Twitter thread has gone
Finally.
Everyone is going nuts, flinging shit at each other and screeching. It's absolute chaos. And as quickly as he appeared, he refused to elaborate and vanishes into the night. He left quite an impact in his wake. I saw a lot of people hop to Chris's defense after James came and laid down some facts, some getting thousands of likes and retweets. This was fairly recent, might I add you, so I can't say if this will have any lasting impact on Twitter's venomous hatred towards Chris. But I'm glad James could have made some sort of headway in letting people know how things actually are. Godspeed, James.
I'm gonna read some of these tweets defending Chris, actually. So apparently Chris Pratt never attended that homophobic church everyone swore he did. Isn't that the whole reason people started to hate him? It was literally for no reason.
A lot of people hopped to Chris's defense after James came and laid down some facts, some getting thousands of...
What Twitter thinks of Chris Pratt versus what Pratt's probably actually like. Will personally execute all gays, anti-vex rebel, runs an undercover conversion camp, hates BLM, all-right hero, wants to bring back Crusades, led the charge on January 6th, god damn it. Went to a bland LA megachurch, vaguely libertarian, I don't care if you're black, white, or purple, likes hunting and fishing, donated to Obama, quotes extremely basic Bible verses, knows he's too dumb to be a political leader, called for more vaccines accessibility in India, out of touch dad energy. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Likes and retweets. This was fairly recent, might I add you, so I can't say if this will have any last...
This is why no one should listen to outrage mobs. I remembered when Amber Heard first accused Johnny for domestic abuse and all of Twitter wanted his head on a pike the very next day. Man, the Amber Heard thing, I have no clue what to think. I am completely out of touch with that. I don't know why I should believe some random strangers on the internet or a guy who knows Chris Pratt personally and has worked with him for years.
Some sort of headway in letting people know how things actually are. Godspeed, James. And where is my Scooby-Doo 3, you fucking hack?
Where is Scooby-Doo 3? I want to see that too.
After 3 straight years of getting shit on by thousands on Twitter, having his career, his name, and his family run through the ringer, I guess Chris has just finally had enough of this shit and finally decides to say something. In an interview with Men's Fitness, he first spoke on the
excuse me?
tribute to his wife and how people legit thought it was a dig at his ex-wife and son. He said it really upset him. God, I can only imagine why. That people thought he was taking a jab at his son. How it legit made him cry. Some Twitter users got their jollies finding out that they made this grown man cry over his own son. He was able to make a joke about it though, saying his publicist was sweating about it, so it was nice that he was still able to find some...
Ooh, I love this boss. Give me a second, gotta close all the blinds. Inambayak. Okay. I'm gonna play the game. Play the video again, then the game.
And then he finally says what everyone should have known from the start. He does not attend Hillside.
Actually, I almost forgot to do something really important. You gotta shoot the lamps in this boss.
Little fact should have been known 3 fucking years ago. And I still don't know where this came from.
Oh, come on.
Again, Elliot's Twitter post never said what church Pratt attended.
Yeah, where did I get the Hillsong shit from, huh? Hillsong shit. Hmm? There we go.
He's not really a religious person. Okay, Chris. I think what he's trying to say is he's not religious, but he's more so righteous and spiritual. He doesn't do a lot of stuff like a lot of religious people. I mean, you know, like customs. He doesn't do the traditional things Christians do, and is more so in touch with the spiritual side, if that makes sense. I don't really know. He also says that religion is all he needs to be a
Okay. I'm fine, I'm not dizzy. Because this boss will try to make you dizzy. And that just means that your free aim is harder to aim. I wonder about other games I should play. Also, I have a headache, probably because of my headphones. Maybe I should lower the volume.
Some still got mad at him, and some flat out didn't even believe him. And at this point, I just simply say, just don't bother with this anymore. It's very clear.
There we go.
Chris says or does, a good chunk of Twitter will hate him for it. Because they've already got their own personal beliefs and theories about him, and no matter how hard he tries, he will never be able to forget some of them. Whatever gets them the most clout. That's all they care about.
Oh, damn it. I thought I got it.
Now, this is not the end.
There we go.
Far from it, in fact. That will probably not end until the day E or Twitter dies. And even then, it'll probably still go on. This video will probably be outdated when more stuff happens in the future. But I thought it'd be better.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Hmm?
This just goes to show you the double-edged sword of games. Millions of people love it. Millions of people love everything you do. But there will always be that group who wants nothing more than to
Yeah, there we go.
some men, women, and everything in
Oh, by the way, if you don't shoot the lamps, every attack is going to be followed up with like 4 of those lamp blasts that showed up at the beginning. Yeah, there we go.
God bless you who watched this video to the very end. Like and subscribe. And for the love of God, go outside.
Well, it's dark now, so I can't, even if I wanted to. I mean, I can, but it wouldn't be smart, I don't think. I once again do not condone the seeking out or harassment of any individual shown in this video. This video is merely for educational and entertainment purposes. All the resources, articles, music, etc. used in this video are linked in the description. Thanks for all the places where said resources were available. Yeah! Are you still here? Yeah, because I'm busy with the game right now. Trying to scream the random screamer. Or that face, at least.
We live in the year 2024. We live in the most technology-dependent era we ever have in our entire existence. We rely on machines.
It's never that easy. There's always a second phase. Let me pause this for a second and see which video this is. The fall of the social media of old. I don't know. Will I return to see what was going on? Will I return to see that was going on? I don't know. That's what I don't know. What was the goings on? Was it the video or the game? Okay. Which one should I pick? You know what? I really do like. I like the internet hoaxes one.
Sponsored by Aura. I've been using the internet quite frequently for well over 7
I'm just gonna skip ahead to after the intro and then the obligatory sponsor. There we go. Ah! I forgot to pop out again. I just want to get back to the game.
I've mentioned this previously on this channel.
There we go.
But I miss the Wild West days of the
Will I return to see? Yeah, I know what. Yeah.
There were so many websites out there.
Misfortune. I really do love this boss, especially the second phase. I think it's so fun.
Not like today, where everything is concentrated to a small selection of sites, sanitized and ran by mega corporations to be as advertiser friendly as possible.
Huh?
Back then, people didn't care about being advertiser friendly.
Huh?
You could find so many
Oh, damn.
websites they wanted to, and because anyone could create one, some would get noticed by the public, and even drum up some controversy.
Oh, god damn it. It's Simon Says. All right.
Absurd website from 2005 called
Top. Bottom back to the left. And then the right. There we go.
And now the creator had a brand new pet rabbit and named him Toby. But unfortunately, raising a rabbit is expensive, and raising Toby has strained the creator's bank account. And so he decided it would be better.
But seriously, Ren, what was happening?
He created this website to help raise funds to support Toby in a very interesting way. Now, people these days have created GoFundMes to help support themselves or their friends and families and pets. But this website was way before that, and it also had a hook. The creator wanted $50,000.
Oh, god damn it. Shit. Fuck, come on.
To eat him. Give me $50,000 or I am going to devour this rabbit. So this is
Top.
like a GoFundMe to help support Toby. This was basically a ransom.
Where's the bottom? Bottom. Left, right, right? Left. Oh, fuck. It was right, left.
And want to save him from his cruel fate.
Now I gotta deal with the attack. Your Steam is still going. Your stream is still going on. That's what's happening. Oh, yeah. Huh? Well, I returned to see what was going on. Yeah, I'm still going. I have no in real life friends or obligations. I am free to play all day. My only limitation is my endurance. Eventually, I'm gonna get tired, you know. But I'm not tired yet. I have a bit of a headache, but I'm good. Oh fuck, that was a jump! Ah!
And people would let the website know. There were news reports about the website out and about.
Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention.
People would flood the website with emails, and some of them...
Dude, I could be gaming right now, sugar. Yeah. You weren't paying attention to the order of the lamps that are lit up, right? Because I wasn't. You should have been blowjob. All right. Nope. All right. Good. Winging a prayer then. Yep. Okay.
Who stiffs magic markers in his basement while in the middle of your third lap of Mario Kart 64. I am proud to present DJ David Kerr. May he forever live on as the world's most retarded hate handler. You can tell that the owners of the site were not taking any...
Come on. Ah, oh. They're all gone. Damn it. I still have CL.
As the way he's responding is clearly fishing to get a rise out of people. There's this one update where they pretend to have an actual conversation with a rabbit, which is clearly another way to really get out of the skin of distractions.
Fuck.
Contest to have the website shut down.
Nah.
When you really look at the whole thing, there wasn't really anything they could do. Nothing was really
Left,
forcing you to
bottom, top, right. Okay.
In fact, according to this
Left,
paper I found specifically
bottom,
from 2006,
top.
do not technically fall under the legal definition.
Right. All right.
As the creator is threatening to destroy his own property and not someone else's. So legally speaking, he's doing nothing wrong.
Woo! There we go. You didn't get me that time.
And nobody wanted to see this
Left, right, top, bottom. Okay.
was coming up. The merciful
Left,
decided to postpone it to Thanksgiving 2006.
right,
If they didn't reach the goal,
top,
the entire family would have a nice yummy toast.
bottom.
But now
Aha.
stipulation.
All right. No.
Copies of a certain item were sold, then Toby would also be saved. And that item was a book based around saving Toby. That's right. Another book. Why does everyone I talk
There we go.
to keep making books?
Woo! Ah.
The funniest part about the
Premature celebration. I whooped. Red, right, bottom, left. Okay, so it's just a no, it's clockwise. Counterclockwise is the other way. Clockwise. And I'm dizzy. Okay. My CL is dizzy, not me. I'm like, because of the dizzy status effect of the cursor, the reticle isn't staying in one place. See how it's going in a circle? There we go.
Apparently, with all the merchandise and donations before the website was purchased, they had raised almost 20 grand, which is a hefty chunk of change. They made out like...
Is it really dead?
Stop jinxing us. That's a snealer.
We can finally cross the sea. You don't happen to have some wine stashed away, do you?
Wine? Hey, you can do this.
I hate water.
What do you call a snail on a ship? A snailer. Bye. Oh no, I remember the scene.
You might reach her.
Foreboding thumping. What is a skeleton's favorite meal? I don't know, Ren. What is a skeleton's favorite meal?
Does it really matter?
Oh man. It doesn't get easy. It wasn't easy the first time, and it's still not easy the second time. Oh, ribs, spare ribs. Man. I'm that picture of the horse on the beach and man now.
Why are you doing this?
I like how they summon their weapons. I know this is a French game, but I don't know, my weeb brain is comparing it to anime. This is my persona. I don't need persona. This is my persona. Okay, give me a second. I gotta do something really quick. And I'm back, and I realized I really need to get back, go right back, be right back screen or something. My artist didn't offer any of those, so I don't know. I guess I just have to make do. I'm also completely broke right now, so I can't commission anybody even if I wanted to. And most of the time I do want to, it's just that I can't. I remember when I was a little kid, I used to be one of those pain exposure people, but you know, I was 14 and stupid. I'm 27 and slightly more stupid, but not that stupid anymore. Hopeless boss fights. How do I love thee?
We've done nothing to you. We should be on the same side.
I'm not gonna play the video. This is... Yeah, I'm not gonna bother playing the video. This is a pretty heavy scene. I'm just gonna let it play out.
Something's going on up there. Escape! Get us up there!
Why can't you?
For those who come after.
I wonder how much health he actually has. It's probably just one of those things where it reads the number, but it doesn't actually decrease any of his health, regardless of how much health he has. I say one of those things like I've seen it before, but I don't know. I imagine some boss fights do that.
For those who come after. Right?
Oh.
You won't yet understand. But this is a kindness, not a cruelty.
You let her come. You know she's too weak for this. How could you let her take such a risk?
You only care when things are right in front of you. My sweet child, you were supposed to stay home. I told you not to worry. But since you're here now, just stay put.
What are you saying? You must go home. Now. This does not involve you.
When this is over, we'll go home together.
No!
This won't make sense to you now. But we both want what's best for our families. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle, but I did try to warn you. It's been a while. Stay out of this. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back now and interfere.
You've lived more than a lifetime. You
it's time to let her go.
A lifetime. A lifetime with my family torn apart. No. I want my family back.
It's not your family. But she is.
You would use her.
She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two. Hey. You alright? It's okay. I'll handle things here. Get back to your friends. Go.
So that's it. You've set us down this path. But are you ready for the consequences?
She'll never paint again.
Stone-Waped Cliffs. Find your way through the Stone-Waped Cliffs. No whiskey, eh? Oh.
Last time we sat together like this. In Limia, mourning our parents. Seems like every time we're together, it's to grieve. I wish we could have spent more time in less hopeless contexts. The plan doesn't change. We aim for the monolith. We keep heading north. With SKA's help, we can make it. But we lost the Lumina converter, so... It's okay, we can think about that later. All the backups were destroyed by that man, but Expedition 32 will bring more. Their chances will be better. We need to prepare them. I should update our journals. Hey. It's okay. Tomorrow will still come.
And SKA looks really comfy, man.
This seemed important.
No, it was robot arm.
Best path is through the quarry up north.
Who are you? And where did you get that expedition uniform?
Strange way to say thank you. Sorry I couldn't save your friend. I'm wearing an expedition uniform because I, too, am an expeditioner.
What? What do you mean you're an... I've never seen you before.
First expedition. Expedition Zero.
Expedition Zero? But how are you alive and not...
Old? I don't know exactly, but some of us stopped aging and were not affected by the gamage.
Some of you? Like the man on the cliff?
Anwar, our commander.
Why? Why did he massacre our team? How could he turn on his own people?
He believes his immortality is a gift from the painters. Killing her would kill him too, and he enjoys living forever.
And you don't?
Burying everyone you know while you live on can weigh you down a bit. I couldn't help your friend, but perhaps I can help you.
You want to join us?
If you don't mind the company. Yes.
So, if I want to kill Renoir, I have to kill the paintress first. What's your name?
SKA mentioned him before. Act 2, Verso. Alright. Okay, let me look at the missables for Act 2 first. If you try to cross the... I don't know. Do I really need to do this scene? Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip the scene because it doesn't look like you really get anything from it. Like, you don't get an achievement or anything, so I'm just gonna skip that scene. I guess I can watch it later. Okay, let's, yeah, but do. Lune. 57 points reverse, so he's got a lot of catching up on. There we go. I like to just crank up all of the stats instead of fixating on one stat. Okay, I don't know if that's a smart move, but that's just something I like to do. Just a little physical. Medium. Skills. Defiant strike deals high single physical damage that applies. Yeah, sure. Very high. There we go. Nope, no, element extra points. Yep, there we go. All right, over here. Perfect break in the bottom over here. Put the purification on top here. I'm not really putting much thought into this. I'm just putting in whichever has the most skill, whichever needs the most skill points is just at the bottom. Okay, let's. Where is everybody? Go to sleep. Okay, there's no checking up on the others this time. Let's talk to SKA.
You've put on a lot of weight.
I could say the same for you, you giant marshmallow. Bet you lost your stones again.
You know me. But now you're here. We can go find them.
Yeah, buddy. We'll find them. Tell me, did you tell them about... you know what?
Oh, Maman's the word. I promised.
Great. I'm counting on you.
Always, mon ami.
Mon's the word. I don't know what that means. Is that a French expression or is that just an expression I just never heard of?
Verso, mon ami.
Esquier, mon ami. I feel like I haven't seen you in years.
3 years, 67 days, and roughly 10 hours.
But who's counting?
10 hours and 7 minutes.
I guess Versa was.
You've been counting too.
They both were. What have you been up to? Did Francois move out to get his own cape? What have you been up to?
I have been perfecting the art of napping.
Impressive. You must teach me his secrets.
Mon ami, I wish I could, but napping cannot be taught. It can only be experienced. We must nap together.
Sure.
No.
That sounds nice.
Yes, yes, yes.
So how did these expeditioners convince you to leave your cave?
They're all so nice. Well, the super nice one died, but the others are cool too.
I guess. I'm sorry.
You can make some friends too. It's been a long time since you made new human friends.
You know what I think about Francis expeditioners?
You know what I think about friendships with expeditioners.
Losing a rock is better than never having a rock. Ask me how I know.
Debatable.
I hope we won't lose them. Like the others.
No.
Oh. You lost your stones again. How did you lose them this time?
Yeah. I lost them on our trip back from the Chestrel River, right after you left.
You buy your stones back 10 times now. Are you losing them all on purpose?
You brought your stones back 10 times now. Are you losing them on purpose?
I lose them so we can go on more adventures.
So yes.
Good reason. To adventure then.
Eskia and Versa rekindled the flame of their friendship. To adventure. Something about the tone of his voice is, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It sounds like he's high on something. I'm not gonna play music. Moment of silence for Gustav. Yeah, leave them alone.
Expedition Zero left 67 years ago, which would make you...
About 100. Yeah.
Tell me about the fracture.
Relationships have levels? Dang, I was wrong about the whole time. I was, hang on. I was doing it wrong the whole time. If life had, like, video game guides, it would be a whole lot easier.
I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight, am I?
Like, you do something, like, wrong, or you do something for someone else, and then you just go into your relationship folder, it's their relationship menu, I guess, and then you can see how much your affinity for with them has fallen or grown. Listen, I know. I still wish I could talk to them. I know. I know they just lost a friend of theirs, but I still wish I could talk to them. Hello, curator. Yeah, I really just don't upgrade any of my weapons. There's really no reason for it. I feel like you're just gonna get stronger weapons anyway. Maybe there is a reason to upgrade your weapons, but I'm just not seeing it right now. Basically, what I did there with the Luminas is make it so I'm able to equip more Luminas, give more Lunama points to equip one of these things. And you only get these things once you master peak dose. That way you can apply this to any character you want, provided you have enough points for each character. All right, let's see. If I powerful and falling 15 below health, marking shots and what I like about Verso is that he's one of those high risk, high reward characters where a lot of his skills involve bigger damage the lower your health is. Now, of course, I mean, I don't think you have to play him like that, but a lot of his skills revolve around losing health to get more damage. Pretty sure Mael does the same thing too, but last time I played, I didn't really utilize that. Most probably because I was already used to using Verso for that point. In that point. The next morning. Should I do the SpongeBob narrator? Oh, God. The next morning.
I'm really sorry I didn't arrive sooner. He was your brother?
Something like that.
Losing family is difficult.
I know. I know what you're going to say. You want to offer your condolences. You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it. I've had enough condolences. I've lost so many families now. I just need... Can you please go?
I really need to like take I'll just post it on the Discord servers I'm in because I don't know. I saw some like art about the bystander effect, and then there's this one comment that's like, wasn't it proven that the bystander effect isn't real? And then there are like two comments. One of them said yes, it's real, and the other one said no, it isn't. So I don't know, is it real or not? Give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Let me get my controller. Again, I also posted that thing about bystander syndrome on the discords that I'm in. Everyone's still in the still here. I posted it in your server too because I have no clue what to make of it.
Everyone okay?
Let's see if I can go around. I mean, if I'm already heading direction, maybe I can see the scene anyway. Can't break through the corals. Alright. Let's try the other way. Pretty sure there's corals there too. Well. Yeah, there's also this boss here, and you do get a peak dose from it, but I don't know if it's too hard right now. It might be though, because I remember struggling with it even after I went after it in the post game. Ah, bless me.
You'll get used to them. We're going to see a lot more.
If we hurry, we can cross before nightfall.
Wait. Could we bury Gustav?
I wish we could, but protocol is to keep moving. Gustav would understand.
We can look for a suitable place along the way, yeah? We'll find a nice spot.
Actually, there is a place. Past the quarry out of sight of the Pentras. Tranquil haven. Protected by magnificent trees. I think you'll approve.
Lead the way.
Let me show you something.
Alright, this is where the game introduces gradient attacks. Ah, fuck. Well, not gradient attacks, gradient counters. Yeah, there we go. Huh? Yeah, damn. Hmm.
Any other tricks we should know?
One thing at a time.
All right. Actually, hang on. Yeah, there we go. I realize it could be deleting the video right now. Here we go. Here we go.
Bandits. So this entire website is the prime example of bad publicity is still publicity. It drove itself purely on controversy, and it got famous because of that. But it was very much an of its time story because you never see anyone talk about it these days, except me. The original owners of the site have never been identified, so we'll never know who was behind this whole scheme. This site also spawned a bunch of imitators, where they would attempt the exact same thing, but not even close to the same level of success.
Most likely not.
The website itself is no longer up to date, because we can't have fun internet websites anymore. This would never get made today. You're probably wondering what other website purchased it. Why, that would be board.com, which is also dead. Just like Toby.
Oh, I love this story.
You ever just come across something when you were young, and well, you just sort of brush it off right then and there, but then it comes back into your mind years later and it just bothers the piss out of you?
Yeah.
You go out of your way to try and find the thing you brushed off during your childhood and see what it was all about. I think everyone had that happen at least once. Hell.
Yeah, with me, there was this VHS I had when I was younger that had like 3 different stories. Like one was just Red Riding Hood, and well, the middle one was about 2 bear cubs, and the last one was about it was just an adaptation of the Wolf and the 7 Kids. I think that's what it's called, the Wolf and the 7 Kids. The I didn't know what sort of VHS I don't know, to this day I still don't know what that VHS was. I mean, I asked about it on Reddit and I did get an answer, but like I forgot the answer. I may have to look through my Reddit again to double check.
I had my own at one point. When I was a kid, every weekend we would take a trip to our local movie gallery to have some entertainment over the weekend. Maybe rent some movies or some games to play, you know. Well, at our movie gallery, hanging on the edge of one of the shelves, there was this DVD that mystified me. It was this green booger-looking creature with 2 kids shocked by it. And for years, every time we went there, this same DVD just sat there, untouched. Nobody would ever rent it. And I went by it and saw it all the time because it was hanging right there by the PS2 and GameCube games. I swore for years it was called Boogerman or something like that. Well, very recently, I went out of my way to try and find this DVD that I never rented since that movie gallery is now long gone. And I really wanted to know what it was about. Boogerman usually gave results for the video game. That's not what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Results for the awful 2005 Boogeyman movie. No, seriously, has anyone seen that film recently? It's aged terribly.
Fuck, too early.
Well, after a while, I finally found the movie I was searching for. It wasn't Boogerman, it was Fungus, the Bogeyman. I found it. The same case and everything. Here it was. Here's the thing that I searched high and low for. The thing that sat there and stared at me most of my childhood.
There we go. Huh?
Looks like shit. Thank God I never read it.
What are you?
Well, sorry for the tangent, but I was able to get closure on this. As anticlimactic as it may seem, but some people aren't so lucky to be able to find things from their childhood that are now lost in the sand of time. Some have gone around online asking if anyone knows what they're talking about. And
There we go.
some get answers, and other times it will lead you down a rabbit hole. There have been many stories of hundreds of people searching for one particular piece of media just because someone vaguely remembered it. But this case I'm talking about now is probably the strangest of them all. It all started at a place where strange people go to get validation. Reddit. In a subreddit called Typical
Munger Shell.
Yeah, great name there. A guy named Sparta213 would come in, asking if anyone knew the name of a game he grew up with, where you were a farmer. You murdered your wife, and then you have to tend to your crops while also keeping the town and the police in the dark about the crime you committed. Because it really is such a dark, admittedly cool concept for a game, people were actually very interested in learning what this game was. If they could find it, that is. People in the Reddit thread.
Oh, at Death's Door. I forgot about that. Peak dose.
The description the guy was looking for. It was specifically some type of pixel art game, and it looked like Harvest Moon. More and more people joined in, and eventually, the story of this game had spread across a subsection of Reddit. It garnered the title Evil Farming Game, and it would spark a massive investigation for the next couple of years. Word about this mysterious farming game would get to YouTubers.
Now, I've never played this game, but it sounds cool as fuck, and it sounds like something I would really want to play.
We can only wait and hope that someone out there comes forth with any sort of lead, a hard drive, a website, a key hidden inside a detail, so we can finally discover what this game actually was. If you're watching this, and this sounds familiar to you, please get in contact.
And after these videos were made...
Okay, I knew Wang made a video about it, and I watched it. I didn't know Nexpo made a video about it.
...would send a good chunk of the internet on a wild goose chase, looking for it. A whole subreddit was made where it discussed any possible leads and trails they could follow, or if they had finally found it. A number of games were brought to the original poster's attention. This game called Morai, or Moray, I don't know. A game where you find a dying woman under a farm, but that wasn't it. A slew of RPG Maker games were presented. Those weren't it either. None of the games that were presented was the game he was looking for. Of course, there were a couple of skeptics who believed this entire thing could have been an elaborate marketing stunt, that the original poster was making a game just as described and planning on unveiling it to the public, which would have been pretty lame if it were true. But every single time the game was presented or theorized,
so close.
the game he was looking for. Every single lead came up a dead end. It even got a Lost Media Wiki article, assuming it was real and all the history surrounding it, trying to find it up to that point. And if you're able to pry Lost Media enthusiasts away from looking for lost episodes of toddler shows, you know you've made some impact. But it doesn't matter how many people were on the scene. No matter how many games or theorized were brought forward, not a single one seemed to be the original game the Redditor was looking for. So, what's the truth, you might ask? Well, since this is a video about hoaxes, you probably already know at this point, the game never existed in the first place. But was this all just some fake game the guy made up for laughs? To cause this massive manhunt for nothing? Well, the actual answer here is far more entertaining than you could imagine.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either.
There's this niche Twitch streamer called Varskeletor, or as he's often called, Joel. Joel is just some guy from Sweden that plays a variety of stuff. One of Joel's fans was watching some of Joel's older streams and came across a stream of him playing Global Defense Force. And then at one point, Joel makes his joke on stream.
I will say this, another game about like bugs and killing bugs or whatever is a game. I don't know if you guys ever heard about a game called Body Harvest, but that game is fucking the shit. But let me tell you something.
Body Harvest?
Has the worst title on the planet. It sounds like crap.
Body Harvest, okay.
It sounds like Harvest Moon, but with like corpses. It sounds like that'd be a fun game, just playing as Harvest Moon, but throughout all the gameplay, you gotta hide a dead corpse. Harvest Moon, it's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game, you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with I don't know, like a saw blade. At the same time as you gotta like manage your farm, you know, raise your chickens and milk the cows, you also gotta like hide the body from the cops sometimes, from health security checks, and yeah.
Now, that sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? In fact, it's one for one the exact same description as the original Reddit post. The original post was contacted, and it turns out, oh, he was a fan of Joel as well. And when this was sent his way, it all started coming back to him. Sparta was on medication that helped him sleep, and he would specifically choose wine sauce and Joel streams to fall asleep to. And in a half-asleep stupor, he heard Joel mention this game concept on stream before going off to Dreamland. After looking at the entire picture, he comes to the realization.
Shit, I hallucinated all that, didn't I?
The game the entire time was nothing more than a hallucination. The end product of sleeping medication and a mediocre joke by a Swedish man. Thousands of people were on the hunt for a game that was the creation of a Redditor's drug-induced dream. The bad news was, the game didn't exist. There was no evil farming game called Body Harvest Moon. All those hours of research lost media enthusiasts did was for nothing. The good news was, Sparta, and by proxy, everyone involved in the search, finally had closure on this evil farming game. This is such a unique game.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it wasn't created out of malice or just to mess with people. Everyone thought it was real. Even the guy who started it thought it was real. But in the end, it just wasn't. So the truth about this game is absolutely wild. And when it got back to Joel, he didn't even know how to take it. He was the one who started all this, and he had no idea.
And people were messaging me last night, Joel, sent people for like 6 years.
Perfection reversal reach rank S. Oh, cool.
Game that doesn't exist. And I'm like, excuse me, I did. So I woke up and people are like, Joel, you bastard. I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? You know. So yeah. All I can say is, hey, if you're watching this and you're probably wondering, does Joel know about this? I have no.
I love the Grady encounters, man.
People brought it to my attention, and I just want to apologize. Okay, I just want to say, oops, sorry.
I honestly can't say if there's a lesson to be learned from all this, because this is such a unique and specific case. I don't think it can be replicated again. Only thing I can really say is, don't watch Joel or Vine Sauce in general while being heavily medicated. I got nothing. Here's Granddad.
Granddad! Flintstones? Oh.
Oh no, I went back because of the flag, damn it. And now the dogs are barking.
I usually don't have empathy for corporations, but the one exception to that is Chuck E. Cheese. Man, talk about a business that just can't catch a break. Everyone's favorite childhood place, and they've been hanging on by a thread for the past couple of years. They've been rebranding constantly, they've gone in and out of bankruptcy. Whatever the hell this is.
Poggers!
And let's be real here, Five Nights at Freddy's inadvertently tarnished their reputation. Thanks to Five Nights at Freddy's, people were either really scared of animatronics, or they really wanted to do unspeakable things to animatronics. It's just been a nightmare scenario for them, having to get rid of one of the main things they were known for. All they really got now is the arcade games and the pizza. But even the pizza wasn't safe, because a couple of years ago, they fell victim to a viral conspiracy that almost ruined them, and some still believe it to this day. Around the late 2010s, some people started taking notice of Chuck E. Cheese pizza's quality and how strange it looked. All the slices of the pizza are cut in weird ways, and some of them seem to be completely different in length and size. Now, how in the world could our pizzas turn out like this? Why are these pizzas not of higher quality? And then suddenly, a theory started erupting. Maybe the reason why the pizzas at Chuck E. Cheese suck so much and look like they're of different shapes and sizes is because, to save on money, instead of chucking uneaten pizza slices in the garbage from previous customers, they would reuse them on new orders. I couldn't really pinpoint where exactly this
I've heard of this theory before, but like, I don't know, like when I heard the word they recycled the slices, I was imagining something, a lot more weird, like they chuck like they chuck the slices in some kind of machine to put it back to turn to turn it back into dough or something. I don't know, and then they use the dough for new pizza. I don't know. That was what my mind went to when I heard recycling.
Because throughout the video, one of the theories has to deal with an abusive relationship and possible human trafficking, potential ties to the Serbian mafia, and then it cuts back to fucking Chuck E. Cheese pizza, as if they're on the same level.
That's undeniable. That's crazy.
They all come up with a plan to prove this theory once and for all.
And then the one with a specific instruction.
I want to see like.
Onions or just a certain vegetable, because they'd have to make that one fresh.
What if they pick up every other?
They finally make their way to Chuck E. Cheese's.
Yeah, they take out a microscope, or no, they take out a magnifying glass and just meticulously pick off everything that isn't what you said it was.
What is with Shane Dawson and animals? Their pieces finally show up, and they end up looking like this. Shane questions an employee who's acting weird about being filmed. Shocker, I know. I would feel weird around Shane Dawson, too.
How have we not gotten arrested?
I have no idea.
We've been in a Chuck E. Cheese for 3 hours with a camera, 3 guys, looking so creepy.
Hey, you said it, not me.
They take the pieces back home and measure them.
So I think we've proven that this... I think we've proven that these two halves were never together.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know. And I hope it's just an optical illusion. I'm trying to prove anything to make it so that Chuck E. Cheese isn't actually doing this. I did not think this was gonna happen.
So they order like 3 pizzas, they look like crap.
I keep going around in circles because I can never navigate my way through these sort of games.
Reuses their pizza slices. Case closed, boys. The conspiracy is true. Now, when I
want to see Chuck E. Cheese workers make a pizza, though. I do.
The video has over 50 million views. Enough people saw this video to where it caused an absolute shitstorm online. Because of its reach, people actually believed the theory was real. Because of this video, now people were going to their local Chuck E. Cheese's, ordering pizzas and measuring it themselves. And all of this while harassing the staff over it.
Damn it! I thought I could just kamikaze off this cliff.
YouTube and various social media websites have people making the same types of videos over and over, confirming the theory that the pizzas were used if their pizza looked like crap, despite the fact that Chuck E. Cheese's pizzas always look like crap. Now, of course, all of this would get back to Chuck E. Cheese themselves, and they denied basically everything. It was nothing more than a conspiracy theory, a hoax. Some actual staff members of Chuck E. Cheese would come out and debunk the theory, but if you tried to deny the theory in any way, your comment section was just flooded with Shane Dawson fans, accusing you of lying or being paid off by the Chuck. This theory just got way out of hand.
Paid off by the Chuck.
Living hell being a Chuck E. Cheese staff member during this time, because it was the same thing every single day.
Reminds me of how some people insist on calling Disney the mouse.
They're like, make sure to give that guy a fresh pizza, but it's all good. We got a fresh pizza.
One guy even went out of his way to get a job at Chuck E. Cheese's in order to get the inside scoop of if the pieces were reused or not. And well, things didn't go too well.
Listen, at this Chuck E. Cheese, we reprocess our pieces to make profit, to make money, okay? That's what we do here.
Oh boy.
And you coming here and interfering with that. I don't need that. So I need you to get your stuff and go.
Why?
Because you don't follow the rules. And we're here for a reason.
I just don't think it's right.
Don't follow the rules.
I don't care what you think, alright? I need you to get your stuff and go.
And if you couldn't tell by the stellar acting, this video is fake as hell. Just like the entire theory. Yeah, some might disagree with me, but I don't believe this theory is real. Yeah, the pizzas look like crap and I'd be pissed if my pizza was cut like this, but I don't think they're reusing pizza slices. There's probably a ton of actual explanations why the pizzas are misaligned. I'd chuck it up to most of the staff being teenagers who aren't too experienced and aren't too concerned about them looking good. You really aren't there just for the food, are you? If you get pizza from any other pizza joint, the pizza is all they really have going for them. If the food sucks, then they aren't worth anything. Chuck E. Cheese has everything else going for it. The food was always just a bonus. Yeah, I believe this theory is a hoax. I have no concrete evidence to disprove it, I just don't believe it. If you do, more power to you. But even after all these years of Shane Dawson's video, and everyone having moved on, I still see some people discussing it years after the fact. So it looks like Shane's video has basically immortalized this theory into the subconscious. It will probably never truly go away. Shane didn't create it, but he did popularize it. Just another thing on the long, long list of Shane Dawson's sins. But man, poor Chuck E. Cheese. Can't have any more animatronics? Most of their games are just token casinos, and now their pizza's reputation has taken a hit. I wonder how much longer they're gonna keep going. The final conclusion is, this is not Poggers.
Poggers?
Yeah.
No! This is Patrick!
I remember this video. I don't know if I ever watched it myself, but I remember it being talked about.
Or incredibly disturbing. And this time, I've chosen both. There are thousands of videos uploaded to YouTube every day, and a lot of them aren't seen by the public. A lot of them are personal videos usually made to be shared around with friends and family, not meant to be seen outside the group. But you can still find them if you dig hard enough. And one of these videos would be uploaded on October 11th, 2009 by an account named Hi Walter, It's Me Patrick. A man named Patrick made a personal video.
You may leave. I've no interest in speaking with you.
Met his new girlfriend.
Hi, Walter. I was at the mall today, and guess what happened? I met the most wonderful girl. We went shopping at JCPenney's, and she tried on a lot of clothes. And she ended up buying a whole lot of them, you know what I mean? And then we decided to go and take a look at some of the jewelry at K Jewelers, and she picked out this.
The video itself is
Let me see if I can.
very off-putting.
Let me test something. If it's a different. If they say anything for a different character. You're awake? Surprising. Have you sufficiently recovered? If so, then you can help. There's much left to do. Who are you? Help with what? I guess not. Pity. I'd hoped to return to more important matters. But instead, I must accompany my time with this. What do you mean? What occupies your time? An exercise in futility. I really don't have time for this. It's probably for the best you don't get involved after what happened before. Go and play with your friends. I'll handle this. The woman has gone silent.
Probably be horrified.
Hmm.
The few who did absolutely were. The few who came across this video would of course spread the word about it and how disturbing it was, and it would slowly make its way across small circles on the web, and would eventually start getting covered by some horror tubers in the mid-2010s, describing its disturbing nature. Now even back then, there was always doubt over this video's authenticity. A lot of people point out little details here and there, like how this woman's position and delivery seemed very scripted. How would she have known he was filming and only made noise after the door was opened? But other than that, the majority of people did find this video very disturbing, scripted or not. Other than the video, there wasn't much else to go off of. This channel had nothing else attached to it. It simply uploaded this one video, and then it was never heard from again. It seemed very suspect. But while many simply just found it creepy and moved on, the mega geniuses over on Reddit in the mid-2010s started noticing parallels to an actual missing.
Where's the last key? Oh, here it is.
In August of 2009, in Wisconsin, a 15-year-old girl named Kayla Berg was reportedly dropped off by her boyfriend in front of her house in the late hours of the night and was promptly never seen again. Nobody knows what happened to her, and the prime suspects in the case have never been proven to have done anything. This video was growing in popularity due to all the YouTubers who talked about it, and now some people were starting.
Engines seemed much more powerful in Lumiere, but on this battlefield, next to all these broken bodies, staring at the true size of the monolith, I feel despair. I dare not show my true feelings. As commander, I cannot yield to fear, but I can't help but wonder, is pressing forward the correct course of action? Our lives are forfeit anyway, but is there perhaps a better way to spend such precious coin?
To believe that this video could have some connection to Kayla's disappearance. The video itself was uploaded 2 months after Kayla Berg's disappearance, and many have noticed the woman in the video looks very similar to Kayla. Also discovering the town she lived in had a mall with the JCPenney's and K Jewelers. With all these hard-hitting clues, the Redditors started compiling all the evidence together, and dear lord, the smugness on this Imgur thread is obnoxious. It constantly calls all the people reading it my fellow Imgurians. Get over yourself. After all this evidence was compiled together, believing they had just cracked a 7-year-old cold case, and
Hey, you holding up? We're almost there.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, my Elliot.
I thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
We need to
falls. Come on. Are you hurt?
Fine.
Ready?
Up. Yep. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right.
Contacted the Antigua police to look into the video, and so they did. The police did do an investigation into the video thanks to Hill. It started appearing in news reports.
It's a disturbing video that is sparking a national manhunt today. A creepy guy is talking straight to camera about a girl he just met at the mall.
It made enough rounds that it actually made its way back to Kayla's mother, and Kayla's mom thought it looked just like her.
Sounded like her, looked like her. It gave me chills.
And it looked like all they needed to do now was track down the guy who made the video and
No,
bring
damn.
him to justice. We did it again, Reddit. We solved another unsolved mystery, crack open a cold one. With the help of YouTube, they were able to track down the address of the guy who made the video. And all that time passed, all the hard-hitting research done to track this guy down, all that for it to be revealed, well, you should know. The video was a complete fake. Patrick was an actor. The woman in the video was found to be completely fine. She too was an actor. They were both actors. And Walter? Well, Walter didn't even exist. None of the events in the video actually happened. Not only that, but a second channel by the two of them was found doing skits and other videos together. All the
That's okay.
Kayla Berg were just a coincidence. When questioned, they didn't even know who Kayla Berg was. All of this pandemonium was for nothing. I can only imagine how this man felt that some dumb YouTube video you made years ago was now appearing on national news and making you look like an actual psycho that actually kidnapped somebody. The whole media blitz around this video, even after it was revealed to be fake, is them mostly demonizing the creator for even making it in the first place.
Completely stuns me that someone would even think of doing something like this. Just for fun.
He wasn't the one who tried to connect it to an actual missing persons case. It was just a dumb, dark video he did with his friends, and nothing more. Not only do I feel bad for the actors, but I especially feel bad for Imagine being given a glimmer of hope you might have found your daughter, only for it to have all been a fake.
Closely matching, description, facial features. Oh, my heart's dropping at that point. Could this have really been her?
Ever since this all happened, the original video has since been taken down, and so has the actors on the channel. Guess they just want to keep things in the past where they belong. Sorry, Patrick, I need content. This was the case of a hoax blown out of proportion by complete accident, getting way bigger than the creator intended, and wasted a ton of people's time because of it. And worst of all, Kayla Berg, to this very day, is still missing. As after all this transpired, her case went right back to being cold. She's been missing for 15, going on 16 years now, and it looks like we might never get closure. The only thing you can really do is pray for her well-being, wherever she may be, and hope her family will...
Oh boy.
somehow get a definitive answer for what happened to her. Let's hope.
Maybe somebody out there will finally speak up and give me the answers that we need.
I'm sure my dodges are perfect, but I can't get the parries.
What have we learned? Well, it doesn't matter that we live in the age of the internet, where you can find whatever you want at your fingertips. People will still fall for it. And like I said at the start, with AI just becoming more and more advanced, it's only gonna get
Ow.
worse. None of these even used AI and people still fell for them. This is just gonna blur the line between reality and fiction, where we can't trust anything anymore. I hate to sound corny, but there is just more effort and passion in some of these. Like creating entire websites or creating ARGs to fake something. There was at least some effort and creativity put into them, instead of just feeding some sentences to an algorithm. You know we're reaching a bad state when we're now looking back on fake incidents fondly. This is the future we chose. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. And remember, my friends,
Come on.
use it, and don't believe everything you see. Please.
Should I do the rage games? I don't know. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do the No, because if I do the wikis one, I feel like I'm gonna want to do this. That's the second one. I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna have to watch the first one. Okay, so I'm already. Okay, we already watched the Magic Mush. Let's watch some Toad Bomb. I'm not a huge fan of his jokes, but I do like the video itself, typically.
Horror is such a unique genre in the realm of video games. There's no one thing that's scary to everyone. Scare factor is subjective. You may not find a man slowly losing his sanity in a creepy mansion scary, but how about Jumbo Josh? If you find this scary but not amnesia, I am genuinely concerned for you. What I'm trying to say is that there are so many different types of horror games out there, and if there's any type of horror game that's existence confuses and fascinates me at the same time, it's a good old EXE game. You probably already know about the Bloody Blue Man himself, but Sonic.exe was a creepypasta about a haunted copy of Sonic the Hedgehog written in 2013 by a very not good person. The story gained popularity and eventually turned into a pretty well-known game by Miss Crimson, so popular in fact that this Bloody Blue behemoth is still kicking around to this day.
Fuck.
Not only that, but Sonic.exe's popularity was enough to spawn an entire subgenre of horror games, creatively titled .exe games. Now, it's no surprise that I'm a fan of EXE games. I can acknowledge that not a lot of them are very good, but I still like them regardless.
Fuck.
And obviously, tons of other people like them too for a myriad of
I usually get the great encounters.
I and many others out there have made the joke that there's an EXE game for pretty much everyone, but it's really true. I think that AngryBirds.exe has proved that theory correct. You might even be able to think of some wacky examples off the top of your head too, but there is one game that
I love the cards.
this game led to a comprehensive series with tons of game entries, lore, and a surprisingly large presence online, and you'll never guess what this game is based on. Is it based on Scooby-Doo? ToyStory.exe, a title some of you maybe never thought you'd hear again, or maybe never thought you'd hear in general. ToyStory.exe was a game created by Oldham77, a game developer who's fairly known within the EXE community. They made classic EXE games like Aladdin.exe and, of course, ToyStory.exe.
is what we're fighting for.
Got a new weapon. Pretty sure this one's for Mayel, but she already has the strongest weapon I can give her right now, I think. Oh no, it's reversal. Okay.
Both of these games have been played online quite a bit, even by some pretty huge YouTubers.
Combo attack,
What
okay.
you might not have known, however, is that it didn't end with Toy Story.exe. Oh no, this became a whole goddamn franchise. 3 mainline games, multiple parody titles, a remake that released pretty recently, and a huge overarching lore? Never thought I'd say this, but damn, the Toy Story.exe universe is kinda crazy. I don't think I've seen anyone do this before. I may indeed hold the title of reviewed every Toy Story EXE game. Is this an honor, a disgrace, a curse on my bloodline for the next 5 generations? Who knows? Boss fights, beheading dinosaurs, an evil spirit that wants to take over the entire world. All this and more as we get into the insanity that is Toy Story.exe.
Oh.
The Toy Story.exe series starts off with, you guessed it, Toy Story.exe. This game was released to the public on December 30th, 2014. I wonder if anyone celebrated the new year playing this. Oldham had dabbled in EXE games before, creating Aladdin.exe and a few others, so this game wasn't just out of nowhere. This game was kinda just heavily inspired by the original Sonic.exe. In fact, I talked about this earlier this year in my video about Sonic EXE clones. My thoughts on this game haven't really changed since then. I still see it as an early attempt to put a spin on the EXE formula, but it's still aged like a comically large block of cheese. Anyways, it's time for some playtime. Not playtime like Poppy's playtime. This game is like 10 times cooler. Before the game starts,
You can tell how unfamiliar he is with the title because he called it Poppy's Playtime and not Poppy Playtime.
Woody's head accidentally came off. Oh no! What the hell? What was that? Anyways, Andy made the fatal mistake of being a child, and we all know that children never, ever break their toys or damage them in any way. As punishment, Andy is killed by Woody, to which the toys are left in shock and now must survive this evil Woody's onslaught. Lots of creepypasta music thrown into this one. Lavender Town theme was going.
The mouse isn't cooperating now.
Sonic EXE music. Woody.exe needs to hit the FL Studio. Come on, man. Similar to Sonic.exe, you're left to play as 3 characters, starting off with none other than Rex the Dinosaur. This game and all the future ones use the sprites from the Super Nintendo Toy Story game. Is it bad that if I look at these game sprites now in any capacity, I can only think about Toy Story.exe? The EXE brain rot is real. Anyways, traverse the now darkened Andy's room by traveling on these.
There we go. Also, I don't know why Opera is open. Let me close that. There we go.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. dangerous, Renoir. They will pay.
No more dough. Just open skies.
I'll save them, Gustav. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Soph for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
These magic black lines. I mean, personally, my favorite part in Toy Story is when they ran on the giant black lines in Andy's room. Whoa, hold on. And there we go. The cups disappeared now. So far, the game is just a walking simulator, nothing to really report on. But what if I told you that the sequels to this game are Souls-like? Okay, I'd be lying, but I mean, they're better, trust me. Eventually, after gallivanting around, the game cuts to static as Woody claims there's no escape. Now the game gets all good and bloody, with raining blood everywhere and the evil Woody plastered on the background. What a narcissist.
Forgotten Battlefield, find your way through Forgotten Battlefield, alright?
It's not the worst thing he does, though. Eventually, he catches up to Rex and fucking...
For about 2 hours. Then there's a big lake. We shouldn't go there at all. We should make a right, and then it's gonna take a few hours, and then we make a stop. We get some rest and some food, and then from there, we head north to Monoko Station.
Why there?
To recruit my oldest friend. We'll need the extra firepower, because our next goal will be to take down the Paintress' heart.
Her heart?
Yes. You can't just stroll up to the Paintress. The chroma there is far too dense. It erases anyone who gets close. But if we destroy her heart, the barrier will fall.
Okay. So where is this heart? What does it look like?
What it looks like, that I don't know. But I do know that it's somewhere in the center of old Lumiere.
You found old Lumiere?
Yes.
So it's true. Before the fracture, our Lumiere was part of a larger city on the continent.
I've traveled with many expeditions. I was with the 58th when we found old Lumiere. The Renoir erased them before we could get further. And I don't know much more.
Alright then. Let's go meet your friend at Monoko Station. And then, we'll take the Paintress's heart.
Hey, I got through all my garbage I have laying around here. It shouldn't be that long. Hopefully not. Let me pause the game first. Okay, I'm back, and I think all the noise should be quiet down by now. At least I hope so. Let me just untangle my controller cord around from here. All right. I'm gonna keep the video paused for now.
What are you working on? Contingency plans. If we fail, Expedition 32 will need every bit of information we have.
Right, but how are you going to get it to them?
I asked the Gestrals for help.
Smart.
What are the stars whispering to you?
Actually, I'm the one whispering to them.
Oh?
It's something my dad and I used to do. When I was scared, or anxious, or even when I was happy, he'd say, share it with the stars. When it's hard to talk about things, the stars will understand.
I like that.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone.
I remember the night we first met at the Crooked Tower.
Right. After the gommage.
I was surprised to find you there. I thought I was the only one who knew about that room.
I had to get away from the harbour. And those damn petals everywhere. So I climbed up.
It wasn't logical. But parts of me really believed my parents and their expedition had succeeded. That they'd stopped her. Then the painters woke. And I knew they weren't coming home.
You know, it meant a lot to me. The comfort we shared that day. But you avoided me after. Why?
It wasn't personal. I cut a lot of people out of my life.
Okay, not personal.
That day, I knew my parents had failed. They were counting on me to finish their work. I couldn't afford distractions.
Friends are not distractions.
I know that now.
Wow. We're in the middle of nowhere with 1 year left to live. What better time to build friendships?
I I could use some wine, though.
Making friends is thirsty work.
Mael quietly approaches Luna, wanting her to apologize for her behavior on their way to bury Gustav.
Hey. I didn't mean.
It's fine.
I just.
I miss him too.
It's hard.
The pain we feel every time we lose someone. I've tried many ways of dealing with it. Running from it, sitting with it, compartmentalizing it. But what I needed was to use it. To use everything.
What do you mean?
I feel everything. And I let it burn inside me. When I'm tired, when I feel hopeless, when I want to just let it all go. I use the pain. I use the fear, the shame, the guilt, the anger. I use it all to keep going. To make sure I continue.
Moaning.
I can almost feel them beside me. Everyone we've lost. Walking with me. Especially when I use chroma. I feel their presence, their closeness. And they help me.
Feel Gustav.
Yeah. I do.
I'd like to feel him with me too.
You have an affinity for chroma too. Try it.
I think chroma is this world's equivalent to magic. Just putting that out there.
How do you always know what to do?
I don't. Want to know a secret? I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't think anyone else does either.
Really?
Don't tell anyone else I said that.
Mael and Luna spend their more time together in a moment that was special for both of them.
How far up the mountain is Minoko Station? Will we see snow?
Not too high, but yeah, there's usually snow.
Fantastic.
Oh, right, there's no snow in Lumiere.
No, only in books and paintings. It's almost as mythical as Gestrels.
And just as fun. And sometimes just as deadly.
Oh. Really? My husband was obsessed with the idea of snow. I can't wait to see some.
Verso approaches CL, who seems to be open to talking.
You seem less stressed than the others.
Is that your conclusion? After your extensive observation of our team?
Yes.
There must be better uses of your time than analyzing our stress levels.
Well, it's important to understand your teammates.
Says the mysterious stranger who has yet to share much about himself.
Then consider this my attempt to be less mysterious.
Oh, is that what this is?
I'll trade you. A story for a story. Quite fair, I think.
Well, there are stories and then there are stories. You first then.
Something unusual then? Strange wonders and mysteries?
A bit impersonal, Not really how you get to know each other. I don't think that's worthy of a trade. No. Tell me something dark and melancholy and personal.
Ooh, going straight for the heavy stuff, huh?
If we're going to share, let's share.
Story for a story, right?
We'll see.
Verso and CL spend the next few minutes arguing whether CL should also share. CL continues to tease Verso, who remains evasive. Verso and CL's relationship grows a little bit. They head back to the others.
Your oldest friend is a Gestrel.
Yes. We've been friends for as long as I can remember.
Gustav would have loved that.
Why?
Because he liked the idea of friendships that could last decades.
I skipped Verso's dialogue too soon.
We don't get to enjoy such long friendships in Lumia.
Luna intercepts Verso as he walks by the fire.
Why are you allying yourself with us?
Not a lot of options out here, in case you hadn't noticed.
What about the previous expeditioners? Did you help them too? Yet they still failed.
That's a terrible way to ask questions. Do you always interrogate people like this?
Given the circumstances, I think we can skip the pleasantries, no?
Alliances are usually give and take, as are conversations. Trust goes both ways, no?
Alright then. As a gesture of good faith, I'll show you how to use Lumina.
No need.
Well, aren't you a quick study?
I skipped his dialogue again.
But I appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Trust works both ways.
I feel like we already established that. And as a gesture of good faith, I'll answer 3 questions.
Only 3.
Someone's a bit greedy.
3 questions with 3 follow-ups.
You're really pushing this.
Oh god, he's haggling her. She's haggling him for questions.
Alright. Go for it.
Luna spends some time bombarding Verso with questions. Verso remains evasive, which pisses Luna off, but also triggers her insatiable sense of curiosity. Luna is reluctantly intrigued, as is Verso. When the interrogation is over, they go back to the others. Hang on, I'm checking my missables again. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, I don't need to worry about it for a while, apparently.
How come Minoko lives so far from the other Gestrels?
Minoko's a searcher. They travel the land looking for Gestrels who went missing after the fracture.
The lost Gestrels.
Yeah. That and he, pissed off Golgra. Yeah.
You were sad.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Julie.
Just her.
Nah. I love Iskie so much. Hmm.
Have I met her before?
Well, you also thought you knew CL.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
You're the one who says all humans seem the same to you. Sometimes you feel like you know everyone. Hmm.
You're the one who says all humans seem the same to you.
Oh, well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Right, so maybe it's that.
Yes. Ah, just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mael is Mael's cousin. Yes, that's it. You're so very wise.
Yep, Verso the Wise.
Verso the Wise.
Oh, great name. Oh, can I be Eskia the Great? No, wait. How about Eskia the Brave? Oh, no. Eskia the Great is better.
Just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
Eskie and Verso have fun talking to each other a bit more. Their bond grows. Okay, so I've talked to everyone I can. Let me see the curator again. Keep looking at the upgrade screen knowing I'm never going to use it. Yeah, Mael finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time writing Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She gathers her courage and writes about Gustav's sacrifice, how he laid the trail. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Mael heads back.
Thanks. It really was a beautiful place.
Glad you liked it. I've buried friends there too. You were right about condolences. We offer them because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Out here seemed better than in there at the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
Well, changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Wait. Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
I'm sorry, I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave it on that screen for now. I am back. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Gotta make sure I can actually see chat. I was sent by a meme. Now I am here. That is fate. I don't understand what's happening here. I guess we'll never know the context. Hey, I think it's safe to play the video again. Give me a second. Here we go.
Shoots him in the head. Oh my god. When is the last time a creepypasta character used a gun? That's amazing. Next up is the potato head, and really there's nothing special to say about this level. There is a flaming buzz corpse on the ground, but as you find out in the later games, he lived. Was he just chilling there? You walk around, Woody eventually
Maybe it was a different buzz.
on fire, and then hit you with the Woody jump scare. Kinda got ruined for me because I opened the task manager, but oh well. Oh, also, I failed to mention that he refers to Potato Head as a baked potato. I thought that was funny. Oh, and another thing I failed to mention is that this game uses a ton of Sonic.exe sound effects, like the Kefka laugh and the scream. Not a clone, huh? I doubt that. Last on the chopping block is the most iconic Toy Story character of all. The one that's been there since the very beginning. None other than Rocky Gibraltar. You know, that one strong guy from the movie. See, he was there. Rocky is a
Why would you play as Woody, though? I don't get this bait and switch.
more of a character than the movies ever did. I even got a figure of him to commemorate his role in the game. Look at this handsome little fella. Climb your way to the top of this level to come face to face with the cowboy himself. Woody does a little trolling though and disappears before you can attack. The ceiling of descending spikes. They're super easy to avoid, but if for whatever reason you just stand there and take it, it's game over. All of the toys were murdered, even though they're toys, which is weird. And Woody says he has no more use for you anymore. He knows my name?
Are you saying you can't destroy plastic or rubber or whatever it is the toys are made of?
Cut to the goofy-ass game over screen with a faded Woody image and the Sonic EXE music. I don't think this game is beating the clone allegations anytime soon. If you don't have the reaction time of a snail, you can drop down to avoid the spikes and jump. Woody didn't expect this, and honestly, neither did I. These games don't like to let people live very often. I mean, just talk to Tails. Flashing lights warning because after this, the world starts flashing bloody images of Woody and Andy. What does this look like to someone in real life? I need to know. Anyways, Woody complains, boo-hoo, I'm gonna kill you, and now you're trapped in a room with him. Before anything happens, you're actually given the option to join him in his rampage, but Rocky with a heart of gold says no. If you say yes, you just die, by the way, so yeah, you kind of have to say no here. This initiates something that I and a lot of others at the time weren't really expecting, a full-on boss fight. This was pretty uncommon for EXE at the time. So uncommon that fucking Mudahar made a video about this game because it had a boss fight. Remember when Muda made creepypasta content? I feel old now. Anyways, this boss fight...
I didn't know Mudahar ever made a creepypasta content.
And strike you with lightning, occasionally leaving
I only know about Mudahar from his a few of his scam videos.
It's game over, back to the beginning. Anyways, if you somehow beat Woody, the room turns back to normal and Rocky's all like, thank God that's over. It is in fact not over because Woody then rises from the dead, just like Jesus. Is this game an analogy for the Bible? Oh wait, hold on. Look what Rex is holding. Toy Story.exe is a run-of-the-mill EXE game that's really just a precursor to the insanity that's to come. I do appreciate the boss fight, it was something different for the time, but all in all, this was just a silly little EXE game. Despite all this, tons of YouTubers played it, it helped the EXE genre expand, and of course, it eventually led to a sequel game. Due to the popularity of the first one and Oldham having improved in Game Maker, a sequel was put into development. And you best believe we got a sequel a few years later. Now, the real question is the sequel better than the first game? Well, I mean, the first Toy Story was worse than the second one, so I mean, obviously the second game's gonna be better, right? Only one way to find it. I can't do it. I'm not wearing the hat anymore. I'm done. Created on August 3rd, 2016, Toy Story 2.exe was the long-awaited sequel to the Mr. Potato Head Bloodfest. This one had multiple versions too, including an HD 60 frames per second version that was made 2 years ago. Okay, you're telling me we could get a proper widescreen for Toy Story 2.exe, but not Mario 64? Just another reason that 3D All-Stars was ass. At first glance, this game seems a lot more ambitious, with a hero and villain mode similar to Sonic Adventure 2, multiple endings, and of course, boss fights. It is still an EXE game though.
If you guys are wondering when I'll stop, I guess I'll stop streaming when I feel like I'm about to pass out.
But I am leaning more towards yes, only because I'm a sucker for Sonic Adventure 2. Before you play this game, you need to make sure woodyneck.wmv is in the same folder. You have no goddamn clue what'll happen if you remove woodyneck.wmv. There's yet another opening cutscene, but with what appears to be original music this time. Love to see it. Like I mentioned, there's a hero and a villain route, which is a pretty neat concept. There's not an insane amount of creepypasta or EXE games that let you play as the bad guy, especially back then. Let's start off with the hero route, since this leads to the, canon ending. Speaking of canon ending, Toy Story 2.exe picks up where the first game's good ending finished. This means that Rex and Mr. Potato Head are canonically dead, but Ham, Rocky, and Buzz are alive. I told you, Buzz must have just been sleeping or something. We all nap while covered in flames, right?
Nah, that was a different Buzz, I guarantee you.
The three toys mourn the loss.
Everybody remember the extra Buzz from Toy Story 2?
Rocky still feels uneasy, and they all decide they need to look towards.
Did I just make a big circle? I think I did.
Before they can have a moment of silence, Woody appears in this goofy-ass Gmod ragdoll cutscene. I'm like 99% sure Oldham is just having fun. I don't think this scare made any Let's Player's scariest moment compilations. Woody wasn't properly defeated last game. Back for revenge.
Perfectly cut scream.
Once more. Rocky is pissed and rushes to escape, using those iconic black lines from the last game. I didn't mention it last time, but the controls are fine. I didn't really think they were that bad, just wait till we get to the third game, but they're just kinda average. Also in this game, each character plays differently. In Rocky's case, he has this ability to push the giant blocks that are blocking your path. Those blocks aren't the only obstacle here though, because Woody is actively on the attack. Every now and then he'll
Ooh. No.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
He got Riz, I'll give him that. I love the music. I haven't actually watched any of the, the whole, like, VTubers, they've been playing this game. I actually haven't finished watching any of their games yet. Any of their Let's Plays of the game yet. I feel like I should, but, like, I don't know. I don't know, maybe I'm just afraid that they'll make cringier jokes than I do. Nothing against the Whole Life members, I'm just saying, sometimes they make I don't know, so sometimes I'm just too humorless to really appreciate any jokes a person might make. Man. Huh? Ah, damn. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's speed things up.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Ow. There we go. Ow. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
No distraction. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, you said Nevron?
Oh. A stalact.
Okay, not gonna play the video because we're gonna have some dialogue soon. Wait, learn skills.
Friends of Verso, as honored guests, the first fight is yours. Defeat the Stalact with your fearsome talents.
Right. Oh. You're serious?
Yes, he is.
You little coward.
Woo! Yeah. Haha. To
Verso, why aren't you using gradient attacks?
I don't need pointers from the one sitting on his lazy ass.
You didn't teach them, did you, you lazy old fart? Very well. I shall generously impart my wisdom.
Okay, so now we can use gradient attacks. So what you have to do is you gotta use this. You see these skill points that it takes to do certain moves. Well, the more skill points you use, the more the gradient charges at the bottom, and once it fills up, you can do one of these. Yeah. I missed the first part, but I got it. Woo! Ah, fuck, you're the Verso is the culprit. Yeah! Ooh! He just blew up like an electrode or a Voltorb. Is this is still going? Well, to be honest, I don't know when you started. I don't know when I started either, but yeah, I'm still going. I'm probably gonna keep streaming until I pass out, or I feel like I'm about to pass out. And I'm a night owl, so. Expedition 33, unlock all playable characters. Okay. Oh boy.
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumiere.
Okay, bye.
Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good. Yes, good.
Loco's coming too.
Oh, you are?
Hmm.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to old Lumiere.
Minoko Station, fight your way through the grandest station. Yeah. I honestly don't want to talk to them. I just want to continue on. It doesn't look like there's anything you're really missing here. Maybe. I mean, it's not missable, so whatever I can do here, I can probably just go back and do it. Haha, 78 points. All right. I can't get over the little conversation they had. I'm in. We're going Lumiere, old Lumiere. I'm out. There'll be a lot of fighting, though. I'm in. I bet you I did not go the right way, but I still need to... Yeah, I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to go the other way. Let me play the video again because I'm feeling I'm gonna get lost.
He'll just use his little pull string to try and grab you. You just gotta wait until he stops following you and then try to move out of the way. This isn't really an issue unless you're pushing blocks, because then you need to back up quickly so that you have enough room to get away from him. If you aren't fast enough to dodge the attack, you get Fusion Zamasu, but if it was with like a string rather than a Spirit Bomb sword. Eventually, Woody decides it would be funny if he filled the room with a deadly gas. You better move fast, because you basically have just enough time to escape. I think there should have been more time given, because there was a time or two where I had to stop for Woody to do his thing, and I got f***ed because of it. Basically, I am bad at this game. If you die to the gas or Woody, Rocky is unplayable for the rest of the game, and you move on to Buzz. If you manage to escape, which I won't lie, took me a few tries, Woody says, "Oh gosh darn it, you coward! I guess I'll let you live this time, but I don't like it one bit." Moving on to Buzz, you find Rex alive and well, and apparently he knows how to defeat Woody. Well, I guess I better follow him to see what's up. Wait, Rex is the bad guy? Buzz gets
Always
straight
has
at the
been.
now evil Rex, who mimics Woody by chopping his head off and then proceeds to fill the room with blood. You gotta act quick here, as Rex will teleport around the room while the blood fills up. You're not defenseless though, because Buzz has the ability to
Okay,
use
I
a
think I'm
laser,
going the
which
right
will
way.
shoot Rex enough times to kill him. If you have no clue what's going on like I did when I first played this, you're probably gonna drown pretty quick and die, leading to Buzz becoming unplayable for the rest of the game. He teleports around the room fast, and the lasers are just not fast enough somehow. Power scaler, someone scale rex.exe for me. That's gotta be a lightspeed feat at least. Anyways, my strat was just to sit in the bottom left corner and then spam the laser to the right. Eventually, it would hit enough times for Rex to die, the room to drain, and Woody to shake his fist and stomp his feet once more. Last
The
up is
carousel,
Rocky
not the right
himself.
way.
It's pretty much the same deal as the Rocky level from the first game. Just climb to the top, drop to the bottom, and you'll live. Ham's whole shtick is that he moves way faster than the other characters, which honestly made him my favorite to play as. If Ham dies here and everybody before him also died, it's just a game over from that point. It's no longer a faded image of Woody with the Sonic EXE theme, but instead it's Woody standing in front of his murdered victims. Ham seems pretty happy about the situation though, good for him, I guess. The last level has you face off against Woody once more. This time the boss is not only more complex, but it isn't an instant one-shot, thank God. Instead of just a single bolt of lightning, he'll throw bombs and then just fucking use a giant energy blast. Once again, power scalers, I need your help here.
Frozen
How
Hearts,
strong is
nope.
this dude? Now, depending on who survives
Speed.
the last 3 levels, you play as the survivors when you fight Woody. If you only lived with Ham, you've only got Ham. If you lived with all 3, you've got all 3. It's pretty simple. Now, the boss isn't really anything special, except you have to jump on him when he drops down multiple times. There's a timer in the top left, and if you don't kill Woody in time, he nukes the entire place and just insta-kills. Only jumping on him once, even if it's every time he drops down, will not be enough to kill him. I was bouncing on Woody's head for most of the fight. That sounds horrible out of context. Once you damage him enough, he explodes in a big bloody mess, and the toys are safe once again. Rocky makes sure he double taps the body this time, and there's a part 3. Come on, Rocky, twice in a row and you couldn't kill him? It's kind of funny because after this game, he kind of loses main character status and it stays that way. I'm sorry to say, but my goat has peaked. The game's far from over.
Got a journal right here.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandes retreated to higher ground after Neverons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
What exactly happened with them? Did they freeze to death? I mean, I don't think they go moshed because they're sitting there. If they go moshed, they would have disappeared. Play the video again. Game's not cooperating again. There we go.
Over though, we still have to cover the villain story. Woody, after being defeated in the last game, finally decides to lock in and kill the toys because I guess he wasn't trying last time or something. This first level is the same one that you play as Rocky in, except this time, you're Woody! It's super easy, just catch up to the Rocky NPC and then pull him apart with your drawstring. You can't actually fail once you get him, the bar will just sit at the bottom until you mash the spacebar. Next up, you play as Rex in the Buzz level. This time you have to avoid Buzz's laser in the blood, but it's insanely easy because Buzz doesn't even try to avoid the blood. He'll just sit there and drown. All you gotta do is teleport around every now and then to avoid his laser, and you're good to go. Last but not least, you've gotta kill the piggy. Just climb to the top of the map as Woody and meet up with Ham. You have a double jump, and the jumps are a tiny bit tricky at times, but once you meet up with Ham, it's all over for him. Ham dies as the game finally comes to an end. Woody has won. Wait, what? Turns out that Buzz is alive, which damn does he have a thing for faking his death, and transforms into the illustrious Nightmare Buzz to finally defeat Woody. Where was this in the first game when your friends were dying, asshole? Turns out that Nightmare Buzz is an actual boss fight from the Super Nintendo Toy Story game, where you have to fight a version of Buzz inside of Woody's dreams. That's actually a pretty cool callback, and honestly a good excuse to give him a cool transformation. This boss fight
Okay, I think I went the right way this time.
Woody one, as Buzz shoots faster and can control his giant energy blast. Not only that, unlike the Woody boss fight, you can only bring Woody, no 3 characters to rely on. Not that it mattered, because once I got his attack pattern down, it was pretty easy. Despite Buzz's new transformation, Woody is able to defeat him and land the player in a game over. Wait, game over? But I won. So even if I'm playing as the winner, it's still a game over. Gotcha, cool. On the other hand, if you lose to Buzz, you don't even actually lose. His soul just takes over Buzz's body, and the game over screen now shows Buzz.exe. Not Buzz, man, too soon. And with both paths completed, Toy Story 2.exe is finally over. In my opinion, this is way better than the first one. Not because it's scarier, but because it really doesn't take itself that seriously. It's not that it's a parody per se, but it knows what it is, how silly the concept is, and how to make the best of it. You could tell that Oldham just kinda had fun with making this, adding things in like a hero and villain path, and then getting just a tad bit deeper with the story. This is seen so much more in the third game, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Besides that, this game was decent. The gameplay got a little more advanced, adding in character gimmicks and more boss fights, but the scares are still boiled down to your typical EXE blood and jump scare cesspit. It's still objectively bad as a video game, but not as bad as the first game. This game's got a goofy charm to it that still makes it an enjoyable experience. Now, before we get to the third entry in the game series, there's something I failed to mention that Oldham likes to do. Whenever they made an EXE game, a parody game would soon follow, called a Crazed Edition. So, since they're technically Toy Story.exe games, I thought it'd be fun just to cover all of them in one go.
Let me just readjust myself. I'm sitting in a pretty position.
Before I talk about these, let me make it clear that you should by no means go and harass anyone involved in making these. These are silly EXE games.
Don't be a loser, smiley face.
Also, I'd like to say that what I find funny isn't the correct thing to find funny. Humor is subjective. All types of things can be seen as funny to different people, so please do not take my word as gospel. I'm just sharing my opinion. With that being said, this might have been one of the most unpleasant EXE game experiences I've had. So, Toy Story 1, 2, and 3.exe all had these parody versions, and they were just something else. Granted, some of these games were from the mid-2010s, so internet humor was already pretty different back then, but that doesn't change what I went through. The first Crazed Edition has the same base game, but it's altered to be all wacky and goofy. The text in the beginning is now just lay epic random humor. I do think that this green Andy jump scare was pretty funny though. I love that sound effect.
Come on.
Andy Green. This reminds me a lot of those old repaintings of games that people would do. You know, they take like a GameCube game and like swap all the graphics.
Let's try this again.
That was a thing. There's also a really weird theme of farting throughout all of the parody games. Yeah, I found that strange. I honestly don't even know what to say. It's just new visuals, voices, and sound effects that were added to elicit humor rather than horror. I did like this split second of Shadow the Hedgehog though. That was kind of cool. And before you know it, the game is over. I just don't even know what to say.
Oh, come on again.
On to the second Crazed Edition. Maybe since it's newer, the humor will be better fit for me. Alrighty, I stand corrected. I really shouldn't dog on this so hard. It's clear that this is just the creator wanting to make something silly with their free time. Like I said, someone out there might find this game hilarious, and good for them. This is just very much not my thing. Anyways, more insanity, copyrighted music, Rex is blue, there's something about urine in there. I don't know, man. The honking noise that plays when you jump drove me insane. Also,
I'm playing Luna because I think she needs the experience.
true identity of the evil Woody, so just let that sink in.
I say Luna, but I think it's Luna or something.
It's that. Let's just move on to the third game. I made it a minute in and I gave up. Between that and me not wanting to spoil the third game for you, I'm just gonna leave it at that. The crazed editions are just something else. The games just rely too much on that lol epic randomness humor, and it's just not my thing. Sometimes it was just too much in my face, you know, with the silly dialogue and the bright colors everywhere. Don't cater the games towards what I'm saying, though.
Ah.
You just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just saying I'm not a fan. My verdict, parody games don't really work in the EXE genre, except for Sunky.mpeg. I mean, that's Sunky right there. Anyways, with that little side tangent out of the way, it's time to get into the third and final installment of the series, Toy Story 3.exe. Created as the last entry in the trilogy, Toy Story 3.exe was made on June 30th,
Yeah.
2018. This isn't the last Toy Story.exe game, but it's chronologically the last game. Remember how I said I liked Toy Story 2.exe because it didn't take itself as seriously, and it was clear that Oldham was just kind of doing what he wanted to do? Well, Toy Story 3 is the
Yeah.
peak of that. Multiple boss fights, crazy ass lore, great music, animated cutscenes. It's so goofy and fun, and I love it.
Yeah.
This isn't even really an EXE game anymore. In fact, Oldham himself kind of says this, but honestly, I don't even care about that. I don't know who was complaining about this, but I will take this game any day over your stereotypical bloodfest. Enough blabbing on though, let's get into Toy Story 3.exe. The intro movie has once again been upgraded to a higher quality, and the final chapter commences. Similar to last time, there's a menu screen, but instead of a hero and villain route, there's a difficulty selector. Now, call me lame all you want, but I'm going with normal. One life in
Oh, God damn it, not enough.
might not sound too bad now, but trust me when I say it's gonna sound real bad pretty soon. The game opens up with Buzz sad about the previous game and what's happened to Woody. Also, there's voiced cutscenes now, which is just great.
Sorry, Ham. I was just thinking about some things that happened recently. Do you mean about the stuff with Woody?
Ham, what else would he be talking about? Buzz is feeling pretty down in the dumps.
I don't know anything. What has happened between then and now?
He goes for a walk with him. Wanting to know what the hell happened and wanting to stop Woody in case he's still around, they decide to look for clues as to where Woody could be.
I gotta put in my favorite team here.
And we're on our way to absolute peak. You play as Buzz for most of the game, who controls in a very wonky manner. The jump and walking are fine, albeit a bit slow, and sprinting takes up your stamina. The jump also has input delay, which I got used to eventually, but it was kind of annoying for a while. You also have this spin charge move that'll launch you on
Come on.
you're facing, and eventually you can use it to attack as well. Until we get to the more precise platforming areas, these controls aren't really an issue. Exploring through Andy's room, you stumble upon Woody's hat, which he just left there for some reason.
There we go.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. Right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Oh, what happened? To be honest with you, I wasn't paying attention. I was focusing on my phone, which died, meaning I can't read comments right now. No, he's crying. How is he wiping his tears? He's got that mask on. No.
The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of old Lumiere, right? Right. Okay, Minoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Poor guy.
Yes, sorry.
No, he just wanted to help. Okay, I think I'm able to. Yeah, there we go.
Also, I forgot to mention the bloody claw marks.
My phone is back alive.
How did Woody even do that? He's got little
My phone is back to life. Time to read the comments if I got any more.
Ham says that it could help them figure out Woody's plans. What? How does that even work? What do you mean? Okay, I guess Woody just left a note in his hat for some reason, which reads that the Master's powers are too much for a mere mortal to handle. Does this imply that Woody needs the hat for his powers or something? Is this a Walter White situation where when he puts on the hat, he's evil? That's canon to Breaking Bad, by the way. It was all in the hat, I swear.
Dude, shut up.
Finally gets his
I don't even watch Breaking
They
Bad.
decide to go looking for more clues. They decide to check outside, which, like, why don't they just run? They can leave, can't they? Just go to a busy part of town. I don't think Woody.exe is gonna attack in the middle of a busy city. That would be funny as hell, though.
It baffles me that Waffle House is the most requested stage in Tekken to the point of Harada is responding. He's confused at all of this. He was at Toad Bump. Yeah, that is Toad Bump. Oh, who drew your snake lady? It was Ellie Momelli on Blue Sky. Oh, I just noticed. Yeah, Frozen Breeze is the fella I am working with. Currently editing a new video for him. See you later, Sugar. See you later, Lorenzo. Although I'm pretty sure you're long gone by now.
Pops up, and Rocky immediately goes to beat its ass. That is my goat right there. Anyways, Ham and Rocky get a little too close to the ghost and kinda just blow up. Surprise, surprise, Woody's back to try and kill them one last time. Even though you have defeated him twice now, he's all like, "Nuh-uh, you only knocked me unconscious." He's like that one kid in your gym class who when you would play dodgeball, he would get hit, and then he would just hope that nobody saw him and continue to stay in. Woody.exe uses his iconic attack, activating a bomb to blow up a building. What's next? Sonic EXE shooting you in the head? Oh wait, Woody did that too, I forgot. Make your way out of the house as Buzz before the entire place is obliterated. After the house explodes, that's when Buzz decides that Woody's gone too far. Not when all of his friends were murdered, but the house. Anyways, you get a choice.
The only Quagmire I know is the Family Guy character.
I didn't see it. I guess Buzz just decided to escape in the forest though, so they did take my advice to escape when they could. It's just a shame that it didn't work.
Yeah, so shut up.
to be scary yet. It really goes to show that Oldham wasn't making just a normal EXE game. Like for example, this level here.
So the cool thing about Minoko is that his gimmick is that if you have him in the party when you're fighting with him, he'll the skills he unlocks will he'll get new skills from fighting on the Nevrons you've beat.
Has been reduced to a mini boss. Such a shame. The boss fights in these games aren't too bad once you figure out how to avoid the attacks properly, but until then I died a lot figuring it out. Timing the jumps paired with the hitboxes and the flying balls made this fight just a little tricky. I also love how
Come on.
do these little dips. What a silly fella. The balls are probably the most annoying part because they spawn every single attack, and they're not the easiest to dodge when you're in the middle of attacking. After defeating Rocky,
fuck.
The red ghost thingy from before beats his body, and he's back to my goat once more. Unfortunately, he's dying, but he does have enough time to hit us with a lore drop through this 3D animated cutscene. I have totally seen this Woody model before. I cannot unsee the Gary's Mod model. Anyways, Woody rightfully thinks Rocky is chill, so he lets him in on a little secret. To control the toys, he kills them and then sends a piece of his soul into them, making them nothing but a mindless drone. It honestly sounds like Buzz could not care less.
That is rather interesting, Rocky.
With this, Rocky passes away, and Buzz also brings up a great question. How the hell are they dying when they're toys? Also, how are they bleeding? I was not expecting them to get this self-aware. With that traumatic experience over, it's on to the next level, another forest area. It's some more basic platforming, but this stage introduces my mortal enemy, the potato heads. In the platforming stages from here on out, these faceless potato heads pop up.
I forgot to put Luminez on Monoko.
In this stage, they weren't a nuisance, but god did they become annoying later on. Hop your way past the potato heads, it's nighttime once again. Woody's here, you know the drill by now. This time the boss fight is against Ham, who was a bit easier than Rocky. His attacks include shooting coins up in the air to attack you and turning into a pig head on a stick. This is a silly ass boss fight and I am here for it. Once you get to the pig head on a stick attack, you just pick the right one and Ham is defeated. Similar to Rocky, he goes back to normal for a bit and is able to drop some more lore, this time more about Woody's plan. Woody says that his goal is simple, which it really is simple. He just wants to rule the world. I will say that this is a pretty good indicator that this isn't Woody doing this, but that hasn't been flat out said yet, so oh, Woody is evil! Buzz is baffled as to why Woody is doing this, to which Ham, of course, has all the answers. Also, turns out that they're real flesh and blood humans now and not toys. That explains why they can be ripped apart like a Happy Wheels character. Turns out that Woody wasn't the one doing this. He was being controlled by a ghost named Respiro, who took his mind over completely. Respiro created an alternate universe similar to the normal one, except that the toys were mortal so that they could be affected by his powers. So humans were able to be killed, but heaps of plastic and rubber weren't? Okay. Respiro was able to infect Woody specifically because
It's funny because earlier in the video he was basically saying, oh, how could they die? They're plastic. They're just toys. And now he's saying, oh, so humans can't be killed, but oh, so toys can't be killed, but humans can. I don't. Well, which is it?
Ham has just enough time to say this before he dies. I feel like this doesn't explain the story of the first game very well. I mean, I understand that it was kind of retconned anyways, but still, Andy popped off his head and that's what made him evil, but it turns out that it was actually a spirit possessing him at the exact same time. It just seems weird. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a silly purple guy. Do you really want to know what I have to say? Following this lore drop is probably one of the most...
Well, why else would we be watching your video?
The forest is now raining blood, and you have to survive a gauntlet of huge jumps, robots, and those faceless potato heads from earlier. It took me an embarrassing amount of time to do this part. Not only was timing these jumps to not land on the potato heads hard, but there was a part where the potato heads were formatted like it was goddamn Flappy Bird. This is where that delayed jump was messing me up. That combined with a lack of momentum really made timing some of these jumps so annoying. There's also this part where you have to climb up a bunch of trees. Thank God there was a checkpoint. The trees weren't as bad. Woohoo! It took me a few tries and I
Yeah.
One more 3D cutscene plays as Buzz encounters Respiro. The final showdown's about to begin, but Respiro
fuck.
Let me monologue a little bit longer. He talks about how, like, he would make the world better and a utopia. How, though? What is this man's politics? Is Respiro for free healthcare? I need to know these answers now. With the remix of You Got a Friend in Me blaring in the background, the final fight finally begins. You gotta hit Woody like 20-something times to kill him, which wasn't horrible, except for the fact that every time I died, I had to close and reopen the game because it would game over and cut to credits. Oh yeah, if you lose, he kinda just takes over the world, and it's all your fault. Nice going, jerk. This boss fight is...
Yeah, there we go.
And while it was tough at first, after a while, I was able to learn the attacks and counter appropriately. Except for these bouncing balls, because they would keep going even after he started attacking again, which was annoying as hell. Spin kick his ass enough times, and Respiro finally leaves Woody's body. It's not all happy though, because Buzz immediately gets killed by Respiro after Woody is free. Respiro's like, alright guys, enough goofing around, let's rule the world. And Woody is obviously against this. Let me just say that Woody's voice actor is absolutely giving it his all during this.
You're the source for all of this trouble.
Respiro doesn't outright say
Yeah.
it, but he does.
It's like that one scene in Kingdom Hearts 3, I think. I think it's the third game. It's not the second game, is it? No, it's the third one.
Transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, and then Respiro transforms into Super Saiyan God. One last boss fight takes place. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't beat the final boss myself, and don't worry, I'll recap anything that I didn't do myself, but I honestly just didn't want to have to go through the Buzz boss fight every single time I died as Woody, which was a lot. Woody plays a lot differently than Buzz. He can't sprint or double jump, but he does have a faster attack with his drawstring. This made attacks harder to dodge, but it was much easier to attack myself. The Respiro phase of the boss isn't too
I have
tricky.
nothing but
He's
time, I
very similar
suppose,
the
to sit and
previous fight.
think.
After you
What are
attack
you?
him enough, he
These
turns
days, I'm
into
just a man who sits and thinks.
Aladdin.
When she was young, she gets sad thinking about mortality. But when I asked her about her sadness, her answer surprised me. Who are you talking about? She who painted us Nevrons. She wasn't scared of death itself. She was sad because there are more works of art than she'd be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect, to bring life in her work, to bring to life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she'd never get to experience. That saddened her. I encouraged them to think that their dreams are within their grasp, but she proved me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I are the most alike. All of them? It's important to remember the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they are far away. Far, far away. Are you originally from old Lumiere? I paint them so that I can remember them, remember their faces. The man has gone silent.
As you have to platform and get away from him. Mario 85 reference, am I right, guys? Anyways, after surviving a frenzy of obstacles and platforms, you're able to defeat him for good as he spins around slowly in the air for a while. I guess Rex really did a number on Buzz because as he passes the ghosts of his fallen friends, he just straight up goes to, Okay, well, remember what he did in the first movie when he tried to fly? Alright, now imagine that, but it was intentional. Before he could do himself in, though, Woody goes in to steal the kill. Not cool, Woody. And with Woody finally defeated, not in that last ending I just talked about, I can finally put a cap on the trilogy of Toy Story.exe games. I will say, it's kind of cool seeing this cliched semi-clone EXE game turn into this insane lore-driven boss fight extravaganza. And also Aladdin was there, I guess. This has got to be my favorite out of the trilogy by
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Minoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
You mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
58. They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so. They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is...
Is this true? Mael's with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
Yeah, boy.
Can you stand? Minoko gets a bit carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Feels like home.
Yeah. Feels like home. You okay?
Monoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
Speaking of home, where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie. I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
Let me just play the video again.
Because it really isn't your normal .exe game. Oldham just does whatever the hell he wants in this game, and I think not taking the EXE stuff as seriously is what made it truly fun. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have problems with it. The game can be kinda frustrating at times, and is it a skill issue? Not sure, because a lot of other people I watched who played it had difficulty too, but maybe the human race just wasn't built for Toy Story 3.exe. The controls weren't that great. I mean, I was able to get used to them, but they still weren't very good. And then the few attempts to scare the player was just a couple cheap jump scares and some blood. But despite my problems, I unironically had fun with this game. The boss fights and platforming were challenging, and although they were a little annoying at times, it kept me entertained and honestly made me forget it was an EXE game. Speaking of which, this really doesn't feel like an EXE game. I mean, I guess in that aspect, it technically fails to be a good EXE game, but it's still a fun fan game in general. The story here is also batshit crazy, going from an evil Woody in the first game to a ghost who created an alternate universe so that he could kill toys and rule the world. The music is good, the art style is, well, I mean, it's mostly Super Nintendo sprites. And overall,
shit.
I just had a lot of dumb fun with this game. It's not the best .exe game I've ever played, and it sure as hell ain't the scariest, but man, if you want to just have some pure fun, I do recommend this game. It's a goofy end to a goofy trilogy, and I'm so glad that I played it. Okay, there is technically a fourth game, but I could just play the entire thing for you right now.
If he can play the whole thing, I imagine it's just a joke game. Let me just scrub through. I don't know what's happening here. Seems like the whole thing is just a joke game.
First game or even all three? Let's find out. And also, this game came out like not too long ago, so whenever I saw it being talked about online, I saw people mentioning this thing called Friend Inside of Me. Now, I kind of knew it was related to like Deltarune and like Spamton or something like that, but I think I understand it now. It's like Woody is like the secret boss of the new Deltarune chapter or something. I honestly still don't know, but I just wanted to mention it here. Now, this game's pretty much just the same formula as the original game, so I'll just try to mention the changes and avoid just talking about the first game again. First off, the quality than the last few games. I actually recall playing this demo a little while after the game. Just by looking at the screenshot, it did just the thing for me, because on June 23rd,
I see. Now, where is... How do I pop it out? Now, where is... Here.
the story story has come to a close, but Toy Story.exe isn't done just yet. Remember how I said I didn't like the first game? Well, Oldham may have created just the thing for me, because on June 23rd, 2024, Oldham released a remaster of the first game. Just by looking at the screenshots, this honestly looks like a lot higher quality
Damn
than
it.
the last few games. I actually recall playing this demo a little while back, and I remember liking it. So the question is it better than the first game or even all three? Let's find out. And also, this game came out like not too long ago, so whenever I saw it being talked about online, I saw people mentioning this thing called Friend Inside of Me. Now, I kind of knew it was related to like Deltarune and like Spamton or something like that, but I think I understand it now. It's like Woody is like the secret boss of the new Deltarune chapter or something. I honestly still don't know, but I just wanted to mention it here. Now, this game's pretty much just the same formula as the original game, so I'll just try to mention the changes and avoid just talking about the first game again. First off, the intro movie actually has a budget this time, with live action footage of Woody's head popping off. Whoa. Same sound effects and music though, Woody still needs to hit FL Studio. I won't lie though, that intro was sick as hell. That title drop and then the logo transitioning into like the destroyed one was kinda clean. Also, I swear this Woody wants to play message at the bottom once said to check my photos when I was playing this game before I recorded, and I can still not find what it was referring to. Was that only me who saw that? Do I have like a personalized copy or some shit?
Oh boy.
First up is Rex, and man, there is an incredible visual upgrade here. Not only are the sprites kind of 3D now, but the black line is no more. There's actually well-rendered platforms and objects now. It's great, until the first sign of Woody.exe pops up. You almost had me, game. Rule number 10 of EXE games: never include voice acting to try and be scary. The original Sonic EXE game did that, and it just made the game so much sillier. I will say though that the Woody heads appearing behind you in the background.
The original as in like the original or the remake?
Made the game so much sillier. The original Sonic EXE game did that, and it just made the game.
Okay, it looks like it was the original because Tails isn't called Alan here. I don't know.
I will say though that
I don't know. Maybe it is the remake. Well, the remake is technically the remake is now considered the official games now. So,
It wasn't exactly terrifying, but I think about it like this. If I was really tired and it was like 2 in the morning, I'd probably get creeped out by this. Good job, Oldham. Similar to the first game, Rex reaches the end of the stage and is shot in the head, but this time you actually see the gun. Great stuff. Now, a common trope in EXE games is that if you go in the opposite direction than when you're supposed to go, there's normally a secret there. I mean, it's an essential staple
Come
of
on.
the Sonic EXE game. I made this funny image a while ago to demonstrate it. Anyways, the original Toy Story.exe might have been a little too old to fall into that gimmick, but now there's
how is LinkedIn open here? Let me
by
close
going
that.
to the left. When going to the left is Rex after walking for a while, a door can appear and you can
PowerPoint is open too. I don't know why.
Unfortunately, I found out the hard way in the last game that going outside won't save you from death. A bucket of red army guys attacks Rex. And
Okay, now Microsoft is open. I don't know why.
Before you die. Hearing Woody say, "I'm in the mood for a baked potato," is just so dumb. That is something I would say, not an evil ghost entity. Okay, I want a baked potato now. I'm hungry. Are you happy, asshole? Are you happy with what you did to me? I actually want a baked potato. I'm not even lying. Speaking of potatoes, next up is
Oh, I see the issue.
who now explores the kitchen rather than Andy's bedroom like in the first game. Walking to the right for a while, these knives begin to get flung at you. Just keep walking.
Come on, let me just go back to the game.
Sliced in half. Alright, since when do potatoes look like that inside?
There we go.
Oh right, Respiro turned them all into humans. Whoopsies. If you keep going to the right...
Well, living things. I don't know why you keep insisting on humans.
follow you permanently. 2 headless Woodies slowly come from both directions, cornering you and lighting you on fire like the original game. I also like this new touch where all of his body parts fly out. That was actually kind of neat. What was also neat was understanding that this... I will say though that the Woody heads appearing behind you in the background as you walk was probably the creepiest thing about this game. Hell, this entire franchise. It wasn't exactly terrifying.
Also, the eyes follow you now.
If I was really tired and it was like 2 in the morning, I'd probably get creeped out by this. Good job, Oldham. Similar to the first game, Rex reaches the end of the stage and is shot in the head, but this time you actually see the gun. Great stuff. Now, a common trope in EXE games is that if you go in the opposite direction than when
How common is that actually? Because I've only seen it in one EXE game.
it's an essential staple in the Sonic EXE game. I made this funny image a while ago to demonstrate it. Anyways, the original Toy Story.exe might have been a little too old to fall into that gimmick, but now there's plenty of secrets to be found by going to the left. When going to the left is Rex after walking for a while, a door can appear and you can actually go outside. Unfortunately, I found out the hard way in the last game that going outside won't save you from death. A bucket of red army guys attacks Rex, and you can only outrun them for so long before you die. Hearing Woody say, "I'm in the mood for a baked potato," is just so dumb. That is something I would say, not an evil ghost entity. Okay, I want a baked potato now, I'm hungry. Are you happy, asshole? Are you happy with what you did to me? I actually want a baked potato, I'm not even lying. Speaking of potatoes, next up is Mr. Potato Head, who now explores the kitchen rather than Andy's bedroom like in the first game. Walking to the right for a while, these knives begin to get flung at you. Just keep walking though, cause if not, then you get sliced in half. Alright, since what new potatoes look like that inside? Oh right, Respiro turned them all into humans. Whoopsies. If you keep going to the right, this Woody head appears behind you and
Bold of you to assume humans are doing things made of flesh, blood, and bone.
Woodies slowly come from both directions, cornering you and lighting you on fire like the original game. I also like this new touch where all of his body parts fly out. That was actually kind of neat. What was also neat was understanding that this jump scare after Mr. Potato Head dies was supposed to be what Mr. Potato Head sees while dying. I really couldn't tell that in the original game. If you decide to go to the left with the starchy protagonist, you're trapped in this endless void with red text in the background. Game theorists, tell me what this says in the comments. Besides a few hurtful words, there's really not much
Come on.
to you. Mr. Potato Head realizes this, and I guess he gets so bored in the span of like a few minutes that he just shoots himself in the head. There are an odd amount of guns present in this game. Is this a record for guns in EXE games? Last but not least, my man Rocky is back to be the main character. You gotta climb to the top of the map, but this time it's a bunch of floating props from Andy's room. Once again, a sad day for the Black Line enjoyers.
Yeah.
You gotta escape them. You die if they hit you. You know what's going on now. Woody's once again like, "Oh no, you escaped. Boo-hoo, I'm gonna get you." Flung into the next level, things start to get a little sky if they hit you. You know what's going on, enjoyers. Floating props.
I keep it. I think I missed something.
A few hurtful words. There's game theorists. Tell me what this says in the comments. Besides a few hurtful words, there's really not much here for you. Mr. Potato Head realizes this, and I guess he gets so bored in the span of like a few minutes that he just shoots himself in the head. There are an odd amount of guns present in this game. Is this a record for guns in EX?
Versa? Versa? Putain. Where did he go? Versa, where did you go? I need to find Lune and Ciel, quickly.
Games. Last but not least, my man Rocky is back to be the main character. You gotta climb to the top of the map, but this time it's a bunch of floating props from Andy's room. Once again, a sad day for the Black Line enjoyers. Spikes descend, you gotta escape them, you die if they hit you, you know what's going on now. Woody's once again like, "Oh no, you escaped, boo-hoo, I'm gonna get you." Flung into the next level, things start to get a little scary. Another thing that EXE games like to do nowadays is break the fourth wall. Another trend that Toy Story.exe was just a little too old for. This game does have it covered though, because they've got fake error messages and the game window moving around your screen. Also, the game window name drops Respiro. That's a pretty neat callback. Finally, after falling into a pit like the opening to Undertale, you come face to face with Woody.exe. Instead of a horrible garbage boss fight though, it's actually not horrible garbage. As Rocky, you have to track down and push all of these headless Woody bodies roaming around.
I want to read that, whatever it was.
Spikes descend, you gotta escape them, you die if they hit you, you know what's going on now. Woody's once again like, oh no, you escaped, boo-hoo, I'm gonna get you. Flung into the next level, things start to get a little scary. Another thing that EXE games like to do nowadays is break the fourth wall. Another trend that Toy Story.exe was just a little too old for. This game does have it covered though, because they've got fake error messages and the game window moving around your screen. Also, the game window name drops Respiro, that's
Error in action number 1 of step event for object Respiro. Can you hear the voices?
a pretty neat callback. Finally, after falling into a pit like the opening to Undertale, you come face to face with Woody.exe. Instead of a horrible garbage boss fight though, it's actually not horrible garbage. As Rocky, you have to track down and push all of these headless Woody bodies roaming around. Kill 10 of them and don't get attacked. Lightning also strikes from time to time. Thanks for triggering my PTSD from that first game. At least you get a warning before it strikes, that makes it way easier. Oh, and if you lose, the game over screen is just a more intense version of the old one, and also it's orange now. If you defeat Woody, it ends similarly to the first game, with Rocky being the lone survivor, and Woody's body disappearing and baiting for a sequel. The cutscene's pretty neat though, look, pixelated transitions! And that was the Toy Story.exe remaster, and honestly, it was a lot more polished than I thought it would be. Sure, the sprites are still the Super Nintendo ones, but they're cleaned up and paired with a complete overhaul on the other visuals. It also somehow utilizes that one picture of Woody's face well for the scary parts, rather than just
Fun.
some MS Paint blood on it and calling it a day. It still isn't amazing. Besides the boss fight, it's still mostly a walking simulator, and it really isn't that scary, but I mean, it accomplishes its goal well. This is a polished and good version of a classic EXE game. I'm not sure how well this format would match the other Toy Story.exe games, since those are more story and gameplay oriented, but hey, I wouldn't mind seeing it done. I am really curious to see how these cutscenes would look in 2024. With 3 mainline entries, 1 remaster, and a ton of parody games, the franchise of Toy Story.exe is currently at an end. Now, if you were to tell me like a decade ago that this silly creepypasta game would spawn all of this, okay, actually I probably believe you, never mind. I might be biased in my take because I did strangely grow up watching these as they came out, and I already kinda have a soft spot for EXE games, but I love this series. Not because these games are like amazing, no. I'm sorry, but Toy Story.exe is not going to give fucking Resident Evil 7 a run for its money. I love these games because of just how much dumb fun they are. What could have been just a bunch of soulless EXE bloodfests turned into a series of games that the creator clearly had passion while making. He added a crazy story, fun character battles, and the stuff that he wanted to add. And when he did want to make a
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Really, Verso? This was your plan?
me, on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Ready to pounce.
Hang on, so many of my wires are crossed here. I gotta untangle them. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean so many of these cables are twisted and turned here. Okay, I think I worked on my issue here. Mostly. Okay.
More horror-focused game again, he did a good job with what he was working with. Making Toy Story.exe a scary game is not exactly easy, but he did his best. Because of this, I had fun.
I'm gonna start this over again.
Streaming these to my friends or my girlfriend, listening to the goofy lore and fighting the goddamn Toy Story characters was a great experience. Once again, there's some stinker moments in the franchise, don't get me wrong, but overall, I could recognize the passion that was put into these games and the goofy fun that you can have while playing them. I hope Oldham continues to work on games and hey, maybe even put out a non-EXE game one day. Oh, and if you ever need someone to playtest a game, please hit me up. I want to see Toy Story 2 EXE remastered before any chump can. Thank you guys so much for ramble about evil Toy Story games.
Come on, I fought this boss before. I know what I'm doing.
And let's give a big shout out to our buddy Woody here. He was a good sport during all of this. How's it going, Woody? And he's gone.
Oh boy. Okay. What else can we watch? I guess this one.
Quality assurance, oh my god. And with a new fear of Joe from SpongeBob and video games are an inseparable pair at this point. Since the early 2000s, we've been getting constant game releases for every single platform. I mean, it's SpongeBob. He's literally one of the most popular characters of all time. Of course they're gonna keep making games for him. But we're not here to delve into Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, or Super Sponge, or peak video games, but instead, the fan game scene. It may or may not surprise you, but there's quite a few fan games for SpongeBob out there. Even more surprising, for the past couple years, the most popular SpongeBob fan games have been without a doubt the horror games. But before we get into
come on!
More horrific than a bloody sponge, a boring browser that makes your computer
There we go.
memory hard. So that's where today's sponsor comes in to help. Thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring funky and vocal performance normally. Look, Opera GX make it so music to be in the browser, music, or to the mod math wall. GX has also begun to integrate GP tech to be evil tool you could browser. Go to download on YouTube where I kept getting ads for this game called Sinister Squidward. It was this weird period on YouTube where I kept getting ads for this game called Sinister Squidward. It was this weird ass AI voiced Squidward game, and how I kept getting ads for it on YouTube, not a clue. But it did make me pretty aware about the popularity of SpongeBob horror games.
There we go.
Also Markiplier, a bunch of them, I guess. I even made a video a while back about SpongeBob horror games, and I was prepping for a second one. But on my journey to do so, one game caught my attention.
Why didn't he? I want to see this guy. I want to see Tobomb talk about Sinister Squidward. I only saw one person talk about that game.
SpongeBob platformer where Mr. Krabs told war stories of unimaginable horrors, then I'd say that's an insane guess to help. You already know what this is. SpongeBob SquarePants Treasure Hunt is a creepypasta game created by Nick Splitt, who seems to have a pretty good track record.
Oh yeah.
They made this parody game called Squidward.exe, which I've actually played before and is unironically great, and they also made this Team Fortress 2 horror game called Capture the Intelligence, which not only is a super unique concept, it seems to have been received pretty well by the people who played it. This gave me high hopes for the game that had silly-ass screenshots like this. Now, before we dive in, we've got a good old creepy backstory. The story goes that this was a Game Boy Advance ROM found on a hard
Shit.
drive in the abandoned office
Oh, there we go, huh?
company Bunchiesoft. Nobody was able to modify or rip stuff from the game's file. All you could do is play it on its own standalone emulator. Mysterious disappearing company? Creepy abandoned hard drive containing a game file? Oh, hell yeah. I cannot wait for this game to come to life and steal all of my bones. The game starts up with the classic Game Boy Advance startup. The art style strives to both mimic the look and sprites of a licensed Game Boy Advance game, also looking just scuffed enough to be a bit off-putting. You know what I mean by that. You can never trust a game with sprites this crusty. The menu gives you two options, start game or visit Mr. Krabs. Visiting Mr. Krabs will bring you to, well, Mr. Krabs. At the moment, he just gives you some really basic advice, but trust me when I say, he becomes very important later on. With the red crustacean dealt with, it's time for some gameplay. And let me tell you, as someone who's used to games like this being nothing
Shit.
but walking simulator,
At least stop panicking.
many EXE games I've covered in the past, this game is actually really great. You play a Spoingoingly Bob in a basic platformer, collecting clams.
I would have called him Spring Boop Squire Pin.
There's various enemies to overcome, and your goal is to reach the chest at the end of the level. Now, right off the bat, you might be considering me criminally insane for calling this gameplay amazing. Now, you may be right, I have played enough Sonic horror games to make me lose it, but this isn't nearly the peak of the gameplay, trust me. The controls aren't really anything to write home about. They're solid, and they get the job done. You can jump, sprint...
Oh, this shit. I forgot about this.
It's all I really need. Also, when you sprint, SpongeBob's animations speed up, so sometimes it looks like he just gets so excited to start running. Let's speed through the first few stages. The first stage is Bikini Bottom, which is the most basic level out of all of them. Run around, jump around, kill some jellyfish, and you make it to the end. Next up is stage 2, the Kelp Forest. There's a new level theme, some new platforming obstacles like these collapsing roof platforms, but other than that, there's nothing really that crazy.
At least he wasn't vanished.
You could sink right
That's an instant KO, by the way.
and die immediately. Oh, by the way, you could take 6 hits before you die. You can eat Krabby Patties to recover a heart, but at the moment, you don't really need to worry about health. At the moment. Also prevalent in the Kelp Forest is the sea bear. Thank God Mr. Krabs warned me about them before this. I don't think I would have made it out alive without it. Skip and hop your way to the end, and now you're ready for the first boss fight in the game. I never would have expected a random SpongeBob horror game I found to be so expansive. I'm pretty impressed. Mostly because of what comes next, but you'll see that soon enough. Anyways, time to fight the big sea bear. Oh gosh, oh golly. I better stop his freaking head in. Once you defeat the
Oh,
sea
come
bear,
on!
to the menu, something's off this time. I don't know. Let's see if Mr. Krabs has anything to say about it.
When I woke, the stench of sulfur was the only solace. Drop within the very earth's maw.
Shit.
Excuse me. This is where the game begins to take a turn into horror, putting up an honestly decent facade at first. If I didn't already know that this was a horror game, maybe I wouldn't have seen this coming. That's a big maybe though. The second I would have seen Mr. Krabs say, collect shells, I immediately would have been put on guard. The new tonal shift continues into the new levels, with stage 4 being...
Gonna try this again, but with Luna this time. Huh?
A new world map as well. Immediately, the game shifts for the better, with new graphics and new eerie music as well. Speaking of the music, it's pretty great, especially since Nixliz did all of this himself. That is super impressive. They did a great job making the first few songs sound more SpongeBob-y and generic, but in making the other songs, not only were they unsettling and eerie,
Oh, excuse me.
somehow maintained that SpongeBob Game Boy Advance game feeling. I know that's a super specific thing to say, but just go and listen to them yourself. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, stage 4 is simple enough. There's new enemies like these eyeball slugs that you can stop into oblivion, and these little sulfur geysers that can harm you. I guess Mr. Krabs actually somewhat preps you for what's to come in the next level. Anyways, it's still an easy-ish level, and I was able to beat it without issue. On to stage 5, titled The Sacred Grounds. I wonder what Mr. Krabs has to say about it.
Moving forth, remnants of those who came before will come to view. My dinner.
Thanks, Krabsy. This level introduces a new mechanic involving this red and blue switch. If the switch is blue, then blue blocks are solid and red is invisible. If it's red, red is solid and blue is invisible. A simple concept, but one that actually makes for some decently fun platforming that you might actually have to think about at times. The level is this strange dark area, with the new enemy this time being these little air
Woo!
turrets that are basically just slightly more annoying bullet bills. Stage 5 is complete, and Mr. Krabs is going through it with this next message.
An abomination of earth and flesh would stand. The incestuous procreation that bore the shame of the entity it honored.
Stage 6 is the next boss fight, titled The Effigy. The boss is this weird flipping machine thing with these two big old bulbs on each side of them. You gotta wait until these blocks become solid and then jump on top of the bulb thingies. The boss fight isn't really difficult or complex, but the design is pretty cool. And also for beating it, you get 8 clams, baby! We're buying the inflatable Squidward tonight, let's go! Despite the newfound wealth that SpongeBob has acquired, Mr. Krabs is still in a traumatic state when he talks about the next stage.
There we go.
Stage 7 is Ashen Field, where the new mechanic is these ash pits that you can sink into. It's like a desert level in Mario if the desert level managed to leave an impact on Mr. Krabs' psyche for the rest of his life. There's new enemies too, these little blood skeleton fellows who pop out of the ground. I unironically jumped at the first one I encountered, and I have zero clue why. It didn't like scare me or anything, there wasn't like a super loud noise, but it still got me, I guess. With stage 7 complete, it's back to the menu, which I failed to mention that it's gotten darker since the last one. Also, these glowing dots linger in the background, possibly being a pair of eyes that are watching your every move. Oh, and Gary's in the corner tweaking the f*** out. Speaking of tweaking, Mr. Krabs has another horrific lore dump for us.
I found myself in a city of hate. The ancient eyes of the Lord twisted both judging me. Pity them, not dead, but not living.
Stage 8 might be my favorite so far, titled City of Heads. However, it's a big, fat, stupid liar, because it's not heads at all. It's eyeballs. I cannot believe that this official SpongeBob Game Boy Advance game contains such inaccuracies. Alright, back to the game where Mr. Krabs talks about eldritch abominations. City of Heads is a dark stage with very faint music and no
Oh, come on.
The entire stage, you have to avoid these giant eyeballs. At first, I thought you just couldn't look in their direction, but nah, you gotta avoid them entirely. If you're caught by one of the eyes, then it sends out its scary, otherworldly, shadowy spirit friends to beat your ass. I will say that this stage isn't really crude.
There we go.
But it did catch me off guard a few times and got me killed. Also, I love the stupid-ass SpongeBob skeleton that'll appear for like a split second before you get the game over. That is so goddamn fun. The level design is solid, short, and sweet, like most of these levels are. And of course, you get your 8 clams at the end. With stage 9 up next, you begin to approach the end game of SpongeBob Treasure Hunt, as this time when you visit with Mr. Krabs, he only has one thing left to take. Alright, well that can't be good. Stage 9 is the Inner Sanctum, and this is the last normal level within the game. This stage pretty much takes everything from the past stages and smushes it into this amalgamated platforming mess. And I say that in a good way. There's just a lot going on in this stage, from enemies to projectiles to these movie balls. You can't just breeze
come on.
level like normal. You actually have to platform. Terrifying, I know. I think this is the best stage in the game, maybe better than City of Heads, but in fairness, this stage is longer and objectively more difficult, so the other stages don't really count. With this last stage completed and your incredible reward obtained, there's only one way forward from here on out, and it's to continue to stage 10. Stage 10 is the final boss and the end of this game, but it wouldn't be a short horror game if it didn't have the tried and true multiple endings. Just what? You thought we were gonna go through a game like this and it didn't have a good and a bad ending? Now remember
Come on.
spatulas you could collect? Well, depending on if you got them all or not, this final boss fight can go one of 2 ways, but we'll get to that soon enough. The first 2 phases of the boss are pretty much the same, starting with what appears to be some doppelganger SpongeBob creature. He runs around, jumps, and yells, and occasionally stops to shoot some white balls out. He may not have any eyes, but he's got a killer smile. Once he's dealt with, phase 2 begins with none other than Squidward? He was the villain the whole time? That's gotta be the craziest plot twist I've seen in my life. This boss fight wasn't really that difficult, and I did beat it.
Okay, so the thing about the white fail screen, what that means is you didn't actually have to win the fight. Like, winning is optional, but still, I want to beat this boss. I know I can.
Rapidly shoot white balls to the point where you could barely dodge them. I do think that this final boss leaves a lot to be desired, but it was by no means bad. Smush his head a couple of times, and you defeat the evil Sklimwarb. Why'd I write it like that? This is where the game
Squidwarb.
depending on what ending you got. If you didn't get all 7 spatulas, the game transitions to this still image of SpongeBob. Where did his eyelashes go? I don't like this. Instead of summarizing this ending, I think you should just watch it for yourself.
SpongeBob had a fun adventure, but unfortunately, he didn't find all the treasure he was looking for. But that's okay. He found something better.
I'm confused. What did he find? I could tell you it wasn't his eyelashes. I like this ending, mostly because I was totally expecting a giant jump scare, but it was just a creepy little blip into scary SpongeBob.
Call me dead.
And then the game was over. I think I've been
Call me dead. That one got me.
Bad ending. But what if you get all 7 spatulas and get the good ending? Well, when you squish the squid monster with all 7 spatulas, the game doesn't end there. Instead, you move into the
Just call me dead.
This boss fight's
I don't usually laugh at his jokes or his editing, but that was funny. That was good.
pretty much undodgeable. All you gotta do is stomp on Squidward's tumors he's got growing back here, and eventually you'll stop him. After this, you're transported back to Bikini Bottom, where none other than the treasure you were looking for all along is waiting right there for you. Congratulations, you did it! Wait, why is Patrick here? His bum ass didn't do anything the whole game. Anyway,
His bum ass. Maybe the real treasure is the Patrick we made along the way.
Nicholas, the director, of course. How could we forget him? David on lead artist. Some pretty good sprite work in there. Vivian, of course, also helping out with the sprites. Yeah, lead programmer. It all makes sense. Alex, is that like a little girl? Okay. Garth, the consultant. I don't know if I want to consult him. Tobias. I think I stared at Big Mike. Big Mike. That dude did not write anything. David's face is gone. Harold is eating the camera. Oh god. Oh my god! I don't like Joe. I don't like this. I don't like this. Get me out of here. That is not quality assurance. Oh my god. And with a new Joe from Quality Assurance in the back of my head for the rest of my life. SpongeBob SquarePants.
There we go.
Now listen, this wasn't like a groundbreaking, unfathomable experience, but I will say this without a doubt was a great game. I had zero clue what I was in for when I first booted up this game. I was totally expecting your typical .exe game, just maybe being a
Yeah, there we go.
simulator with some scares thrown in, but god damn it, Nick's Liz
God damn it, they just called me Daddy. Just call me Daddy.
with actual horror. The gameplay itself was entertaining, having variety throughout its various levels and different game mechanics to use. I do wish that we could have spent a little more time with these mechanics, as most of them are used just once or twice. Also, the inclusion of boss fights was just plain cool. I love fighting horrors beyond comprehension as SpongeBob. Speaking of horrors, the horror in this game is done pretty well. The scuffed 16-bit look of the game does a pretty good job at both luring the players with a false sense of security and unsettling them at the same time. The weird-ass Mr. Krabs dialogue accompanied with the visuals just makes for a really unique horror experience. It didn't rely on blood or jump scares or anything like that. It built up its horror through visuals and key moments in the game, and went for more of an eerie, eldritch horror aesthetic, rather than just throwing everything in your face. And then there was the endings of the game, which the credits genuinely made me uneasy. Like, who the fuck is Big Mike, and why did he want to write for a SpongeBob game? But, I mean, he did it, so good for him. Outside of the menus and whatnot, the sprites were done super well, too. I especially loved the weird SpongeBob guy for some reason. I don't know. Once again, there was no over-the-top blood or gore, but there were some good uses of dark and uneasy settings, with the occasional gore thrown
Woo! There we go.
sometimes the enemies. SpongeBob SquarePants Treasure Hunt was a great creature.
I think you're supposed to, honestly, I think you're supposed to destroy the pedals, but I really don't want to. I don't want to be bothered. I can't be bothered.
To Nick's Liz's future work, and hopefully, it has nothing to do with Joe. Please do not involve Joe. And with that, the video is now over.
Ah, shit.
Hey, how about we roll some credits of our own, shall we?
I don't have time for this. Okay. I want to see the "Just Call Me Daddy" thing. Game the "Just Call Me Daddy" edit again. Just call me Daddy. Imagine you're playing a. Imagine you're playing a video game with that sort of jump scare. Just call me Daddy.
With such a popular show on their hands, you just know that Nickelodeon had to go crazy with the merchandise. Granted, they held off for like the first year to try and maintain dignity, but as soon as that year 2000 hit, it was talking Squidwards and squirting SpongeBob's everywhere. Some of the merchandise they made was so damn silly. Like, why was there a wastebasket basketball hoop themed around SpongeBob, and why do I want it so bad? Basically,
There we go.
Everything and anything was made about this lovable shaped man, and of course, that holds true for the world of video games. Nowadays, SpongeBob is in every single game that Nickelodeon breathes its grimy breath into, but in the early 2000s, he was really only in a handful, let alone games of his own. For a year or two, he really only had 2 games of his own. Legend of the Lost Spatula,
Yeah.
Game Boy Color, which I talked about a very long time ago, and SpongeBob Super Sponge for PS1 and the Game Boy Advance. Now, Super Sponge has got to be one of my favorite SpongeBob games. Top-notch music, solid gameplay, and dated yet charming graphics. It's a game appreciated by a lot of people, but one of my absolute favorite aspects of the game wasn't even a part of the finished product. It was the beta builds. Now, I know what you're thinking. How could you possibly enjoy a game based on what its prototype had to offer? But you look at the beta build from November of 2000, and you tell me it's not the best thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, I did it. I told you I could do it.
I don't think I've ever seen anything more beautiful in my entire life. So what you just watched there was footage of the earliest known public build of the Game Boy Advance version. This video is just magnificent. The unfinished walls and barrier, the janky movement, the absolutely nonsensical platforming.
Yeah.
Everyone all right?
Mhm. Old Lumiere, find your way through Old Lumiere, alright?
Thank you, mon ami.
Care to explain? Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family's complicated.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The Painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's someone else who can help us. Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the Axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in old Lumiere, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
Alright, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the west of the monolith. It's already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
I kind of want to call it a day on the game and just finish the video and then end the stream, but I'm not sure. Like, I don't feel like I'm about to pass out, but at the same time, I don't know. Maybe you just had my fill for the day. Yeah, you know what? I think I am done with the game for the day. I'm just gonna finish the video and then I'll end the stream.
Oh my god, it even has a crusty 3D model. Now, why do I bring up a random video game prototype from the year 2000? Well, I'm assuming I wasn't the only one who liked it, because on February 17th, 2021, game developer Kihao, also known as Michal Kihal, I am so sorry if I said that wrong, released the game SpongeMan 9, aka SpongeBob Bootleg. Taking one look at this game, not only did I recognize how similar it looked to the Super Sponge prototype, but I knew as soon as I saw the thumbnail to this game that this was gonna be something, and something it sure was. I wouldn't call this a horror game per se, but it kind of is, and also the creator kind of thinks it is as well. I don't know, just watch and find out. So let's take
Kinda horror.
utterly confused.
Is that new subgenre kinda horror?
Gem of the SpongeBob fan game scene, SpongeMan 9.
I'm surprised you didn't call it Cheese Man name or something. Just go full thing on the bootleg.
I'm not sure how to describe the level of scuff here. The mismatch of assets, the file options and help at the top left of the screen, the green screen crossed on the SpongeBob model. This might be one of the most beautiful title screens I've ever laid my eyes on. I wonder what the help tab even says. Help tab? I don't think it did. The game very clearly takes inspiration from Super Sponge, judging by the models used in the game and the music playing in the background. Now, the creator has never outright said it before as far as I'm concerned, but there's a couple factors that lead me to believe that this game is inspired by the Super Sponge prototypes. For one, it uses models that look like they're directly from the prototypes, like with Squidward and SpongeBob. Oh, not SpongeBob, my bad. I meant to say SpongeMan 9. My bad, Mr. Man 9. Won't happen again.
Mr.
And
Man.
the other reason is because the game uses unused songs from Super Sponge's OST. It just goes to show how good Super Sponge's soundtrack is when even the scrapped songs are absolute bangers. Anyways, my little theorizing time is over. Back to the game. Now, this game might visually look pretty scuffed, but is the gameplay itself scuffed too? Oh, you bet your ass it is, and it's beautiful. It's not necessarily the way he controls, it's the way that SpongeMan interacts with his environment. Anytime he goes up against a wall, it's like he's trying to stick to it or just straight up clip through it. This allows you to do things like wall jump, which is super useful, but because of how janky the interactions with his environment are, sometimes it'll just fail on you. This can be an issue when you've got to make huge jumps that rely on you sticking to the wall, but instead SpongeMan just sinks to the bottom. Oh, also, when you die, he kinda just keels over in the void. Ah yes, who could forget SpongeBob's iconic mouth on his head? Moving on, the first level
The
is a
rag
strange
dolls.
blue rocky area.
Or honestly, the red
Throughout
dogs
the
from
whole game,
TF2.
you
Rag
only play as
dolls
the
from TF2.
assumed SpongeMan 9, who just looks absolutely lovely. The red pants, the one white pupil, this is what SpongeBob's character design was missing. The first level is pretty simple. You just have to use these rock platforms to get to the top and reach the portal. Or at least I think it's a portal. I'm actually unsure, it just kind of looks like an ingot from Minecraft. Loading into the next level, it has the same rock
blue
platforms
ingot.
as before and looks pretty similar, except this time you're in hell. We know it's hell because that's where Squidward's at. We all know where Squidward's going, let's be honest with ourselves. This Squidward might also be
Rip
based on a
Squidward.
prototype model from Super Sponge, but I could be wrong. To try and confirm that the model did come from Super Sponge, I tried to do a little research online, maybe find some footage with this Squidward model, but instead, I got led down this crazy rabbit hole of Mario 64 personalized content, but with Super Sponge instead of Mario 64. You remember that 2020 trend with the Wario head chasing Mario? Alright, now imagine that, but it's like Squidward and SpongeBob. I told you Squidward's going to hell, I mean just look at him. Anyways, back to the game. Interacting with Squidward, you get a little cutscene where he says, sorry if my Polish pronunciation is horrible, SpongeMan nie lubicie. This translates to, SpongeMan, I don't like you. Hey, at least Squidward is lore accurate here. After this, you're thrown into another red level with Squidward.
Is he still called Squidward?
You're able to take.
Isn't he called like Octopus Boy or something?
Lead to the same thing though. You can either immediately interact with Squidward again, or do a little platforming to get to this portal on the bottom of the map. This time when you go in the portal, you're teleported to a similar area from before, but this Goliath Patrick monster is waiting for you. Once again, not much you can do here, but interacting with Patrick leads to this for some reason.
Ew, jellyfish. I don't know why, but jellyfish kind of creep me out.
I have played hundreds of creepypasta games, and that is unironically more unnerving than at least 70% of them. I absolutely love the aesthetic that this game takes. I didn't touch on it a crazy amount at the beginning, but this game truly embodies that weird bootleg game vibe perfectly. The incorrect colors for the characters, the weird sprites, the strange inclusion of certain pictures. Not only that, but the game does it so well that it manages to creep its way into horror territory. You're playing this broken game of unknown origins, stuck wondering if what you're seeing is the result of its bootleg nature, or maybe something evil is even at play. Either that or it's a playable representation of that one video where Plankton takes Benadryl.
Oh boy.
Speaking of Plankton having a nightmare, you're teleported to this bright red area with Mr. Krabs.
He sounds kind of like Homer in that meme, honestly.
But hey, he's still the crab that we know.
Benadryl.
That Polish word means money, by the way. I think it's spelled wrong, but you know what? Eugene gets an A for effort. After interacting with the crustacean, you're faced with a similar level to Squidward's. Like that level, you can either choose to talk to the person or platform away, but both lead to the same conclusion anyways. Except this time when you platform away, before you go on to the next stage, you see Mr. Krabs, tied up in a certain way.
Oh boy.
Showing. So just interact with Krabsy and move on to the next stage. What the f was that? This next level is dyed a lovely bright yellow, as you now move insanely slow. I don't really mind it though, because this is without a doubt the scariest part.
It's annoyingly yellow in there.
Slow to a crawl. You have to soak in every last detail. Oh god, not Patrick. No, Squidward too. What about Mr. Krabs? Oh, wait, he's fine. He's just bungee jumping over here. Whew, for a second, I thought he'd be dead. No! After walking past the nautical graveyard, you have to essentially condemn Mr. Krabs to death as you cut the rope holding him, dropping him into the abyss. I'd like to imagine that there's no lore reason for this. SpongeMan just did it because he was bored. Slowly trudging to the left after this, you can hop into a portal and proceed to the final area. This is probably the weirdest level of the bunch. Ignoring the lovely portrait of Beavis and Butthead that's in the sky for some reason, you have insane momentum now, which allows you to fly across the stage. Also, there's game gears on the ground that give you a speed boost, which I don't know why, but you know what? I'm here for it. I can't even
Why not? Have you thought about that?
This level looks like this, which just adds to the greatness of this game. This level makes no goddamn sense. Zooming through the level and avoiding the giant
Hey, pennies are just 1 cent. What are you talking about?
game gears launching you towards a final destination. I'll censor it anyways because of YouTube, but a quick content warning for this part. I know it's a silly ass SpongeBob bootleg game, but hey, you never know. Once you get past the giant row of game gears, you're supposed to fly right into this rope that's accompanied with a crying gray SpongeBob. I didn't know this was here the first time I played this game, but in this clip here, I was able to hit the ledge right before it, so I was actually able to linger and figure out what was going on. Once you hit the rope, the game loses its shit, showing you a hanging SpongeMan while a ton of noise blasts in the background, including Juice WRLD for some reason. This actually
It sounds like a sponge rape of
because it was absolutely blaring in my head.
Yeah, it sounds like an ear rape of SpongeBob's laugh.
Successfully taking both my sanity and my eardrums, the game closes and comes to an end. After going through that absolutely life-changing journey, I think I speak for everyone when I say, what the hell did I just play with my fingers on my keyboard on my computer? You know all those creepypastas where it's about some haunted game where everything seems off? I feel like this game is just a real-life example of that. SpongeMan 9 is a very unique experience because I have rarely seen any other game emulate that bootleg feel to such a perfect degree, let alone one that attempts to elicit horror with it. Now, don't get me wrong, this game is objectively bad, but that's the whole point of the game. The gameplay sucks, it looks horrible, and it's confusing as hell. But in the end, that was the goal. It wanted to mimic the chaos and strangeness that those old bootleg games would have. Like, for example, does anybody remember that one Lion King bootleg where Simba would actually just kill himself in the game over screen? That's the vibe I got from this game. It is
I heard,
short, but
wasn't it like fake or something? I don't know, maybe I'm confused.
enough time to register what's happening so that by the time you get a grasp, it's all over. I do wish that there was a little more substance to the game, but I also understand why there wasn't. But thankfully, there is 2 sequels that expand the game and lore to an insane amount. Wait, what? That is right. SpongeMan 9 is actually a trilogy. The second and third game are still pretty lucid experiences, and the third has some crazy lore and other things baked into it, but the first one is definitely my favorite of the bunch, and that's why I wanted it to have its own video. If you want me to cover all 3, comment down below, and perhaps I shall ponder the notion of it. I've got nothing clever to end on here. Actually, you know what? I have
Oh boy.
this vintage SpongeBob camera that my girlfriend got me a little while back, and I've literally had no opportunity to show it off. So you know what? I'm using now as an excuse to. Look at this thing. Isn't it cool and awesome?
I don't know if anybody even still uses those kind of cameras. Alright, I think I'm going to call it quits for today. Will I stream tomorrow? I don't know, honestly. Probably. I really don't know. I don't really have a set schedule yet. Well, if I stream, I'll be sure to let you guys know on Twitter, and I guess if you're subscribed to me, I guess you'll see it on your subscriptions too. Alright, that's it for tonight. See you later.